Since 2019, State Farm Stadium in the heart of Glendale, Arizona, has been home to Mecum Auction. This week, close to 2,000 cars will cross the block looking for a new home. That is why this is the best place to be, right here, right now, today on ESPN+. As we say hello and welcome to Mecum Glendale. It is amazing here right now. We are so happy that you are here with us. My name is Shannon Spake. I am excited to be the newest member of Mecum Auctions. I've covered professional sports at the highest level for more than 20 years, including NASCAR, and I have never seen the beautiful cars that I have seen over the past couple days right here on the floor of State Farm Stadium. And today, it is very hot outside here in Phoenix. It's about 105 degrees, but not as hot as it's going to be on the blocks. That is because today, later on, we are going to see two of the most unique custom roadsters in hot rod history. And for more on that, let's go over to Chris Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Shannon, and welcome to the Mecum team. As a Southern California resident, it is my honor to be able to go to the Peterson Museum many, many times. And we've got four beautiful roadsters here, all amber winners. That is America's most beautiful roadster, given out at Autorama each January. Shout out to John Buck, who runs the show. And this one in particular is close to my heart because it is designed by my good friend Chip Foose, known as Impact. It won the Amber Award in 2001, and it will be going across the auction block a little bit later today. Can't wait to see these historic automobiles cross the block. Rutledge Wood, what do you got, my man?
Chris Jacobs, as a person that once owned a Bricklin SV1, I answered the question, what is a Bricklin SV1, so many times, and we're going to answer that at least 7 times today because we've got this incredible collection, never seen in one spot before, this many cars that are Bricklin SV1s in such great shape. For sure, it's going to be a real treat. It's a lot like having Shannon Spake with us. I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you, Rutledge. Excited to be part of the family for sure. Let's get it over to Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens to get this baby started.
All right, Shannon, thank you very much. I'll add my welcome as well. Shannon, in her second season covering the Charlotte Hornets. I'm a former Indiana Pacers guy, and you've covered plenty of NBA too. But it's all about the automobile here on a red-hot day in State Farm, in the Phoenix area, but here in State Farm Stadium. Some cool cars, just like we saw yesterday, and more of them.
Where'd she get that T-shirt? I don't have one of those. Oh, sorry. You know what? I think that today the muscle car is going to reign supreme here on our docket. We've been taking a look at, obviously, all the cars that are here, and those are the cars I think that are going to stand out the most today. We'll wait and see what happens.
You know, one of the cars that I think, and I've mentioned this before, was most populous on high school parking lots around the country in the late 70s, early 80s, was the Chevy Nova. You've got a really good one to preview for us now, huh?
You know what? I just walked by this car in the staging area, and I got to tell you, this would win the AMBMC, America's Most Beautiful Muscle Car. Oh my, yeah, it's a 70 Nova. There you go. That's the big story. The L78 396 with 375 horsepower and a close ratio Muncie 4-speed transmission. But oh, the color scheme, black on the outside, black on the inside, blacker than a gravedigger's heart. And this is a fast car, trust me.
Ooh. And
the condition goes without saying. I cannot wait to see this thing roll under the lights down here on the block.
You cannot go wrong with that Nova here in Glendale. And let's get right to the block now with our first car of the day today. And how about we start with a super cool 1933 Ford Hot Rod, Bill?
Yeah, this would look right at home with the hot rods we just saw that Chris previewed for us.
No doubt.
This is a Dick Jimenez build out of Hot Rod Heaven in Murrieta, California, and it is show winner all the way. Steel body. It's got a 350 crate motor, the turbo 350 automatic. And lots of metal fabrication went into this build. You saw the interior right there, but outside you got a pinched nose front end. That's all special hand-built metal work there. The frame rails have been stretched 14 inches, handmade hood, and side panels and lots of special pieces underneath. Gives it that great looking stance. By the way, that interior, I don't want to skip the fact, that was done by Ron Magnus out of Custom Auto Interiors that does fantastic work.
Look at those rear wheels. They're just the dish, and you could totally see all the way through.
Yeah, it would be impossible to put that wheel and tire combination on anything with fenders.
Right.
There's just too much happening there.
Exactly.
Yep.
Brought $80,000, so a good hammer price right off the bat here today. And our second day with you from Glendale. Our second vehicle on the block here, 1958 Chevy Impala.
This is going to be a fooler. So this is probably like the 348. You know, the first time that Chevy jumped into the big block wars. Probably a tri-power car. It's a straight 6. It's got a blue flame underneath there. The same engine that we saw earlier in 1953 in the Corvette, and it made its way to 1958, the first year for the Impala. About 130, 135 horsepower, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's got a power glide in it, but great looking restoration, and the reserve is off as we're into the $50,000 range.
Let's look at the description, I guess. So when you say papers, you mean like the broadcast sheet, stuff like that?
Reserve off here.
Look at the description. I don't see anything stating anything about broadcast.
Classic color scheme. How about a turquoise white top?
Oh,
No,
man.
it says
It's got that
laminated
tricolor
vintage
interior.
Vehicle service.
Sold $60,000 acted.
Thank you.
There we go. So 2 for 2. Can't sell them all if you don't sell the first 2, right? Is that somebody said that once?
Yeah, probably Liz Taylor. She was married 6 times.
Well, I didn't expect that one.
No, I didn't know where I got that.
All right, here's another heavy hitter from the original muscle car era. 71 Olds 442. Not a W30, but a 442 nonetheless.
Well, you know, all the muscle cars in Detroit were going through a transition now in 1971. Of course, big changes in 72. So we look at the 1971 muscle car crop, and we're very happy to have this 340 horsepower 442 in 1971. Remember the year before, the base engine had 350, and the W30 rather had 370 horsepower. So, yeah, we were on the back 9 of the muscle car era, at least the first time around. This one with a 3-speed automatic. It's a matching numbers drivetrain, by the way. Also, it's got that tick-tock tack option. That's the clock and the tachometer combined. Custom appearance package. And Outback, a positive traction rear end with 323 gears and those beautiful super stock 2 wheels that are in just pristine condition with raised white letter tires.
Terrific color combination.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Saturn Gold. I was just walking over to get a closer look. Just a classic color.
Boy, I'll tell you, General Motors had the ideal color palette back in this time period at all their divisions.
There it is. So 53 for that 71 442.
F6, a 1987 Buick.
1987 Buick Grand National will be on the block right now, and hard to keep Chris Jacobs away from these cars.
Look, he's weeping.
I'm already gravitating towards it.
Getting dewy-eyed. Look at that. His eyes are all swollen.
Well, Bill, as you know, you could get any color you wanted, except it had to be black.
That one.
This is a T-top version of this car. You're getting to look at that 3.8 sequential fuel injection turbo V6. Really clean interior on this one. Now, of course, 87 was the pinnacle year for the Grand Nationals and also the GNXs, which was the big boy version of these. And just the value has skyrocketed in these. You can see we're already at $52,000. The reserves off. 10 years ago, you could pick these up for under 20. And now, you know, you're lucky to get one under 50.
Yeah, this is a car that was sold new in Canada. The odometer reads 63,412 kilometers. But, yeah, these cars, you know what? These were disarming. 245 horsepower, but probably the quickest 245 horsepower you've ever seen. The quickest American-built production car back in 1987.
$55,000, so a perfect record so far, 4 for 4.
Yay.
So we'd like to see that. And coming up right behind that Grand National is this Pro Street 69 Camaro Z28.
You guys remember the back of the comic books where the big tough dude used to kick sand in the little skinny guy's face? Well, look at these tires.
Yes.
That
right.
rear wheel is kicking sand in the face of the front wheel.
Charles Atlas.
That's
used
right.
one of those hats.
Yep.
Yeah, good compare. Oh, no, don't get too close to that engine. Oh, my God. Yeah, 468 cubic inch, big block. That's a 454 that's been bored stroked to within an inch of its life. And you saw the Brodex valve covers, Brodex cylinder heads. Those are track-ready cylinder heads. Whoever built that engine, man, they ought to be chained up somewhere. Big 4-barrel carburetors, MSD ignition, all JE blower pistons and steel rings. No expense spared in this build, manly with the valve springs. All of these parts very familiar to drag racers indeed.
You want to lift the reserve at 60?
This would be a handful to drive on the street. Oh, trust me. It's just a very radical build, but very much at home on the quarter mile or the eighth mile, in fact.
See how high that cowl hood is, Bill? They've got enough room to sneak 3 gauges in under there.
Oh, you could dance the limbo underneath that hood.
The boost gauge is completely under the cowl.
Yes.
And man, these rear wheel tire combo, it's the weld wheel with the Mickey Thompson slicks. Well, no, they're not slicks. They got a little bit of tread on them. But man, these are massive.
Yep, probably $250,000, $300,000 build.
Well, it sold for $60,000 here in Glendale today. The other end of the scale here with the 75 Chevy Caprice.
Yep, this is for effortless motoring right here. 1975 Caprice, 350 V8, a couple hundred horsepower, but you know that's not why people were buying these. It's got a 3-speed in it, automatic, color's antique white. Not much of a list of features or customized parts and things like that because this is pretty much all original.
Wow, $45,000. Would you ever thunk that if you just saw this car out on the floor?
Yeah.
No.
That's a really high price for what we're looking at.
Well, mileage might have something to do with it. Less than 15,000 on the odometer.
You want a net 44 gram? Mike, you want any more? No, I got more.
Doesn't even have a gauge cluster under the hood.
Under the cowl induction.
The cowl,
hood.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's, you know, you got AC, AM/FM stereo. And
yeah, thank you. I'm trying
less
to
than
see
50,000 miles.
I don't think he's even got a number.
My goodness, that's a time capsule right there.
And even 45 won't buy it.
Right.
Great color combination, especially for cruising around in this Arizona heat.
Yeah, indeed. And again, with the top down on these convertibles, you really get a chance to enjoy the interiors.
Well, I think they're going to go ahead and move on to the next car, which is a 65 Mustang Fastback. And we saw plenty of these yesterday bring strong money here, Bill.
Yeah, the first-gen Mustangs now, especially, you know, the V8 cars, and obviously the convertibles are very high on the collector's list, and so are the Fastbacks, like this one. This has been restored completely, paint, interior, and the engine, you got a quick look at that. That is not the original 289. That was a 302 with Holly Sniper fuel injection. It's a 4-speed car, has the American torque thrust style wheels, black on the outside, red on the inside, and look at the bidding on this. Not a Shelby clone. It's not that K code. 271 horsepower 289. This is a little day 2 car, just a few tasty little upgrades.
Well, $50,000 is going to be the high bid on this Mustang from 1965. We'll take a timeout here quickly from State Farm Stadium. More to come as you see some of the youngsters getting involved here in the action today. We are back in Glendale, and you see the young lady putting the sold sticker in that car, 1954 Studebaker Commander Custom Coupe, and it just sold for $26,000, Bill.
Hot rod, 350 small block, turbo 350. Beautiful silver paint. By the way, I want to remind everybody that Raymond Loewy was designing these Studebakers in 1954. He left Studebaker in 1956. Brooks Stevens came in, so this is a genuine Raymond Loewy design.
And this is a genuine 2023 Dodge Charger Super Bee.
Yeah, well, near and dear to my heart, I bought the exact same car here at Mecum last year. This one of the 7 last call editions for Dodge commemorating the end of the SRT program. They only made 300 of these wide bodies in plum crazy. They also made 300 in the B5 blue narrow bodies. This one is powered by a naturally aspirated 6.4 liter V8, of course backed up by that 8-speed transmission. And beautiful car, really low mileage. I think it's under 3,000 on the odometer, Bill.
Correct. You still have yours?
Do indeed, and I love it every day.
Yeah, I drive it every day.
My daughter calls it the vroom vroom car.
Oh.
Yes, it is my daily driver.
Yeah. What, she's 35 years old, right?
Going on 35.
Yeah, no, this has got some extras too. It has the SRT performance package in it, Harman Kardon sound, which I think is pretty much standard though in these last call cars.
Yep, and that full Alcantara interior, very, very comfy. And, you know, that classic high-impact color harkening back to the late 60s, early 70s days of Dodge.
$53,000.
All
Gonna
right,
take $60,000, sir.
bid at
You
the
raise your bid to
moment
60? Would you raise your bid at all? You
is
give like
53.
$56,000 and we'll ask him. $53,000 is what he wants to pay.
60 is the target.
Okay, close bid. $53,000 and a bid goes on.
F12 in 1956 DeSoto
All
Adventurer.
right. 53 is where we're going to leave it. And so that goes to the bid, goes on. 1956 DeSoto Adventurer Sportsman is up next.
Yeah, DeSoto clicking right along in the mid-50s, not knowing that they would be hooked up to the machines before long. But this is when they were in their heyday. There's that dual quad 341 cube V8 with 320 horsepower, the power flight push button, automatic transmission. The factory paint is correct. So is that interior as well, all beautifully restored. Factory AM radio, factory phonograph record player, which you could get in certain makes of automobiles back in the 50s. And I actually had a friend that had one of those, and if you were driving along listening to that record, you were guaranteed to hear maybe half of it. The rest of it would just entail the arm of the record player bouncing back and forth.
Yes.
But, you know,
that's a problem.
Yes. But, you know, you could brag a little and show off to people. And this is not going to reach the reserve.
Yep, and it'll top out at $39,000. And so we will move along to a couple of vehicles being sold together next. And I'm talking about a 54 Chevy 3100 pickup, 5-window pickup, along with a 1975 Yamaha motorcycle, which is in the bed.
Yeah, it's been dressed up like a little cafe racer, super cool motorcycle. But even cooler than that is this truck itself, Bill. What a great build. I got a nice close-up look at it.
Yeah, high-end build performed by Bennett's Garage in Mesa, Arizona. Not too far from here. That truck was finished a couple months ago. Rebuilt 350, 330 horse. That's what the crate motors usually dished out. Billet specialties, pieces everywhere. Rebuilt turbo hydromatic 350. Front end comes from a Camaro. That's the subframe underneath there. That adds to the simplicity of doing the restoration and also giving the truck a little bit better handling. Boyd Coddington wheels, and that's that satin paint we're seeing now, the PPG satin finish, this one in burgundy.
Yeah, really good look on that paint job, that satin matte finish in that burgundy with the black trim all the way around, and those wheels are great too. The big smoothies with the dog dish in the middle really sets it off nicely. Little bit of chrome bling in the rest of the black trim pieces.
All right, well, the bid goes on that pair of vehicles. And so we move on now to a 1969 Chevy Kingswood station wagon. Man, seldom do we see these, if ever.
Well, especially with a 427 under the hood, matching numbers, by the way. Guys, let's go on a road trip and make this our vehicle. It's even got a trailer hitch so we can carry our stuff along. I mean, to see this in this condition, Bill, this is such a cool vehicle. I was giving this a really long look in staging.
Don't see many. This was the last year for the 427 as well, and this one, the L36, which I had in the first Corvette that I ever bought, a 66 coupe with a 390 horse, L36 hydraulic lifter, big block, but we never see him in a full-size Kingswood station wagon, matched with an automatic transmission. A lot of originality on this, right down to the roof rack.
Yeah, roof rack, and then those rally wheels too just totally work on this car. I mean, there is not a view of this wagon that is not beautiful. What a cool car, and hey, look at that price. It's reflected.
Yeah, rarity is always going to get bidder's attention, and this one is certainly one of the more rare Chevy station wagons we're going to see.
71. Sure.
No, reserve came off at 60. 72,000.
73.
73, man, you're winning a 74.
Let me ask him.
All right, there it is. That's Jamie McLeod with a little help from Mitch Bartunik. Those two guys teaming up. The phone bidder victorious there. $73,000 for that wagon. Wowzers. Here's a 1970 Chevelle up on the block now, and we can see this one has gone through a little bit of an update.
Yep, got big block in the box. Crate 502 with fast brand fuel injection. YN Team G intake. It's got tubular racing headers, aluminum radiator, all the best parts and pieces to make this street machine. It's got a 4-speed in it, as you can see. Power steering and brakes with the vintage air, and a Blau punked stereo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for some super sound while you're heading for the cruise night.
Anybody give $55,000 for it? I have 52.55.
Five-spoke torque thrust tubes. Rolling it along, but it's going to roll over to the bid goes on test.
Right. Okay. 52,000. Here's one for you. Oh my goodness! Look at this 57 Ranchero. How they've dressed this one up. Have they gone back to the Chevelle?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, they did, but for just a second, and now we get to look at this 1957 Ranchero.
Frame-up restoration completed 5 years ago, but I would say the big story is the power plant. That's a Ford big block, the 406. That was a revelation for Ford when that engine debuted. Made its way to the drag strips for sure. It was a big power engine, a lot of torque. This one with solid lifters in it. See the interior there, that's been brought back to original. 4-speed transmission as well, very conservative appearance-wise. Blue and white on the outside, you saw the blue interior. And very simple but effective wheel treatment as well with the chrome trim rings and the center caps. Not a big money build for sure, and not an expensive car to buy. First year for the Ranchero from Ford, 1957. Yeah, that 406 kind of led the way for the Ford Total Performance campaign, which was getting geared up in the early 1960s.
High bid at $15,000. And so we move ahead to another Chevelle. This one is Super Sport, 1970 Super Sport Convertible.
Yeah, the preferred headlight arrangement on the 70 Chevelle. Remember, they went to the single headlight in 1971. In 70, the quad headlights just seems to be more attractive to a lot of people. There's the engine, 396, 350 horse. And this was one of only 889 SS 396 ragtops produced in 1970. M40 3-speed automatic transmission, heavy-duty 12-bolt positive traction rear end. The gears are 331s. Very attractive interior, as you saw. Got the super sport wheels there. And the raised white letter tires.
Wow, look at this, up to $90,000. Just more great evidence that 1970 could very well be the pinnacle year of muscle cars in America. I want to give a quick shout out to my buddy Ronnie Mund, who is joining us watching the telecast. Big car guy, always tunes into Mecum. Thanks, buddy. Hope you're doing well, Ronnie.
Yeah, I would jump on that with you, CJ. I don't think there's any doubt about 1970 being the year, man. That's when all the planets just lined up for everybody.
Yep.
Well,
look at this. We're at 6 figures now in this window.
Well, the big thing in 1970, of course, was General Motors lifted their displacement limit for all of their cars, especially those intermediates, and we saw big changes in every division.
By the way, that's our #1 car of the day so far, $100,000.
And not an LS6 or anything. It's just a 396.
Welcome back to Mecum Glendale. All right, so I'm walking around the floor here, and my eyes, I don't even know where to stop, but it did stop right here on this 1967 Lincoln Continental Convertible. I was talking to someone who was looking at this particular vehicle, and they said the black on black on black is absolutely beautiful. Did a little research, guys, and Neo in the movie Matrix, they had a car that was very similar to this one. What's very cool is that it has the suicide doors right here. This one, they call it a land yacht because, of course, it's so large. You can get inside. And I did find something inside, or someone inside, that you might be interested in.
Hi, Shannon.
We know Rutledge is battling a little bit of a back issue, so he's taking a break right now. This is his off time. Would you like me to get you a drink in here,
Oh, that'd
sir?
be one. I mean,
Yeah?
this is a car you should be driven in. This would be perfect.
A little snack for you
Oh,
over here.
this
What would
be
you like?
great. You know what? I'll take anything you got. This is so cool, Shannon. You've got a great eye for him, obviously. 460 cubic inch V8 in here. There's nowhere we couldn't cruise in this town together. In
Did
this
you
car.
just knew that off the top of your head?
Maybe.
Okay. So
Kinda
it was a 1965 that was used in the movie Matrix, not a 1967, but it looked just like this. It is like a floating living room, you guys. And what's even cooler is I'm looking at the sticker right here, and it says, I believe it said no reserve. Oh, it says no reserve. How about that? So wait till this baby comes across the blocks, guys.
Big time, and it's a good thing we're inside State Farm Stadium. We have plenty of room for that land yacht, that rolling living room. Kids, thank you both very much. Shannon and Rutledge hanging out in the Continental.
I think Shannon's going to fit in just right with movie references already.
Yes, very true. That one will be headed our way after bit. We'll be sure to tell you all about it when it gets here. In the meantime, a 63 Impala hardtop rolling just in front of our booth here now.
Simple but effective. Yeah, 327. Little mouse motor in it at 300 horsepower with the Power Glide automatic frame-off restoration. Power accessories, windows, and seats, those were options back in 1963. And has the power trunk release again, another extra cost option. It's got cruise in it, original Impala mats on the inside as well. And again, we're into the $50,000 range for basically a stock, restored, nothing too radical in it, 1963 era full-size car.
How many of those did we have yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
That brought some decent money, you know.
Yep.
By the way, that power trunk release,
At
almost
55, you're gonna get
the equivalent of the
49.5,
modern-day
right?
heated steering wheel, right? That's a big deal.
Oh, but you know what? I would rather have the heated steering wheel than a power trunk release because I'm somewhat of a girly man. So, you know me, I'm all about
I
honesty.
know. Yeah, you are.
What do you want?
Okay, the bid goes on at $52,000. Quick correction on the Chevelle. At the end of the previous segment, I said that it had sold for $100,000. That was the high bid on that car. So my mistake, that car did not sell. It might, but it hasn't yet. Just a correction there. They're still working on the Impala. And the reserve is off.
Yeah.
Good deal.
55.
Ermine white full wheel covers, white wall tires. Not a Super Sport.
53's right
That's
over there.
just an
54.
Impala. Not just an Impala. That was the top of the line back in '63.
Sold $53,000. Sold $53,000.
Okay, a little bit of extra
Now
work
offering
pays
lot
off.
21.1.
And you
Here's
can
a
put that one in the
2007
books at
Mercedes-Benz
$53,000.
49,000 actual documented.
All right, an E-Class Mercedes-Benz up next for us from 2007, E550.
Okay, it's got that 382 horsepower, 5.5 liter V8 that went into so many Mercedes-Benzes. In fact, my lady's Mercedes-Benz has that engine in it.
Oh.
It's got an S550 4MATIC.
Does she let you drive it?
I let her drive it. No, she does. Yeah, she's a sweetie, and she loves the car.
Yep.
It's a Christmas present a few years back.
I remember.
Full luxury. You know, you are not going to get short-sheeted with one of these. Everything you would want in a luxury car is there.
And it just brought $6,000, Bill.
That makes me chuckle. Oh, my. You know, granted, it's a 19-year-old Mercedes-Benz, but it is a Benz, and look at the condition.
And it only had, what,
49,000
so?
miles on
Okay.
the odometer. Yeah, it's an E-Class, not an S-Class, but still.
I know. Okay, another shot at a Chevelle Super Sport here. This time we're talking 1972.
Yep, and this has been transplanted with a 454 with a Holly, a high-rise manifold. You see it right there, and the open element air cleaner. Put a solid lifter cam in it. It's got a Tremec 5-speed. Now, that last one we saw, that 70, that got up to 100,000, right?
100, right.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. This one may not get that high. The reserve is already off, but, you know, if you want something that's got a little bit more go power, this one might be the way to go for you. Mediterranean blue with white rally stripes and a white interior. It's got posi in it, front disc brakes, power, the optional wheels. Of course, that 5-speed is not GM sourced. That's aftermarket Tremec.
Yep. Well, you know what? 61 buys it. And you get a big block Chevelle. And not going to quibble too much about a couple of years difference, huh?
Oh, that will definitely, you know, defend itself out on the main streets.
Okay, a little race car action for you here. 1954 Hillegas Sprint Car.
Yeah, built by the National Sprint Car Hall of Famer Hiram Hillegas. Allentown, Pennsylvania. Boy, Pennsylvania was a hotbed for sprint car racing back in the day. And Scott, I know you know that some of the all-time great Indianapolis 500 racers cut their teeth in cars like this.
Oh, man, so many of them back in the early days. Not so much anymore.
No.
But just a laundry list of winners and even, you know, legendary folks that raced at the 500 that didn't win the race. I mean, this was basically, it was the, you know, elementary school for getting into the big time.
Yeah, I mean, Andretti, Foyt, Johnny Rutherford, you know, the Unsers.
Yes.
You know, and of course we think of the tracks, Langhorne, Nazareth, Ascot Park out in California. Exciting times.
Bettenhausen,
yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, moving on. 1956, Austin Healey, 104 BN2.
Oh, this is one of the good ones, the 100/4, the BN2. This was one of those cars that was really the backbone of a lot of club-level road racing back in the day. This one has a comprehensive restoration behind it by British Auto Restorations of Roanoke, Virginia. Left-hand drive, you know, not all of them were. Some were right. And this with the 26 and 60 cc inline 4-cylinder and a 5-speed.
And you see the high bid here at $37,000 as we kick it over, and since we're in an NFL stadium, kick it over to Chris Jacobs.
I love it, Scott. Standing here with a Ferrari Challenge car. Now, established in 1993, the Ferrari Challenge Series is the longest-running single-make Challenge Series in existence. It gives the Ferrari owners a chance to get their cars out on the track, and this one is absolutely ready for the track. They race at places like Laguna Seca, Watkins Glen, Road Atlanta, Coda, Homestead, Indianapolis. This is powered by a 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8. making about 670 horsepower, backed up by a 7-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission. So many aerodynamic touches on this car. In fact, this version of the 488 Challenge has 30% more downforce than the previous 48 version due to all of the reworking of the air channels. So much carbon fiber all over this car makes it super light. I mean, I'm opening this door, this thing's got to weigh like, you know, ounces. It's just incredible how light this car is, how stripped down it is, and it all gives credence to the speed on the track. Getting a look at that carbon fiber wing right there. Wow, this thing's going 100 miles an hour just standing still. It's going across the block tomorrow, Saturday, but stick around. We got a lot more coming at you today here from Arizona.
We are in State Farm Stadium. Man, this place, as you walk up, it looks like a giant spaceship has landed in the middle of the Sonoran Desert here in Glendale. And it's been our home for a number of years, and happy to be back. Quite frankly, happy to be indoors today, Bill. This area set a record yesterday for 105 degrees, the warmest ever this early in the season in Phoenix. We're picking up the action live on ESPN Plus with this 1939 Packard at 25.5.
This was an important car for Packard back in 1939, just coming out of the Great Depression. They were trying to maintain their luxurious image and keep their high-end customers. This, the 320 cubic inch inline 8, that's famous Packard straight 8, 130 horsepower. And some of these cars actually had custom body work, some of them designed by Dutch Darren, and you'll remember Dutch Darren from the Kaiser Darren sports car. Well, he did some design work for Packard as well, and this one sells, doesn't it, Scott?
Yeah, 25.5. And so we'll move on to this gorgeous 56 Buick.
Yeah, General Motors calling the tune in the automotive world in the mid-1950s because of cars like this, the chrome-laden full-size cars, the Buick Special hardtop right here. You see that thin C-pillar in the back. That was sort of like symbolic of a lot of the GM cars during that time period. It's got that nailhead engine, automatic transmission, and power accessories like steering and brakes. And chrome wire wheels with the wide white wall tires. Beautifully detailed car, no reserve, and that means a new owner.
It sure does. Number of no reserve cars today, and that one brings $31,000. Can you get a more gorgeous C1 Corvette than this one? I love this white, blue interior, blue Cove Vet from 59.
Yeah, and this one has had an updated powertrain. Now that looks fairly original, but it's got electronic fuel injection on top of that small block with an updated ignition system. 4-speed manual transmission, which you could get, of course, in 1959. Rack and pinion power steering, not available in the 59 Corvette from General Motors. And you got beautiful color scheme, as you mentioned, Scott. These C1 Corvettes, when we see them in totally original condition, and of course 57 and newer with the fuel injection and the 4-speed, that market refuses to go away. Those cars are still blue chip all the way. This one a little more affordable, maybe because of some of the changes that have been made to it.
And Bill, the wheels being that matching blue and then the hubcaps on top there, just little touches. Scott, you're right. That is a real looker of a car right there.
Yep.
Yeah, and Harley Earl again, the art and color studio at General Motors, responsible for all these little things that you picked out, Rutledge.
Close to band if it goes on. Thank you.
You know, I'm not in the Corvette Black Book. I'm not seeing that color combination listed. So that could have been somebody painted those coves to match the interior. I don't know.
There was a turquoise, but maybe this one is a shade or two away from it.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever the case is, I love it.
And it matches the interior blue, so
that's what I'm saying. Yes,
it's another issue there.
Very, very cool. All right, high bid on it, $53,000. Here we go with an 03 F-150 commemorating the 100th anniversary of Harley-Davidson.
Boy, these trucks sold well for Ford. That Harley-Davidson connection, and all the Harley-Davidson riders. were lining up to buy one of these. This has that electronically fuel-injected 5.4-liter Triton V8. The odometer reads less than 4,000 miles on it. Still has the plastic seat protection intact. 4-speed automatic. This has got the moonroof and 373 limited slip rear end. That truck looks like it's never been driven.
Bill, that mural on the tonneau cover, worth the price of admission alone. There's a gorgeous bald eagle, appears to be swooping down into a river, I assume to grab a fish. I just said to Frank Mecum, let's go in half seats. The mural alone, you can have it half the year, I'll have it half the year. He said, what if we just get airbrush t-shirts with that on there instead? And I said, that's probably a better idea for my garage.
You know why I'm laughing? Because you're describing the mural and you had to throw in probably diving to catch a fish.
I assume, right? It seemed very majestic. That's a well-done mural.
I love it. It did bring 29,000, by the way.
Okay.
And so we will move ahead to 61 Bel Air Bubble Top.
Yeah, this is an interesting engine. It started life as a 348, but they stroked it out to 409 and the 348. That was the foundation for the 409. How about that? Rotisserie restoration. You can see all of the finish work underneath that hood. That engine room is just spotless. It's also got the tri-power setup on the 348. And remember, the 348, as I mentioned, it started life as a truck engine. That architecture was for the Chevy trucks. Richmond, 6-speed manual transmission. How do you like that? And we're at $60,000 for this 61 Bubble Top.
And it's got a narrowed old rear.
Yeah, and it's got a beefy rear end in it, yeah.
That's a clean car. I don't know if I would have picked that color in my mind of what a car would really look like with that on there, but it is perfect on there. It really is. Chrome, the wheels are a nice setup.
Yeah, Scott, if you were to look in the 61 Chevy Black Book, I wonder how many of these cars were this color, because it seems like a lot of them were that that pewter color, that light gold metallic.
That's a very cool build.
And
nicely done there. And a high bid on that car, $62,000. So we move to this nearly brand new GT350 2025.
Yeah, the 60th anniversary of the original Shelby GT350 in 1965. Real Shelby has the Shelby VIN in it as well. 562 were produced for 2025. If that sounds familiar, that's how many were built in 1965. Supercharged 810 horsepower, 5-liter V8. It's got the Shelby Borla catback exhaust, Brembo disc brakes, automatic transmission, by the way. And just the appearance and the stance and the overall intimidation factor on these Shelby Mustangs. Just telling you, bring it on. I'm ready.
We are at 125,000 now. The reserve is off. And so this will be our first 6-figure car of the week.
Big rubber on these cars.
You know, it just occurred to me, Bill, as we see this sell for 125, we talk about horsepower, cubic inches, top speed, 0 to 60. But for you, I think a lot of these cars, the intimidation factor is big.
Well, look at me.
Welcome back, everybody, inside State Farm Stadium for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And Bill Stevens, get your bidder's badge, buddy. I know you are a Viper fan. This is a special one right here. This is a first edition 2006 SRT 10. Only 200 of these were made. They were all done in this beautiful blue with the white stripes, powered, of course, by that huge V10, 8.3 liters. The odometer just under 20,000 miles on this bad boy. And you can see that plate right there on the console proudly declaring that it is number 50 of the 200 of these Vipers that were produced. And in my opinion, the Viper is one of the few cars that looks a lot better in coupe form than it does in convertible form. They just got the lines so right on this design. Side pipes, custom black wheels in front of those 4-piston brakes all the way around. This thing is just so ready for the street or the track. What a wonderful car. Maybe they'll bring it back one day. Maybe not. We can only hope. Bill Stevens, Scott Hoke, back to you.
Oh, Bill, they cry. Why is that a first edition Viper? I mean, it debuted in 2003 with that generation. But the coupe did not come back until 2006, so that makes it the first edition.
And that car is kind of like your 96 GTS all grown up and puffed out, huh?
Very similar.
Yes. All right. Let's thank you, Chris, by the way. We'll bring you back to the block here and see what's going on with this 1976 high-rise K20 pickup truck.
Yo, high, wide, and handsome. 350, small block, crate motor, rebuilt automatic, nut and bolt body off restoration, power steering, and boy, I'll tell you, with that rubber and that stance, you better have power steering. Edelbrock intake and carburetor, Dana 44, differential up front, and the Dana 60 up in the rear. A lot of other upgraded and replaced parts. The interior, pretty conservative. Big, wide bench seat there. Plenty of room for your buddies, and a lot of new parts in there in this restoration, including the seat and the carpet and the door panels and the headliner.
I think for me, guys, the real cherry on top has to be the roll bar and those 4 KC daylighters on top. To me, that was always just the perfect thing to let you know, like, hey, whoever owns this truck is tough. They got the smiley face daylighter covers. I got them on a truck of mine.
Hey, you know what, though? Seriously, we mourn the passing of Chuck Norris.
Oh,
who was in the series Concrete Cowboys, and didn't he tool around kind of like in pickups like this?
I think you're right, yeah. What a guy.
That reminded me of him.
Yeah, passed away yesterday, I think, at the age of 86.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And let's not forget Walker Texas Ranger as well.
Exactly. By the way, high bid on that pickup was $48,000, and we move to the next machine on the block. It is a cutie, 1969 Bronco U15.
First gen Bronco debuted in 1966. It's got the little inline 6-cylinder, as you can see. Nothing radical there. They did replace a lot of the maintenance parts. Fuel tank, lines, fuel pumps, got the 4-speed manual. See that big long shifter snaking up from the transmission tunnel. And kind of an interesting wheel choice. It's a little off-putting because we're so used to those big alloy and aftermarket wheels on these Broncos. And just those simple silver steel wheels.
Bill, I'm perplexed. I think even factory, those are smaller than what would have originally been on there on an uncut fender. But the rears are cut, which makes me believe it has lived a life where it had a bigger wheel and tire combo on
May
there.
have had more underneath there, yeah.
Isn't that interesting? I wonder how that's affecting the value, or if it does.
I don't know, but it's not bidding at levels we've seen for first-generation Broncos that have been all restored, so you may have something there.
Wow, 28 grand, Scott? I think
29.5.
Wow. Wow.
Good starting point if you really wanted to go through it.
I tell you what, if you look on Facebook Marketplace, you would suddenly go, oh my gosh, I should have bid 30, because that's a deal for the junk people try to sell you, and they call it a Bronco. Wow. Someone stole that.
Yes, sir. Drop a V8 in that, and Tremec, or whatever you wanted to do, you'd be on your way.
So we'll be on our way to checking out this 77 Grand Wagoneer.
Yeah, this is the car that a lot of people consider to be the, I don't know, the granddaddy of the full-size SUVs. And, of course, that movement really picked up speed in subsequent years. But here we are back in 1977, this one with the matching numbers 401. That is that AMC-sourced engine, quadra-track, four-wheel drive, automatic transmission, loaded to the gunnels, factory air, AM/FM radio, power tailgate window, remote driver's side mirror, front discs, rear drums. A lot of things on this have been replaced during the restoration. Everything from the fuel pump to the shocks, spark plugs, wipers, and on and on.
We've really seen these take off in the last 10 years as far as value goes. A lot of people started really digging into them. I like these earlier ones. I had a 77. Mine had been swapped to a 350. But I had that issue where it was so cool, but the amount of rust it had was kind of more than the value of the vehicle.
More than you really cared for, huh?
It was just too much work for me, but I had a great time with it.
28, 30.
Also reminds me of the movie What About Bob, because Dr. Leo Marvin drove one.
Yes, he did.
That was a great movie.
Oh, that's a fantastic movie. I think it's hard to know who stole the show, Bill Murray or anybody else in that film.
I mean, It was fantastic.
Yeah.
One of the best.
Another movie reference. Look at us.
Can't believe you haven't seen What About Bob. I'm sorry. I would have
Wait a minute.
for sure.
You haven't seen that?
Have you seen Field of Dreams?
Uh-huh.
No, you haven't.
Many
The last
times.
time I asked you, you said no.
I'm sorry when I started.
Yeah, you
it's my
did.
fault.
You
Oh,
did.
dear. It's movie reference o'clock, apparently. Let's push on to this 69 El Camino Super Sport.
396 in it. Yep, big block. You could get it. You know what? 1969 396 L78 would have been the biggest dog in the El Camino pound. This one, let me see that engine. Oh, it's got the high-rise intake and a 4-barrel. But nobody's telling me exactly what 396 that is. Not numbers matching, or is it? Yeah, well, okay, I'll go with that. So anyway, it's a 4-speed too, which is always more desirable. And a great presentation here. Much originality.
$31,000.
Yeah, there were 3 flavors of the 396 in 1969. The base 325, the 350, and the L78, the 375 horse 396. Of course, 1970, we all went up market to the 454.
On the El Camino right now, 5 sir, 35 front row there, 35, 600 down, and 36 out of bid on the El Camino, 36 out 7, and 7 to bid, I'm gonna bid of a 37,000, and 7 to bid, I'm gonna bid of a 5, gonna bid of a 7 to bid, I'm gonna bid of a 37,000.
Matt Morvac, our auctioneer there with the black hat, 35,000. He has the helm at the moment.
Yeah, they're working it.
36, I can do that.
And Jordan Hunter is working with an interested bidder there.
38. You want me 7.5?
We might start having a conversation now if we get a little closer to 40.
$37,000 making its way.
F39.
Look at that. The Reserve and the Hammer came almost simultaneously.
Exactly. $37,000. Okay, moving on. Here is 1970 Bronco, and here's my question, because we just had that 69. These wheels might have gone just as well on that 69 as they do here on that 70, yeah?
I agree, and I think if you had swapped these wheels onto that one, the presence that it would have given the Bronco, we might have seen the height of the bid go up as well with it.
Right.
Because again, this one's not wild half cab, uncut fenders on the back, but just that little bit more rubber, a little more width as well. What an impact it has on the same vehicle.
You know, people come to this auction and they can be just like any other kind of customer. They have a compulsive buyer's feel for a lot of these vehicles, and they'll see something and it will inspire them to build. And as you say, Rutledge, maybe, you know, that previous Bronco would have pulled a little bit more money because it would have had a little more personality with this wheel and tire combination.
I love the look. The color here, too, is fantastic.
Yeah.
What are we talking about in the power department here, Bill?
Not anything too radical. Inline 6, which was the standard engine back in 1970, with a 3-speed manual transmission.
And it brought 31,000. How about that? We are having a blast here at State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona. The whole gang coming back after the timeout.
Back here at Mecum Glendale, we know that the stars of the weekend are the cars that are going to go across the block, but this location, State Farm Stadium, is also one of the stars because it is the only time that a collector car auction is held at a facility just like this. 1.7 million square feet is what this place is. That's how big this place is. 63,000 people on Sundays pack this place for the Arizona Cardinals, but so much more takes place here. They've had 3 Super Bowls, Final Fours, WWE, the Fiesta Bowl is held here every single season. I've covered a bunch of events here. I've covered a ton of Arizona Cardinals games. Here's a picture of me with Larry Fitzgerald. That was actually on Christmas Eve. So if you have to work, it might as well be with a Hall of Famer, so I was able to do that. I also worked the Fiesta Bowl here. You can see it looks so much different with all the cars down there. That is the middle of the field where the auction block is. That's the end zone right there. But take a look up. because this is a facility that the roof can actually open. It takes about 12 minutes to open and or close it. So if it's not 105 degrees outside, then maybe you can open it on a nice, I don't know, spring day here in Phoenix. But come over here with me, because this is the really cool thing about State Farm Stadium. You take a look outside this window. You say, where's the turf? Where's the grass? No, it is actually out here. It is on rollers, on wheels. They're able to wheel it in. They push a button, and it takes 70 minutes to get it inside the stadium. When they had the Super Bowl here in 2023, it took up to 2 years in order for them to grow the grass that they would bring in here. You know that they're very particular about the grass that they're going to play on when it's something as big as a Super Bowl. But the mayor of Glendale, he was a huge fan of cars, worked really hard to get Mecum Auctions here for a very long time. 2019 it happened, and they haven't looked back. So since Scott, Bob, Bill, you guys are in the end zone, so maybe I can throw it back to you like a Hail Mary. What do you think?
That would be Kurt Warner worthy. If you can gun it this far, Shannon, thank you very much. We see Kurt Warner's name up on the Ring of Honor here at State Farm Stadium, along with Jim Hart, another legendary Cardinals quarterback, Dick Night Train Lane, Larry Wilson, one of their DBs back in the day.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald. Moore. Yes. Thank you, Shannon. And good to have you with us once again on our team here in Glendale. How about this 65 Mustang? Another Mustang Fastback, Bill.
Oh, and this has got a tasty modification. It's a 289 small block with a Paxton supercharger. Now, this is not a Shelby GT350, although it kind of has that vibe going with it, with those Shelby stripes and the 10-spoke wheels. But no, this is just a regular 1965 Mustang Fastback. And it's been tweaked up a little bit. 5-speed manual transmission. That's an upgrade with a rear shifter. And the non-raised white letter tires kind of give it a little sinister look along the side.
And that is not Raven Black. If you look really closely, that is one of the deepest, darkest, coolest purples you will ever see. Black interior, yes, but that is a purple exterior, and I love that. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, that Paxton, by the way, was an option with the real Shelby back in 1965, 66.
That car brought 61 grand just now. And we moved to a 2015 Maserati up for us.
Yeah, again, this was a pricey car when it was new. It was a full tilt, full-blown super sedan from Maserati. 404 horsepower, 3-liter twin-turbo V6 with an automatic transmission. And yet, take a look at the inside. That is coochie. But again, as we see so many times with these Italian or German or British luxury cars from 10, 15, even 20 years ago, boy, they drop into the affordable category so easily.
Yeah, and Bill, if you can handle the repair bills on these, which a lot of people are getting better at working on them themselves, man, what a fun car.
Yeah, this isn't the kind of a car where, you'd go into Pep Boys and say, hey, I need a shifter bushing for a 2015 Maserati Quattroporte. Hello? Wait a minute, where'd he go?
Sorry, sir, we're closed.
Yeah, that is the downside on these maintenance parts, things like that, yeah.
Hey, but $14,000, there's always mail order, right?
Absolutely. Listen, a lot of fun. YouTube is helping people fix a lot of these cars for way cheaper.
Sure is.
It takes a lot of the scary out, I think.
Here's a 1946 Dodge D24.
This has had a little custom work done to it. I kind of like this car. It's a 46 Dodge, a custom convertible, the D24 it's called. And it's got what it would have had power-wise when it came from the factory, the 230 cube, 102 horsepower inline 6 with the fluid drive automatic transmission. Of course, Buick called theirs the Dynaflow, but basically the same principle. Beautiful burgundy paint, burgundy interior, new chrome. And those chrome wheels with the baby moon hubcaps, that is a real finishing touch right there. Oh, chip, huh? Reserve off at 17.5.
So, Bill, this was the transmission where you would essentially use the clutch to get it rolling, and then you would push button the next gears. Is that right?
Oh, is that that's the pre-selector transmission? I think you're talking about.
They had one. I got to see a couple behind Petty Enterprises years ago, and I'd never seen that before.
The Cord had them.
Yes.
You'd shift it into the gear and then push the clutch, and that would engage the next gear.
So wild.
Yeah, that was super high-tech engineering back then.
Well, this car brought 17.5. A lot to like about that old Dodge, just right after the end of World War II.
Boy, I'll tell you, that gets some attention at a rod run.
Sure does. Moving on to a 56 Bird now.
Yeah, second year for the first generation of the Thunderbird. This one has the 312. That's the optional V8. See it right there. 292 would have been standard. And this has the manual transmission. We see these pop up every now and then. A lot of them had the automatic, but look at that. That's got a 3-speed on the floor. White outside, the white-brown interior. Nice match there. Wire wheels. Those are the wire wheel. Let me take a look. Hang on. Don't touch that dial. Yes, those are the hubcaps. Those aren't the real Kelsey Hayes wire wheels. They're pretty good-looking fakes. And the Continental Kick, the 1-year only spare tire carrier on the back.
Reserve is off here. We're inching closer to 30.
20,000 a bid. 27.5. Internet, yes, no. 28,000 a bid. Hit 7.5. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 on half. And I'd get a bit of a 20,000 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7.5 bid. And it is. Sold 27.5. Sold 27,500.
Boy, what a wide range we see price-wise on these baby birds, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Go from something like this up to a fully restored Amos Minter.
6 figures.
Yeah, you're going all over the ballpark.
Right. Very true. Well, from the 56 to the last of these early birds, the babies, 1957. Here we go.
This also with that 312 Y-block V8 with an automatic. This one not, the manual transmission. 2 tops on this car. There you see the engine, the cast valve covers, the Thunderbird logo. Got the Town and Country radio, kind of like that signal-seeking setup that they had back in the early days. You'd have one setting for when you're in the city, and then if you're driving out in the boonies, it would actually try to pick up radio stations that are kind of like hard to find on a standard automotive radio. And this one trading in about the same neighborhood that we just saw that 56 sell for.
Right, 24 reserve is off. Frank Mecum gives us that indication. We're going to sell another one.
A little bit different wheels, it looks like, on this one than the last one. Those are sharp.
Yeah, these are good-looking wheel covers, which you could actually get on the full-size Fords in 57. Yeah, not the faux wire wheels, but just a nice, kind of like a turbine-style full wheel cover.
I'd get a bit of a 7 for a half, and I'd get a bit of a 7 down, I'd get a bit of a sold $26,000 unless you want me to. And I'd get it make its way.
All right, $26,000. Just, $1,500 difference from the previous T-Bird. Not bad at all. Le Mans Blue 69 Corvette is our next feature car here on the auction block.
Yeah, 1969 was the first year you get the 350 cubic inch small block in the Corvette. This has a 350, but I'm not sure that that's the engine it was born with. If it were, it could be a 350 horse 350. It does have the 4-barrel, as you saw. 4-speed manual, yep, Le Mans Blue, with a brand new white soft top as well. Rally wheels, raised white letter tires. This has the luggage rack on it as well. New radiator's been plumbed in, some new ignition wiring, and this one has power windows as well.
Any of your Corvettes ever have a luggage rack?
Oh, sorry.
I should have prefaced that with, I think I know the answer to this question.
Yeah.
That's a big no.
Not a luggage rack guy. And most of them belonging to all the Corvette clubs I belong to and everything, a lot of them never get used.
True.
A lot of guys that had
good point.
Never used them.
Good point. Okay, $24,000 buys that terrific blue Corvette from 1969. We'll take a break here, and we will come back with more gabbling of collector and muscle cars coming at you. Matt Morvac. Oh, you may have seen the announcement last week or heard it yesterday on our program. We are headed to Nashville coming up in September, and we cannot wait. Oh, my goodness. At the Nashville Super Speedway in Lebanon, Tennessee. It is going to be an absolute blast in September. All kinds of fan and participant experiences we have planned and are planning for the folks there. Plenty of music, on-track experiences. It's going to be an absolute sensation. That is coming up in September. Let us bring you back inside State Farm Stadium now. 1967 VW Beetle. I think this is the first Beetle we've had this over the last couple days, yes?
And this one is kicky. This has got the 2225cc flat 4, but it's got dual Weber carburetors, 48 IDA downdrafts, with a rebuilt 4-speed, race-upgraded manual transmission and a Kennedy clutch. Look at those wheels at all 4 corners and the level of the presentation. Now, these bugs, this vintage right here, they usually trade somewhere in the low teens, maybe a little bit closer to 20, but this one has already surpassed that.
Oh, that's a beautiful car. I especially love the hot VW sticker we saw in the quarter window. That was such a great magazine that I was one of those kids that read that magazine every time I went to the grocery store with my mom. That was really where my love of air-cooleds really came from. But with that, you said it's a 2225 in the back?
Yeah.
This sucker will fly,
with
especially
Weber
with that
carburetors.
transaxle. Oh my gosh. It's a rocket ship. I think a lot younger people don't realize how popular these were on the streets. And people were racing them back in the day. You know, somebody would show up with one with a big motor in the back, and
You
look
bet.
out. That one is so clean.
Check those wheels, too. That kind of gives you a little tip that there might be something interesting under that little engine cover in the rear.
Yeah,
Huh?
those are Empey wheels. Empey, one of the big aftermarket suppliers
Sure.
for Volkswagens for years. That's where those wheels come from. Porsche red, the guard's red, that's what it's been painted with. Do you remember the company Turbonique that used to build these solid fuel turbo axles that people would put in their Volkswagen Bugs, and they do like a 9-second quarter mile.
Wow.
If you could survive.
Sure.
But
Nothing better when
don't
you see a
remember
big
that.
old turbo hanging back off of an air-cooled Bug, and you're like, what is this person doing?
you could do anything with these things. And those 48 IDA Webers, those are the ones that they put on big block Cobras back in the day. So, wow, a lot of fuel going through that little motor.
Well, it didn't quite sell. It's going to take more than $22,000 to make a deal happen there. And as we move on, this 2014 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter passes right in front of us, completely blocks our view of every spot in the stadium. It's that tall.
Yeah. Didn't Ironside have one of these when he was
Maybe a
out
little.
there investigating crime? I don't know.
I don't
Those
think
things
this
are
has come
so
along
cool.
yet.
I mean, we could tour the country, going auction to auction in one of these, and have enough room that no one ever gets on each other's nerves. Those things are cool.
And they're so plush inside. Hey, they're a Benz. What do you expect?
Yeah.
And these stickered way, way up into 6 figures.
Almost like our own little Madden cruiser, if you will.
Right, yeah.
55,000 going to be short of the mark for that Benz Sprinter. And 2018 Porsche Panamera up on the block next.
Wow, huh? Look at this. This one with the 550 horse, 4-liter twin turbo V8 engine. Yeah, this was the big doggy. Number 169 of 382 that were produced. And this has the sport package. That was almost $6,000 extra. Black leather interior, carbon fiber interior trim. Got the heated, ventilated, massaging power bucket seats. That was $2,000. So yeah, this was an expensive automobile, and of course it has that station wagon kind of shooting brake profile to it.
It did, and you know, that's why I loved it. I'm a big wagon guy. I have been waiting for these to come down a little bit in value. What a great deal this is compared to where this car started.
Oh,
when the first Panamera turbos came out, we got to drive them on Top Gear. I realized it was more than my home to purchase one, and I was a little intimidated by that. And boy, it's just It is such a great driving car. They're different, right?
Oh,
Like they
I thought you had
kind of
no,
always had a
got-
sort of almost an eggplant shape. This one with that shooting brake, to me, makes it solves a lot of the weirder issues that the sedan had. But I tell you what a beautiful car that would be.
And 382 are produced. You're not likely to see another one coming the other way when you're out on the highway.
My buddy Mark Arsenal has one in California, and I've tried to buy it from him pretty regularly.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, this one's a keeper. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're trying to undercut him, I'm sure.
Well, what a good deal.
I got 20 grand in cash right here in my hand.
You know me well.
Well, this one just sold for 56 on the Mecum auction block here in Glendale. Okay, 2002 Camaro Super Sport next, Bill.
Yeah, the Camaro, the late, lost, lamented Camaro, huh? Are they ever going to bring that back? Well, everybody's hoping. This one with a 5.7 and a 325 horsepower and a 6-speed manual. One of 263 that were built with a powertrain and that 71U Sunset Orange metallic paint. Beautiful ebony Sierra leather interior with a leather-wrapped steering wheel. Other extras, 6-way power driver's seat, the AM/FM CD. Power everything, everywhere else. The windows, the locks, the mirrors, got cruise control. And now, 17,000? I don't think so.
Got to beef that bid up a little bit.
Yeah, start at least with a 2.
2021 Charger SRT Hellcat Red Eye. Does that get your juices flowing a little bit?
You bet it does. Yep, SRT Hellcat, the magic words. And back in 2021, did we ever imagine that 2 years later we'd be talking about the last call of these Hemi cars?
I know.
Yeah, 6.2 Hemi in this, 8-speed automatic. Lot of options, loaded all the way through. Got the red eye badges, power moonroof. Great sound system in these. I've got one of those Harman Kardon setups in my Jeep Grand Cherokee. Oh boy, you could just become blind, deaf, and dumb if you crank that up high enough.
I did, guys, if I'm honest. I did spend a little time yesterday trying to convince Chris Jacobs to sell his Super Bee and buy this car. He does like the Go Mango, but you know, his is a better color. I'm not going to lie.
No, it's got presence, that's for sure.
High bid at $70,000. It seems to me, Rutledge, that none of your friends are interested in selling you their cars. What's up with that?
It's a good point. It's probably a good thing. I'm definitely out of room for him.
They stopped friending him on Facebook because they know what's coming.
Yes. All right, here's a 68 F100.
Yeah, simple story here. 360, yeah, 360 Ford V8. They made them. Automatic, burgundy and white, as you can see, black interior. And a pretty truck. I like that color, that burgundy. Almost looks purple on your screen. But technically, that is burgundy. And the alloy wheels. And again, don't overthink it. You do the right paint, the right wheels on anything, and you're already going to have something people are going to pay attention to.
Man, I don't know who put burgundy in the color.
I know.
It's purple.
Yeah,
You're
I would
right.
say.
Either way, it looks good.
It's Perpendy.
Perpendy.
I made that up.
$19,000 and the bid goes on. I was so impressed that character in that TV show that you brought up yesterday, Tanny Brown.
Yes.
And if you guys didn't hear that, Bill, Greeny Tanny Brownie or something
Greeny
like
Tanny
that.
Brownie is the color I came up with, and this movie is called Just Cause, and it has Lawrence Fishburne playing a country sheriff down south called Tanny Brown.
That's hilarious. 1984 C10 Silverado, and look at the work they have done under the hood here.
Oh, boy.
And elsewhere, too, by the way.
Well, just that engine room alone, we're probably talking about hours and hours of man labor there. Yow. 6.2 LS3 is what that was with a stage 3 cam. We're pushing about 500 horse. 6L80 automatic transmission with a shift kit. Underneath a powder-coated frame. So this is show and and go.
Oh, my goodness.
Take it to the show, drive it on the street. And look at the treatment on the bed.
Yeah, it's almost like a burnished, they almost burned the wood is kind of the vibe it gets.
Yeah.
And it's almost like an IROC style wheel too, if you look at it closely, kind of classic style. That is a tough truck right there.
Yeah, this is one of those things where the more you look at it, the more you pick out little changes they made. Very clever.
Yes, very true. But that bed, you're right, Bill. Man, what a piece of work that is.
Yeah, they again, a lot of forethought, and then they just cleared the whole thing to give it that beautiful finish.
High bid on that Silverado, $65,000. And we move to a 1978 Trans Am next.
Yeah, the monster motors in the Trans Am had gone the way of all flesh by now. These were a couple of hundred horsepower. You know, if you were lucky, 6.6 liter in there. And of course, this one, regardless of the engine, is really very well presented here. You can see the condition of this automobile, and this one rates pretty high. Got white, got that, of course, that unforgettable hood treatment there. Some people call it, I promise people I will never call it the Screaming Chicken. It's a little demeaning. So we'll just call it the Phoenix, the Eagle, whatever you want to do, and this sells for $24,500. Goodbye on that Trans Am. These cars will never go out of style.
I got to tell you, you know, call it whatever you want. That has to be, I don't know, maybe the most recognized hood graphic of all time, or maybe graphic in general of all time.
Yeah, it's so bold and brash, and it makes no apologies whatsoever. It's there, and it came in many different versions, and you'll find few people with Trans Ams that paint over them.
Right. Yeah, Bill, I was going to say nuanced indeed. 38 different versions over the run of that hood decal.
Even with that, though, if you saw that hanging on a wall somewhere, and you know, you said to somebody, "What is that?" They would instantly know that's a hood decal or painting from a Trans Am.
Yep, you got it.
All right, Olds 442, 1966.
350 horse, 400. That would be the base engine in the 66 442. First year for the W30, which this is not. Also, that 1 year only tri-power engine we sometimes see from time to time. This is repainted in the original Target red. Most of the restoration is done with the parts that were original to the car, an extra step or two. Strip that body down to bare metal before that repaint, by the way. This is a 4-speed car. 393 gears, good intermediate gear for acceleration and cruising. Power steering and brakes, has the owner's manual.
And it brought $36,000. Next up, a 66 Mustang convertible here. C-code.
Yep, that would be the 2-barrel 289, but this one's been rebuilt. You saw the Shelby air cleaner and valve covers and upgraded intake, automatic transmission, black outside. It's got the GT350H striping on it. Of course, in 66, they weren't renting out convertibles. But it's got a great look to it with the red lines and the style steel wheels.
Good replica.
Yeah. Did I see a roll bar in there?
Yes, you did.
Okay, a little extra measure of safety.
And the reserve comes off at 32.
I get 32,900. David, I get 33,000. So $32,000, Megan.
Lot F61.
Well, there it is. Trev Morvac. And a winning bidder on the internet at $32,000. Okay, Bill, we always like to turn you loose on these 1990s Corvette ZR1s.
Well, thank you very much. Let me just say, without any fear of contradiction, this may be the most exceptional 94 Corvette ZR1 we've ever had. This has won NCRS Top Flight going back to 2011. Now, that is something we rarely see on these ZR1s that cross the block. They've gone through the NCRS Top Flight judging process. Odometer reached just over 13,000 miles. And the hard parts, yep, the 5.7-liter LT5 with 405 horsepower. That's the upgrade in 1993 from the 375 horse that the earlier cars had. 6-speed manual. They were all manual transmission cars. This one with a short throw shifter, and all the extras that came with the ZR1, like the electronic selective ride control. And 37, not close enough,
and
trust me.
Even at that number, that's still significantly above where these normally trade.
Correct. Market correct now actually is right in that neighborhood if it didn't have these kind of credentials.
Exactly. All right, let's check in again with the newest member of our team here in Glendale, Shannon Spake.
I see that Corvette, and I am going to raise you a 2024 Chevy Corvette. Take a look at this baby right here. I walked by and I stopped. Bill, I know you're a big Corvette guy, so I think you're going to really like this one. Okay, yes, I know the V8 engine's awesome, and oh, you can smell that black leather in there. It is amazing. But take a look at this color. It is called cacti green, and it is a rare 1 year only color for the C8. It's beautiful. Perfect for Phoenix, right? But what I love about this car, you got to look at the wheels. Can you see the color of these wheels? It is called Tech Bronze. Oh, I don't know if my per diem's enough to bring this one home with me, but if it is, maybe I can negotiate it. We've got much more to come here at Mecum Glendale. Maybe I'll be taking this baby home. It's going to go across the block tomorrow, so if you want to see it, this one will be there tomorrow. We've got much more. Stay here, right here on ESPN+.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valley of the Sun here in Glendale, Arizona, just outside of Phoenix for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. Mecum always gets great Corvettes, and here is another example right here. This is a 61 Bloomington Gold Certified NCRS Top Flight Award winner. This one has the 283 under the hood with the dual 4-barrel carburetors. This is the 270 horsepower version of the 283. Now, 1961 represented some style changes for the C1. First and foremost, in the front here, they went from the chrome bezel to the paint color match bezel. Of course, the quad headlights that were introduced in 1958. And then the center crossed flags. If it's a 61, there is no circle. If it's a 62, there'll be a circle around that. Just a little Corvette spotting for you. Getting a look at that beautiful Honduras maroon exterior. And then the biggest style change for 1961 is the new Stingray rear end featuring the 4 taillights. This design, of course, would carry forward into the new generation C2 of the Corvette. But it all started in 1961. God, is this just a gorgeous, gorgeous car. Getting a look at that beautiful interior, including the 4-speed manual transmission. Oh, man. A lot of eyeballs when this one's going across the block in just a little bit. Scott, Bill, back to you.
Sure is. Thank you. Interesting to note, thank you, Chris, that the coves are not painted a contrasting color on this 61. Not completely unheard of, but unusual.
Yeah, last year you could have that done.
Exactly. All right, back on the block here at the other end of the stadium. Here's a 66 Malibu in metallic, absolutely spectacular blue. Just sold for $42,000.
Yeah,
look at that.
Look at that is right. Canadian built. It's a real super sport. 327 automatic transmission. And, yep, hats off to the new owner.
They added air conditioning after the fact, and man, it is a beauty.
Tops down. You can enjoy that interior.
1956 F100 next.
Boy, they really went kind of outside the box here on this powertrain. Look at that. That's a Caddy LS 4-Tech engine. Yeah, from the Cadillac. Lincoln Navigator, 2-tone custom interior, too. Oh, they got a Cadillac and a Lincoln vying for your attention. There's the inside of the cab. Yeah, Matador Red is the color, and lots of custom touches, including the wheels. Got a 9-inch rear in it, power steering and brakes. Wow. All done right up to show level.
Yeah, the reserve is off at 51 grand. You mentioned the Cadillac engine and the Navigator interior. That's not AMC Matador Red, is it? Just checking.
No, let's clear that up. No. But yeah, boy, that may be one of the most show-ready 56 Ford F-150, F-100s rather. We've seen it in a while.
You know, and as I look at it, even at this angle, the wheels and the tires are perfect.
Yeah, that's the way to present a vehicle on the auction block, too.
Man, and that chrome just talks to the rear bumper, the bright work on either end of this truck. Man, very nice.
Yep.
Okay, Bill Stevens, here we go with an 06 Viper SRT10.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, when Chris gave us the preview on this Viper, it's number 50 of 200 first edition models in 2006. And the first edition, that refers to the fact that the coupe was making a return. When this generation began, the Gen 3 Viper, only the open car, the two-seat convertible, was being offered. And then, you know, by popular demand, they brought back the coupe. And this, of course, in that classic paint livery, going back to 1996, the first year of the Viper coupe. The 8.3-liter V10 engine, that was an upgrade in the Gen 3 cars, 500 horse, 6-speed manual, and 19,000 miles showing on the odometer. Those are fun-filled miles, I'm sure.
What about the creature comforts in this generation versus the 96 that you used to have?
Yeah, you know, generation by generation, more of those things were coming in. The first Viper coupe in 96 did have air conditioning. That was standard. But the other creature comforts that came along, like the power seats and things like that, worked their way in the subsequent generations.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
All right, 60,000. Is a conditional sale here, we're told. So put an asterisk by that one for the time being, and we'll just move to the next car. And it happens to be a 1966 custom Mercury Comet here.
Boy, has this been customized or what? And not a very frequent subject for customization. Let's explain what you're looking at here. That's a 302 that's got Hillborn electronic fuel injection with those big stacks. Boy, that's throwback territory there. It's got AFR aluminum heads on there. Big power, I'm guessing around 500. Lots of fuel management as well has been worked in. Fuel pressure gauges and the fuel pumps and things like that, all integrated into that system. Tremex 6-speed manual. And you see the body on that. It's been all de-chromed. Even the moldings have been blacked out. See how that ride height has snookered that car down closer to the ground. Wilwood four-wheel disc brakes and a Curry rear end with a 9-inch Ford center section.
Yeah, and it's going to take more than 40 today,
I would think.
And so we'll let it go to bid goes on. Meantime, 1971 Brands Hatch Green Corvette Convertible.
No reserve. And we'll see where this goes. Got the 350 in it, 4-speed. Brands Hatch green, dark green interior. Got power windows. There's that luggage rack you'll see in just a second. 1971 Corvette, kind of like that transition between 1970 where there was no holds barred. Boy, you get that 454, and then in 71 the LS6, the 1 year only with 4 1/4 horse. Then in 1972, yeah, things kind of went retrograde in the horsepower department in the Corvettes.
Well, this 71 Corvette sold for $23,000. And another Chevy pickup truck, C10 from 1969, is poised to make an entrance here. Part of that glamour era that we talk about so often. Very, very desirable nowadays. But
Right.
this one's had some work done to it.
68 to 72, Chevy was really ruling the roost when it came to full-size pickup trucks. Of course, the Ford F-150, that was certainly a worthy competitor with how many of those they were selling. This one has a stroker in it, a 383, and it's got a brand new 700 R4 automatic and a new 12-bolt rear end with 373 gears. Those are US mag wheels. You see more and more of those coming along. Lots of great styles for those people. Aluminum radiator with dual fans to keep it cool. Inside, the Flaming River tilt steering column. That's a great aftermarket edition as well.
And pretty quickly, this one finds a new owner. Sold it for $57,000. And a little bit further back on the red carpet is a 1963 Impala convertible. That is headed our way now. There we go.
Yeah, this kind of has a lowrider vibe to it, doesn't it? With those small diameter gold-plated wheels. And you see some gold plating up front as well. That lowered ride height. 350. V8 for the power. It's got new cylinder heads on it. That'll rock 4-barrel. With a Power Glide 2-speed. Power steering. Power disc brakes. That's an addition with chrome booster as well.
This is about a
closer look at it.
20-year-old build,
yeah,
they're telling us. And you could tell by some of the work that helps you date it a little bit.
Yeah, and this is show ready too. You can see it's beautifully detailed. Red outside, dark red interior. See some air conditioning vents that have been plumbed in there as well. High-end stereo, and there you see the gold theme carry over to the taillights and the bumperettes.
Look at the money it's bringing here, Bill. 73.
People are loving it. Yes, sir. Yeah, top down. We get to see that aerial view that really gives you a very good look at how everything hangs together. Dual radio antennas in the back. One works, one is for show if it's set up like the original ones.
Now see, there's enough gold on that car. I would make my radio antennas gold. You know?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Don't you think?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, even look at the Impala emblem and the trim on the gas filler door. That's been gold plated too.
Right.
So why not do the antenna?
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
What if I gave you a check?
Look at this, friend of the 80s.
Yeah, that's crazy. Internet has the high bid there.
Yeah, just thinking, looking at all that gold, kind of reminds me of my gym teacher's teeth.
Internet, 90.
Going way back.
$90,000, you own it. You're the only one I can bid right now. Internet, $90,000. The car is yours. Go ahead and click that button. $90,000.
This is crazy. Are we still bidding?
Yes.
Who would have guessed?
I mean, I thought 73 was a lot of money.
This is such an acquired taste, you know?
Totally.
When you go this far outside the box.
Totally.
Who knew?
87.
Take the halter off, sir. Got $82,000 bid on the internet. They did not raise their bid at $90,000. However, you take the reserve off, you never know what happens. Might
So
bring 100.
apparently 90.
Yeah, that's the target, I guess.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
They had the Mecum rule in effect, I think.
90, you'd have got a check for 81.
Who thinks they ought to sell it?
It's worth a grand not to load it again.
Take a chance. Let's lift the reserve. Hey, reserve
All
is
right,
off.
there we go. The reserve is off.
That was a hard no. At 82, 85. Anybody else on the Impala now? I've got 82 on the internet asking $85,000. Higher David again, 82 to bid, 85,000. Anybody else want to play for 85,000?
No. He's got to buy something.
Sold $82,000.
All right, 82,000 buys it.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught what Frank said, but you know, that's a question we get sometimes. What happens to these cars if they don't sell?
Right.
Well, the consignor has got to basically bring it home, and sometimes it's worth doing a little negotiating to prevent having to do that.
Exactly. And in case you didn't catch what he said you don't want to put it on the trailer again for $1,000 and take it home.
Right. That's not a negotiation tactic. That's reality.
It's truth. Sure is. All right, look at this. This is almost a transformer, huh?
Yeah, everything's wide open.
1950 Ford F1. Boy, they have gone to the limit on this.
Yeah, beyond the limit. Oh my, that's a 460 big block Ford right there. But you know, we can't stop there. It's got a tunnel ram intake with big Holley 660 center squirter carburetors. It's got all kinds of beefed internals on that engine, including the cam, the lifters, the lower end, a new TCI C6 automatic transmission. Inside, two-tone leather interior, on and on, power-operated doors, and you see all the power-operated hood and the bed. And definitely not built for the street. No pretensions there for driving this on the highways and byways. That is a show truck all the way through.
Well, $65,000 is not going to be enough to buy that, and so they will push it off the block. I'm wondering how the driver can see where he's going. He's getting a little bit of help from Carroll out in front because that top, the hood is not down yet.
By the way, does that color look familiar? What's one of our favorite colors on Boss Mustang?
Oh,
black jade.
Black jade.
Yeah, that's
very good. Okay, very cool. All right, as we mentioned, bid goes on, and right now let's send it over to the 303 staging lane with Shannon Spake.
Hey guys, I feel like I have been transported back to old Hollywood. Take a look at this 1947 Lincoln Continental Cabriolet. This was real glam back in the day. The elite of the elite. Bing Crosby had one of these. Rita Hayworth was reported to have one of these. What about Lucille Ball? Yes, it was even reported that she had one. Take a look at the Lincoln Continental on the side of the hood, on both sides of the hood. But you also look back here. It's called the Continental Kit. It has the external mounted spare tire right there. The wide white wall tires. Oh my gosh, this baby is so beautiful. The tagline back in the day was "Nothing could be finer." Man, I love that. I love this. I love the whole thing. Mecum Glendale. We've got so much more. Watch this baby. She's about to go across the block, so if you want to take her home, she could be yours. We'll be back right here on ESPN Plus.
Back live in Glendale, Arizona on ESPN Plus. Several good collections coming up for you a bit later in the day today. On the mat, we just saw this amazing 1958 Edsel Citation hit 52 and max out there. Oh my goodness, what a piece of art, Bill.
I don't have time to tell you how many times that car has won a Best of Show award somewhere. It's a bunch. Oh. It's got the 345 horse Y-block, the 410 Cube V8, and that electronically controlled 3-speed cruise-o-matic automatic transmission. We've all heard the story of the Edsel a million times. How much hope the Edsel Ford, the younger Edsel Ford put into this car in tribute to his dad, hoping to make a whole new generation of full-size cars for the Ford Motor Company, and boy, it just never came about.
That may be the best one we've ever seen.
I think it might be.
It might be. 52 was the high bid, as I mentioned. Here's an 88 Blazer that is currently bidding at $28,000, and the reserve is off, so this one's going to find a new garage.
And why not? All original, very originals. 5.7 liter V8 in there with a 700 R4 automatic transmission, and all you need to know is that you just got to look at the fellow that bought it.
28 grand. 1970 El Camino Super Sport next, Brother Bill, with a big block 454. An LS6 in this El Camino?
Yes. I'm going to say that's a transplant, not a numbers matching drivetrain, but I don't care because, as I've always said, when you floor the throttle, the seat of your pants doesn't know if it's numbers matching or not.
Bingo.
Got the turbo in it, the automatic, and the 12-bolt rear axle, which all of these big Mazunga, big block Chevys have. Cowl induction hood. You have very popular color, the Cortez Silver, the black vinyl top. Yeah, that's a handful. There's just no weight over the rear end. You unloose that 454, and you better have your feet squarely in the stirrups.
55 is bid. Yeah, if this were a real documented, legit factory LS6, I mean, we'd be looking at double this money, perhaps.
Yeah, very rare.
Easy, yeah.
That is the least of the LS6 models available in 1970, the El Camino.
Hey, the reserve came off, though. We're at 62 grand.
Yeah, you can't look at the VIN, the vehicle identification number, and determine whether anything like this, whether it be a coupe convertible, El Camino, whether it's an original LS6. You got to look at the bill sheet, or other documentation, protector plate, to know that it was born with an LS6.
Not finished quite yet.
70 bid, you're going to get 72,000, 71. 72, 71 bid, you want to get 2 bid, you want to get 2, you want to get 1, you want to get 2.
The reserve came off in the mid-50s, 5 or 6.
73, 74.
One more, Bob.
74,000. 75,000.
Almost 38,000 miles, by the way, on the
75,
odometer. So
76.
this little truck here has not been overdriven.
Oh, the internet jumps in at the 11th hour.
77.
80.
77. 76,000. You want to get 77,000. You want to get 70. You want to get 78. I have 77. You want to get 78,000. You want to get 7. You want to get 8. You want back in? 78.
Wait!
77.
All right.
78. 78. Last call. 78.
Sorry.
Sold. $77,000. Thanks.
That was kind of fun. 77 grand for that El Camino with an LS6.
Another 6 or 7 on top of when the reserve came out?
Oh, more like 20. I
when
think
did it come off?
the reserve came off in the mid-50s.
In the 50s. Wow, that's what you call late inning lightning right there.
Those guys over there at Corvette were salivating over that LS6. They said, "No, I can't have it quite yet."
Here is a Factory 5 Cobra replica from 1965.
Yeah, let me give a little props once again to Dave Smith, the man at the top at Factory 5, Massachusetts company near me, and the number of Factory 5 Cobra replicas continues to mushroom. They do these, you know, the classic 2-seater, the Roadster. They do the Daytona Coupe as well. They have a Daytona Coupe body that's carbon fiber, and they just keep expanding their reach. This one, it's got Ford power, 5-speed manual, double roll hoops, which we see on occasion. Got correct for an original Cobra, 4-wheel disc brakes, and Shelby style replica knockoff wheels.
Reserve is off. 38, 40, 38, 40,000. Now you want to get 39. Sold. $38,000.
All right, there we go, 38.
Well bought, and I will also say we have a real deal documented big block 427 Street Cobra here in Glendale.
And we have a couple of small blocks too,
Yes.
I believe. So Cobra's well represented. We are back live at State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona, in the heat in the Northwest Valley out here. Before we get you back to the block, time for our National Parts Depot preview. And for that, a little earlier, Bill caught up with a very special guest with us today.
Well, you may recognize this gentleman right next to me. He's been with us before. This is Colin Date. He's the marketing director for NPD National Parts Depot. We're standing next to a 1970 Camaro Z28, and every time we see you, you have another part that helps every restorer out there make the job a little easier. So what do you got today?
Today, I brought an armrest pad for 1970 to 71 Camaros and Firebirds. This is NPD manufactured right here in the United States. Now, a pad like this has been floating around on the market for years, made by other manufacturers who just haven't done it right. The grain is wrong and the fit just isn't right, so we decided to do it up just the way GM did all those years ago. Fiberglass core, urethane wrap, the correct grain, the correct bends, corners, mounting points on the back, and it's available in all the factory colors as well.
And pretty easy to install. We can simulate an installation right now.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Yeah, the door panel is removed. The old pad is taken off, and the new pad just screws right in from behind the door panel. Very easy.
Thanks, Colin. And now here's Colin's favorite book. It's the NPD catalog, specifically for Camaros. And you can get it if you go to the website, too. And we'll see you at the next one.
Absolutely, Bill. See you next year. Thanks.
You bet.
Well, there's the website, nationalpartsdepot.com. They have not one, not two, but 12 full-color, model-specific car and truck catalogs, and you can find out more on the web or call them on the telephone if you like. NPD celebrating 50 years of passion, quality, and service. Well, on the auction block, or just off of the block at the moment, a 1966 GTO is nearing $50,000 at no reserve.
You know why? That's a WS code. That's Tri-Power 389. That's the last year you get the Tri-Power in the GTO and the 389. Yep, 3-speed automatic transmission, original sheet metal. Also, you see the red line tires on those rally wheels and PHS documentation going along with it.
Pontiac Historical Services always helps the cause when you can back it up with paper.
Yeah, and that's going to sell for just about where you might expect for one of these GTO ragtops.
Well, was it 49 or 49.5 or 50?
Yeah, the 50 jumped
50.
in.
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go with 50. I
Let's
like
do
that
it.
number.
Me too.
All right, here is a 1954 F100 that has been customized here. And man, where do you begin? Where do you end?
I don't know. I'll tell you that. That's the whitest white I've ever seen. Man, that is Pepsodent white. Yow. That's a 351 you're looking at right there. And look at how it's been trimmed out in a lot of black pieces to contrast with the white. Yeah, that pearlescent white exterior is beautiful. Black leather, you see the bed right there, the hardwood with the stainless strips, and a lot of extras in this. Digital dash, Kenwood stereo, tilt steering columns, got the Nardi steering wheel. My, oh my, power, 4-wheel disc brakes. And how they resisted doing pinstripes or graphics or anything else on that pure white paint, I give them credit.
Well, the only thing they did was on the tailgate. That's it. That little
yeah,
Ford logo.
that just replicates the Ford emblem.
Sure,
there,
yeah, I understand, but that's it.
No, but usually you'd see like a pinstripe around the fender line or the belt line or around the cab, but nope, pure white.
4 out of 5 dentists surveyed recommend a 54 F100.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That is.
All right, 62 Thunderbird Sports Roadster next.
Real sports roadster, tri-power engine. That is the 390. That would be the M code engine in this, which makes these all the more desirable. Those sports roadsters. They had a short production run. This one, of course, with the automatic transmission, and it's got that hard tonneau cover. That's probably the one thing that helps identify these more than others. Although we see non-sports roadsters mounted with that hard tonneau in the back. It's got AC, AM/FM radio, some new chrome, Kelsey Hayes style wire wheels.
By the way, as you see this Thunderbird at $42,000, this is the second of 17 consecutive cars and trucks from the Golden State collection. I mentioned that we had a couple of very cool collections. This is one of them, and they're all selling at no reserve. I should point that out as well.
You know, I thought you were going to say the first of 17 sports roadsters, and I'm thinking, well, that covers the entire production run, practically.
No, not quite.
Not quite.
That would have been Sports Roadster O'Clock in a big way.
Yes.
45,000 bought that 62 T-Bird. Now to another 1970 El Camino. This one not the 454.
Or a 396. It's a little milder.
Yeah.
Yep. Little 350 mouse motor in it, automatic transmission. But you'll see right now, beautifully presented, well detailed underneath there with the chrome, aftermarket 4-barrel carburetor as well. Automatic, yep. Bench seat interior. See the column shifted automatic. With a tilt steering column as well, and air conditioning's been added on a car selling at no reserve.
Boy, does that red just seem extra red here?
Yeah,
I mean,
looks
it's
great.
State Farm Stadium red, but man.
I'd say it's like a Guards red, a Porsche red.
Right.
Or Viper red. Very close.
Yes. 35,000 bought that El Camino. And now the 67 Continental Convertible.
Yeah, didn't we see this a little bit earlier? Wasn't this the car that that Rutledge was lounging in?
The top was up then, right? They've dropped the top. Okay. Yes, this was the one.
Yeah, because Shannon was trying to do a preview, and all we saw were Rutledge's feet. Anyway, 67, yeah, this is during the run of practically a decade when this style of the Lincoln Continental was really making waves throughout the luxury car community. The styling was just so well received, including those quote-unquote suicide rear doors. But this has the 460. The big block 460, and during this generation, they actually pumped the displacement up to 462 for a couple of years. This one is the 460, of course, the automatic, and look at that, $75,000 on that no reserve Lincoln.
I was impressed when we saw Rutledge reclining in this car. I mean, he's a big dude, and he could go, all the way across that back bench seat.
Probably Manute Bol could do that too.
There's room for everybody in there.
Yeah.
Plenty of room. Okay, here's another 56 T-Bird, the convertible wearing the removable hard top.
Yeah, and the standard engine, the 292. With a 4-barrel, rebuilt automatic transmission. They restored the soft convertible top that you see with the dress-up items on that 292. Air conditioning. New stuff inside, carpets, dash, windshield visors, and the 56 with that rear Continental spare tire carrier. Only did in 56, and they would have done it in 57, but I think we mentioned this before on earlier telecasts. People complained about that tire for two reasons. One, it was a pain in the neck when you had to change the tire. Also, if you're trying to put something in the trunk, you had to kind of reach over the tire to get it in there. So Ford backtracked in 57 and stopped making it standard, although I would think it would still be an extra cost option. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, you may be right.
Yeah. Non-porthole hardtop, by the way.
Interesting. Yep. 26,000 buys that Thunderbird. Okay. 2000 Ferrari 360 Modena.
Glad you said Modena. I hear Modena all the time. Yeah. Modena. I like that. That Modena. Yeah, it sounds like a shampoo. What do you use on your hair? I got that Modena. Yeah.
Nope.
These cars. Here we go. We're going to have a Ferrari right here that I guess you could qualify this as an entry level Ferrari.
Very, very much so. I think so.
Still fast enough for most people. It's got the 3.6-liter V8, one of 25 produced with a Starga-tile sunroof, and only one of 11 that were brought into this country. That Formula One automatic gearbox as well, and it's been recently serviced. So that's one thing that the new owner is not going to have to deal with.
75 at no reserve.
Yeah, that may be all the money. This is going to sell for under $100,000.
$80,000 here. You want to get somebody get $75,000 for it. 75, 80. I have 75, 77.5. Now 80. 77.5, 80. $77,500 bid. You want to give 80 bid. You want to give 80. You want to give 80. You want to give 77.5, 80. 82.5.
Well, they got 80.
82,500.
Might have two people going head-to-head on this.
80s, man. You want to give 82,500.
Well, we saw that on a number of Ferraris during the Phil Bachman collection in Kissimmee, didn't we?
So memorable.
Oh. I've lost count at how many records were broken during that collection.
Man.
And during that entire event, really. 80,000. I mean, that seems like a lot of money, but in the Ferrari world, not so much. And I think it's still, this is unofficial, but I would say anything under 100 in the Ferrari world might be considered maybe not totally entry level, but a good deal.
Oh, absolutely. With so many blue chip, 6- and 7-figure cars out there.
All right. Next up is a 97 Bentley Azure.
Very good.
Oh, that's 2 in a row.
Yeah, some people call this the Bentley Modena, so glad you got that one right. Yeah, watch the board on this. How expensive do you think this car was when it was new? An Azure top-of-the-line convertible in this color scheme with all the extras. 33,000 miles on the odometer. And somebody's about to walk away with a high-end Bentley convertible that will still get you the best parking spot in front of the restaurant of the country club. How about that?
Well, it sold for $35,000 here at Mecum Glendale.
Was Zsa Zsa Gabor driving something like that when she slapped the policeman way back? Can you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, sorry. She slapped the policeman in Beverly Hills driving her Bentley. But I don't know.
I was going to say the sticker, as we see this 47 Continental on the block, the sticker originally on the 97 Bentley that we just saw, roughly 330 grand.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, I loved this car when I just showed it to you. Just so elite. And I told you about all the movie stars that drove this. What I really love is those fun fender skirts. I mean, maybe you guys can tell me a little bit more about that, because I just think it makes this car look so slick. Those rear fender skirts.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this was a car that only the aristocrats in the automotive community would ever dream of driving. I'll tell you another thing. This has got one of the wildest V12 engines in automotive history. It's 305 cubic inches. It's a V12 with only 305 cubes and about 200 horsepower. So that's the part of it that I think is way over the top. Yeah.
And it brought, what, $25,000? That is what it sold for. My goodness. Here's a 1970 Dodge Dart Swinger.
Yeah, a little mini muscle car from 1970 when all of the divisions throughout Detroit throwing cubic inches and horsepower at everything. You get yourself a little Dodge Dart Swinger with a small block. Of course, it wouldn't be dressed out like that. That's got a lot of aftermarket pieces on it. But around 300 horsepower or so. Automatic transmission with a B&M shifter. JVC sound system, nice air conditioning. And those period style mags, they were built by several manufacturers, but I think the people at Weld are probably most responsible for that particular design.
All right, $30,000 at no reserve buys that car, part of the Golden State Collection, as we check in for a moment with Chris Jacobs.
Hey, thanks a lot, Scott. Well, one of the featured cars coming to the Indy Spring Classic Auction this May is this car right here. Now, every self-respecting car guy has seen Gone in 60 Seconds many times, especially the 2000 version featuring Nick Cage. Well, this is 25th anniversary model. So Classic Muscle Recreations has recreated 25 editions, and this is serial number 1. You see the EGA on the rocker down there. Eleanor, Gone Again at number 1. Beautifully done. It's got all the touches of the show car from the movie. This one's got the Illuminator V8 under the hood, just making a ton of power. I'm sure if we pop that deck lid right there, we would find the nitrous bottle, because if you swing around to the interior right here, you see the telltale Go Baby Go button on the stick shift. This is just a gorgeous, gorgeous car. And once again, going to be going across the block at the Indy Spring Classic. Can't wait to see it go. Going to be getting a lot of eyeballs and attention. Stick around, more from Arizona on the other side of this break.
A little time lapse of what's happening back in the 303 staging lane at the other end zone of the State Farm Stadium. Our live coverage continues on this Friday on ESPN Plus. Glad to have you here. And we're going to pick up what's going on this 1961 Corvette. The Corvette is part of that Golden State Collection, so it's no reserve. 69 is the current bid. That's ermine white with silver coves and red interior. Lovely color combination with that matching white top build.
Yeah, the first thing I do when I buy that Corvette is head for Bloomington Gold or NCRS.
Oh, baby, you are right.
Get some certification on this. 283 last year for the 283. Of course, they went to the 327 at 62. And this with Power Glide Automatic, which we see sometimes, but mostly manual transmissions in a lot of these C1 Corvettes.
Ermine white, by the way, the numero uno by a long shot color in 1961.
Yeah, right. Plus, this has the power-rated convertible top. I don't want to overlook that. That was rare option in 61. Power top in a Corvette.
Okay. Here's another El Camino from 1970, and this one is another small block.
Yeah, and it's the detailing and presentation that really sets the pace on this car. Not too much to talk about power-wise. It's got a little small block in there. That's about it. 350 with an automatic. Power accessories, yeah, a few of those. Got power brakes and power steering. They restore the interior, has AC, and US mags. And that's pretty much the full story with a beautifully applied black paint job.
No reserve.
Yep.
30 grand.
Yeah, unless we get a bunch of bidders jump in, we're pretty close to the hammer.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
30 grand right on the button. And Nick's man right there will take that one home. 1930. He looks like he's a Kansas City Royals fan, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe out here for spring training. Came and bought himself an El Camino.
Yeah, you're connecting the dots.
I don't even know. Do the Royals play spring training ball here? I'm not even sure. Anyway, I'll look that up. We'll move on to a Model
They could be
A
out there on the turf,
yes,
outside the building.
That's true. And I'm told, yes, in fact, they do. So, yes.
Okay.
The dots connect.
Nice. Oh, where were we?
1930 Model A for 25 grand.
This is classic with a capital K. Look at this all-steel Ford body. This was a full-fendered hot rod, and a lot of people prefer it this way. It's got a rebuilt small block V8 Edelbrock intake and carb, automatic transmission. Got some disc brakes underneath. And again, a very simple paint job. How about the black with the blue pinstripes along the fender line and along the belt line?
That's pretty sweet.
Subtle, but yeah.
Congratulations.
I like that touch.
And even framing the rear taillights. You see that?
Around the taillights, yep. Little pinstripe up there on the top of the body and the back, and just a little Ford emblem underneath the bumper. Yeah, you know, one of those cars, the more you look at it, the more of these little things you pick out.
And also from the Golden State Collection, we'll check out this 1972 Di Tommaso Pantera. I'm looking for blue pinstripes on this car.
Yeah, well, and it's got a lot more than that, too. You know, we sometimes see Panteras that are completely original, and we love those, but sometimes the modifications on these cars really take it into another dimension. Yikes. That's that 351 that the Panteras came with, but it has been chromed and powder coated all the way around. MSD ignition's got headers on it, and saw the inside right there. That 351 Cleveland, though, that is just a work of art all by itself. Power windows, Alpine stereo, factory center consoles, got the original voltage, fuel, water temp, and oil pressure gauges as well. So some originality mixed up with some of the modifications and upgrades, and you cannot ignore those beautiful staggered wheels, 17-inch Boyd wheels with a different width, as you can see, and big, fat rubber on those rear hoops. Yow.
Well, at no reserve, it sells for $87,000. And a 2005 Cadillac Escalade EXT will be next. This and one more car to go in this Golden State Collection.
Yeah, fully optioned here. Factory original pearlescent paint. There's that 6-liter Vortec with an automatic transmission. Yep, everything that you would like in your Escalade. AC, power windows, locks, and seats. It's got a moonroof, a factory bed cover as well. Boy, that is a sanitary interior. And coming around to the back, that looks like what you call a no-hit body. Straight as can be. And custom wheels from the people at Fuel, another one of the many aftermarket wheel manufacturers out there. Yeah, this was not an inexpensive truck when it was new back in '05 either.
So
well, it's a bargain today. 10 grand is it. I'd call that well bought.
I would too. You kidding? And again, look at the condition of that truck. It's got miles on it. You know, the odometer's reading over 136, but you know what? If they're well-maintained miles,
sure,
you really don't have to worry too much about getting a lot of use out of it.
Here's a question for you. I know you love Jaguars, Bill. Have you ever thought about going way back and picking up a vintage Jag like this one from '54?
I did, but my problem was I couldn't find a London taxi driver cap that would fit me, nor a plaid scarf that I liked that I could put around my neck, so I gave up on that.
Okay. I was actually serious.
No, I never did.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. These are so pretty to look at, and they drive so great. You know, these XK120s really were a sensation. They had a lot to do with what happened at General Motors, because Harley Earl, when he helped to spawn the Corvette, went to his designers and said, hey, how about those two-seat Jaguars? You think we might do something like that? And they drew some inspiration from these cars. Inline six-cylinder engine, four-speed manual transmission. These also were raced and rallied quite a bit back in the 1950s. Complete restoration, as you can see. Wood trim, that's been all refinished. Engine compartment, all detailed. A lot of documentation as well. And 71,000 miles plus on the odometer. Boy, that is the right color, that red, with that beautiful biscuit interior.
Now, what if I told you you could put a Hemi in one of these? Would that change your mind at all?
How big a Hemi? You want to go 426?
Sure.
Okay, you want to go the Elephant motor? Yeah. You get my interest.
Yeah. No reserve. This, by the way, the last of the 17 cars in the Golden State collection.
Yeah, the 120 referred to the fact that these cars were promoted as being able to go 120 miles an hour. And then the XK150 came along and they raised the bar on those cars.
167? No. All done.
68 pounds and out of bed, down to now, 68 pounds out of dime. So 66 pounds and out of
okay.
The next
Russ Conklin hammers that one. Sold it. $66,000.
Might see one or two of those in Monterey in August.
Oh, that's a very safe bet.
Yep.
Next up, 1960 Chevy Biscayne.
Yeah, this is, again, a modified car, but has been done very thoughtfully. How about a Lingenfelter 496 cubic inch V8? I consider that pretty thoughtful.
496, you say?
Yeah, that would be a Chevy big block that you just keep boring and stroking until it starts screaming, stop, stop, uncle. Yeah. Tremec 5-speed, a pro touring build, actually, although I don't think this would qualify as a true pro touring car. I think I'd like to see the interior maybe getting a little bit more attention, but it's definitely a true street machine of a very high quality. PPG jet black base coat, clear coat paint, black leather inside. Curry 12 bolt rear end, 350 positive traction gears. Yeah, the suspension's been upgraded. Got 4-link in the rear and up front. You got a custom tilt column, and a custom steering wheel, and custom disc brakes. Vintage air, of course. Boy, that's almost a prerequisite now for some of these builds. And also the aluminum radiator.
High bid here at $70,000 for the Biscayne. By the way, that Golden State collection, we had our best mathematicians on it for you, and in total, those 17 cars brought $739,000. So very well done, everybody, in that regard. Bill Stevens, here is your top of the show preview car for us, a 1970 Nova Super Sport.
I'm sorry, I can't talk.
You're speechless?
Oh, people, look at this Nova. Now, we're not talking about one of those Yanko Novas or Motion Performance. This is a factory-built 70 Nova Real SS with that L78, 375 horse, 396, and a wide ratio M24 speed. Oh, this could rule practically any street or boulevard back in 1970. Not a car to be trifled with. 12-bolt posi with 355 gears, but that black paint, black interior, welfare wheels, raised white letter tires. Now you know why I'm speechless.
You mentioned that 12-bolt. That's original to the car, so that entire drivetrain is from the factory.
Yep.
It's got documentation, too, to prove it.
On the birth certificate, 102.5 already. I think a lot of people here agree with my taste.
At least on this car.
At least on this car. I had to say that.
Well, you know. No, you are right on it. And I mentioned at the top of the program with you how many of these were in shopping malls and high school parking lots back in the day. I mean, people they were everywhere, but not quite to this spec.
No, not trimmed out like this one.
All right, we're out again.
110, 110, Jimmy. 110, 175.
No problem. I
110,
appreciate your time.
110, 110, 175, 10. Thank you, sir.
Let me know if you need anything else.
110,000. So
107.5.
Hey, I'm not surprised. And again, let me repeat, not a Yanko, not Motion Performance, not Nicky, not one of the aftermarket boutique builders. This is all GM from bumper to bumper, and we're into 6 figures plus.
It is rock solid.
Oh.
What a car. 107.5, just bought it. So we'll hit the gas and go to a 1961 Corvette. We mentioned earlier this the last year that you could get painted coves, but this one doesn't have them. They're Honduras maroon like everything else.
Yeah, and Chris gave us a little preview of this car a little earlier. NCRS Top Flight, Bloomington Gold certified. It's really all you need to know. If you want to know about the hard parts, it's the last year for the 283. This has it. It's got the 270 horsepower, two 4-barrel carburetors, the 4-speed transmission. That's one of the many maroons that came through the Corvette generations. This one, the Honduras maroon. We had Marlboro maroon come through, and a couple of others.
Milano maroon.
Milano,
right? Is that right?
That's correct. Positive traction, that became available in 1957, and this with 411 gears. You will get at least 3 gears of chirps when you make gear changes in this Corvette. Previous owner has owned this Corvette from 1966 to this year.
Well, the high bid at $90,000, and it might take 6 figures.
It will.
It's
yeah. Get to 100, and then maybe we
bad.
can have a conversation.
Oh, how about Cordovan maroon?
Cordovan maroon. Been a few, but not a big difference in the shade colors.
Yes.
You know, not dramatic.
Here's a 1967 Mustang Convertible.
Yeah, there's the C-Code engine's been dressed up. Kind of looks like it might have a little bit more moxie in there, but no, it's a 289, 200 horsepower V8, C4, floor shifted automatic. You see the shifter, you see the underdash air conditioning unit. A lot of GT pieces on this car as well, including the fog lights, and the gas cap, and the dual exhaust. And you see the fog lights there in the grille opening. Power convertible top, power front disc brakes. Everything's been detailed very nicely.
40,000. That might be vintage burgundy maroon, Bill.
Yeah, another kind of maroon to add to the list from across the street.
Kidding, but it really is vintage burgundy, that exterior. But what a terrific visual it is.
Congratulations, man, you got it.
And 41,000, that's pretty market correct, I think, don't you?
Yep, right there. Once again, a V8 Mustang, first generation convertible. Always going to get people putting their hand up.
Hey, turn the volume up. This is a real deal 1983 Camaro IMSA racer, Bill.
Great history behind this car. You know, we've mentioned Don Yanko any number of times. This was the last car that he raced. It was campaigned in the 1983 IMSA Kelly American Challenge. Now, Don had stopped building all of those big block monsters by this point, and he had moved on, and he began his career as a race car driver, jumped back into this and started racing again. Of course, he built those Camaro Turbo Zs as well in later years, but this car right here, this was the last one that he campaigned, and this was a formidable car. Finished second place at Pocono, third place at Lime Rock during the 1983 season in the Kelly American Challenge. And the great Jerry Thompson did some time behind the steering wheel of this car as well. 310 V8, 310 kind of a funny displacement, but that's to adhere to the rules in that particular racing series. It's been rebuilt and race prepped by old Joe Wambolt. Been around forever. Quick change rear end, 355 gears, and probably race ready right now.
Yeah. And it's ready for somebody to make a deal over it. Bid goes on because the high bid here, $25,000. We'll check in with Rutledge Wood here for a second. Rut, what's going on, man?
Scott, in a room full of gorgeous cars, sometimes one really catches your eye that is incredibly special, and that one is this 1968 Mustang right here. That is the Outlaw emblem you see on the side from the Mustang brothers. This is one of 25 specialty Outlaws they're going to build, but this is one of one with this beautiful panoramic glass sunroof. Take a look inside this car. It is beautiful. One thing you're going to notice is that the steering wheel is not on the left-hand side. It's actually on the right-hand side. This was a custom-built car for a customer. You saw that beautiful 5.4-liter supercharged V8 under the hood. This thing is just immaculate, inside, outside, underneath. When I first saw this debut at SEMA, it was on this beautiful spinning wheel covered in mirrors. It went on to McCacken. It's a blue ribbon winner, 999 points out of 1,000. And Cody and Preston and Gracia, the Mustang brothers, are here. Guys, I got to wonder, are you excited? Are you nervous? What are the feels before this crosses a block tomorrow?
We're right where we want to be. We know the car, we know what we built, and we're excited to see what it goes for.
I mean, the cool thing is, with it right-hand drive right now, I know you guys are building more that are left-hand drive, but this really means internationally, this could go anywhere. That's pretty exciting.
Absolutely. So we would love to see this car, like driving around in Tokyo. It's already done right-hand drive, so it's a perfect setup for somebody over there.
Now, I know what you guys are thinking at home. If you're wondering, hey, what if I want this one, the one of one, could I have these guys convert it to left-hand drive? Absolutely, because these boys from Chicago know how to build these cars, right? They got that from their dad. He's at home at the shop this weekend working. It's incredible. You've got to see this car in person. The Outlaw is absolutely amazing. We'll be back with lots more right after this.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona. Good crowd here today on this fantastic Friday as we're nearing the halfway point. Want to bring you up to date on what happened just a couple of minutes ago. Ooh la la, look at this purple 69 Mach 1 Resto Mod. Bill Stevens sold for $107,500 while we were in the brake benefiting tunnel to Towers.
Woo. Oh my. Truly a one-of-a-kind Mustang, and we can go right down the list here. That's factory double R code Cobra Jet Mustang, built in San Jose, 428 Cobra Jet V8, 335 horse, and you can see the purple. I'll give you the paint code on that in case you want to paint your car that color. That's WT9106, and you will not see that color on very many Mustangs, I guarantee you.
Man. That's cool. So that's tied for number 2 overall with your triple black Nova.
Yes.
And we move now to a 57 Corvette up on the block.
57 Corvette. Big year for the Corvette. We saw fuel injection come in. This one, not a fuel injected car, however. First year for the 4-speed. That came in during the production run, and positive traction was added during that year as well. 283, 4-speed manual, frame-off restoration. It's a 2-top car. It's got the soft top and a hard top. And a beautiful restoration job. Beautiful is an understatement. Excellent. Venetian red on the outside and that red interior as well. White accents, white coves, white wall tires. And it is in the mid to upper 70s on the bidder board.
77 pounds, 78 pounds on. 78 bid on those. 77 pounds, 78 pounds on bid. 78 pounds. Anybody else? Last call. 77 bid. 78 pounds and $1. 78 pounds on. 77, 78 bid on.
One more try. 78.
78 pound $1. Good aid on 77. 78 pounds and $1 bid.
$77,000.
78, sir.
Boy, you look at the 57 Corvette, Scott, and the influence of Zora Arkus Duntov
Reserves off.
just surrounds that car. He had been with Chevrolet a few years at this point and turned the Corvette into a real performer. This car right here, not the high horsepower Corvette from 57, but even these just represented themselves so well. Club level production racing.
All right, you got him in.
A lot of famous drivers got their start road racing days.
78,000 buys it. You see the top on the cart, the hard top on the cart. That was an option, by the way. It was a $215 option. Not every car came with them. And that one has it.
I believe that was more expensive than the fuel injection.
Well, according to Black Book, the Fuelies were like $484.
And how much was the top?
$215.
Okay, so yeah, the fuelie was more. I always wondered about that because a lot of people pull a fuel injection off back in those days. And I'm thinking, well, they couldn't have paid that much for it if they pulled it off because they wanted the carburetor, which was, you know, more reliable and better drivability. But no, the fuelie unit was $400.
58,000 the current bid on this 2021 C8 Corvette.
Yes, sir. That's that 6.2 liter, 490 horsepower V8 in there with the 8-speed dual clutch automatic. Torch red, natural Milan leather interior. This is the tweener, the 2LT preferred equipment group on this Corvette. Got a few extras, the front lift adjustable height with memory. But these cars came pretty much equipped with everything you'd want, even in the 2LT trim package. 3LT, they threw everything in the car.
Did they ever?
Right.
This one from 2021, and obviously it's a Corvette, but it sure has that Ferrari color scheme, doesn't it? Red with the saddle interior.
Indeed.
Wow, very cool. All right, let's check in for another visit with Shannon Spake here at State Farm Stadium.
Yes, you guys heard Rutledge say that when you're walking around here, some cars just catch your eye. Well, this is one that did it for me, the 1970 Lamborghini Miura. This is beautiful. Take a look. It is in this Verde green, which is one of 6 produced in this color. I guess Verde green is redundant, right? You're basically saying green, green. Now, Frank Sinatra famously had one of these 1970 Lamborghini Miuras. His was a little different though. It was orange, and inside his interior was a boar skin with orange shag carpet, because why not? If you have an orange car, you're going to get orange shag carpet, right? I really like this color combo. It's a little different with the blue and the Verde, but what I really love about this, you guys, take a look at these headlight eyelashes. I love it. How do you drive down the street and not stop and look at this baby right here with these beautiful lashes on the front of this car? We will be back here in Arizona. It is Mecum. It's been a great day so far.
We are back at State Farm Stadium, and when you check out the color of the stadium, doesn't it look a little bit like the silver on this pickup truck that we're going to see? We're not going to see it.
Oh.
Okay, we'll move to a 1958 Impala. It was a good idea. Trust me.
That was a great idea.
At home, you would have loved it.
You nailed it. Well, we had a few 58 Chevys prior, and this one with that 348. And this one has electronic fuel injection, not the 4-barrel, not the tri-power, 700 R4 automatic transmission. Of course, that came long after 1958. Custom gold paint, black interior that's been all restitched, AC, air ride suspension, and great looking show and go 58 Impala. Lowered a little bit on that air ride platform, and a lot of originality left in this 58 as well, including the side moldings, the rocker moldings. You see those faux vents on the quarter panels there. The chrome trim has been retained. Yeah, all of the stainless is where it belongs. Back of it's been a little bit de-chromed, but otherwise, we see a lot of originality in this 58 Imp.
That's funny because, I mean, you look at the wheels and you think, wow, what kind of a total custom build are they hiding everywhere here? But
no,
maybe not so much.
Yeah, and that looks like those Halibrand kidney bean replica wheels with the dark centers and the polished rim.
Okay, moving on. We're going to take a look at this car from several angles. It's a 67 custom Mustang.
Now that's impressive. We all have to agree. Look at that engine compartment. That is absolutely flawless. But wait until you see the chassis and the undercarriage on this Mustang. Look at the detailing here with all of those components. Another great shot. There you see the transmission. See the exhaust there. That looks like it's been ceramic coated. There you see some of the suspension pieces, the coil over, the trailing arm, and everything just, you know, just detailed to the max, as much as the top side of the car. 427, 575 horsepower with a blueprinted setup inside that car. Everything's been balanced and clearanced. A lot of money. Tremec, 5-speed manual, McLeod Racing clutch. And all those parts and pieces you saw underneath, all aftermarket from Heights, Willwood, front and rear coilovers. Detroit adding some adjustable coilover shocks as well. Oh, the money went into this build, and $200,000. Sorry, not enough.
That undercarriage looked like the guys that put it together were wearing those white bodysuits, working in a dust-free clean room or something.
That was surgical. Whew.
Okay, 200, lots of bidding there, but not enough in the grand scheme. So 1972 LT1 Corvette's going to follow that Mustang up.
Yeah, the 3-year run of the C3 LT1s just coming to an end right here, and the horsepower had really dipped from 370 in 1970 down to 255, but these cars are still desirable. They are real LT1s. 4-speed transmission, posi rear end, and look at the finish work on the car as it rolls over to the mat. Yeah, that LT1, we wouldn't see the LT1 again until 1992 in the Corvette, and was reintroduced, and that marked the first time that a Corvette would have 300 horsepower rated from the factory. For a while, it just kind of languished on 245 horsepower, 250 maybe, and now we're back into 300 horsepower in 1992. So, yeah, back in 1972, this was the swan song for the original LT1 in the C3 generation.
All right, the high bid on that LT1, $35,000. We talked yesterday about words that are overused in the vocabulary these days. Iconic is one that I hate.
Yeah, oh boy.
However, there are instances when it's appropriate, and this 57 Eldorado Baritz convertible, I think, is one of those.
I would say 10% of the times that the word icon or iconic is used, it's actually, you know, worthwhile.
Accurate, yeah.
And you're right about this car here. The 57 Eldorado Baritz, this was the top of the line in 57, the 365 cubic inch, 325 horsepower engine with 2 Carter 4-barrel carburetors, the 4-speed high hydromatic transmission. One of 1,800 that were produced in '57. That color is called Starlight Silver Metallic with a red leather upholstery. Very rare. Factory installed air conditioning, brakes, steering, windows, convertible top, and that Autronic eye. That was a General Motors exclusive that would automatically dim your high beams when traffic was approaching. 6-way power adjustable bench seat. And
reserve is off, by the way, Bill.
Yes, and not unexpectedly, we don't get many of these, and when we do, when they are in this condition, you know, buy it now because you don't know when you'll see another one like this.
There it is. The hammer drops at 185, and that's enough to bring that gentleman out of his chair.
You've got to Google, is the word icon or iconic overused? Google that and see what the answer is.
I hope there's a picture of an Eldorado Barrett's. Lots of good stuff happening here on stadium, or on the game level, field level at State Farm Stadium. And the most recent car to appear is our first look at a GTO Judge from 1970. Bill Stevens, high bid here, 60 grand.
Oh, good-looking car, and it has the cred to back it up. It's a real Judge, the real Ram Air 3, the standard engine, 366 horsepower with a 4-speed. But come here, I don't want to yell. It has Ram Air 4 callouts, but it's not a Ram Air 4 engine.
Oh, okay, okay.
Otherwise, it is true to form.
Here is a trio of cars that the likes of which we haven't seen before. It is K-code o'clock in the Ford Fairlane, Bill Stevens.
Yeah, let's get that K-code designation out of the way right up front. That's the 289 small block, solid lifter, screamer little engine, 271 horsepower. And here it is in a 1963 Fairlane 500. Now we go to 1964, and of course the Thunderbolt with a 427 was the big story for Ford when it came to this particular model line. So in 1963, this really was the dog that was going to go hunting on the street. This one, an award winner, Antique Automobile Club of America, National First Prize. And so many other things to like about this car. Original sheet metal. It's got the Borg Warner close ratio 4-speed. Heavy duty clutch, 350. Rear end gears. Corinthian white. Rangoon red interior. And it's been featured in magazines. Listed in the Fairlane K-code registry. Fairlane, rather.
Well, the high bid on this one at $56,000. And we're going to go 63, 64, 65, and end with my favorite one of this little run here. This one is the one from 64 that was from your neck of the woods, Tasca Ford originally.
Oh, all my peeps up there in Providence, Rhode Island. What a great performance history they have, and I'm sure a lot of us all familiar with what they did, going all the way back to the family patriarch, Bob Sr. This car was restored back in the 1990s. Looks like it was done yesterday. Yep, it's that K-code, 271 horse small block. A lot of documentation. Laminated copies of the car invoice that was signed by Bob Tasca. And the purchase and sale agreement as well. High-po components, that's what Ford called a lot of their high-performance hardware back then. Of course, has the 4-speed. Used to be in the collection of George Poteet. And you're familiar with Ford collectors. He's right up there with some of the best. Love the color, too. The vintage burgundy with a tan interior. Yeah, the low-rent wheel treatment there. Steel wheels, center caps. Red line tires. Let's see what the bidders want to do with this.
Well, right now they're at 62 on it.
I got it. Yeah.
That's Frank with Blake
Got
Law
61.
and the consignor there in the lower left-hand corner.
I'm at 59.
Yeah, what is the oft-cited quote when we see cars like this? If you don't like it, find another one. Let's listen.
No, I got 61 on that 59.
62. Here, 61.
I got 67.
Costs more than $1,000 to park them on the floor.
I know it does. I know, but
Yep. 59.
62,000 a bid.
Yeah.
Thank you. Reserve off 62.
All right. The numbers make sense. And 61 is the bid, and 61 is the hammer price. Hey, Jim Wicks. He's got a smile on his face. Boy, what a car guy he is. He knows his stuff.
Is there only one of him? Because he seems to pop up all the time.
Yes.
All during the auction. Hey, there's Jim again.
Well, you know what? And that means he's hanging out where the good cars are, right?
Oh, follow him around. Yeah.
No doubt about it. Okay, here's my favorite one. I'll tell you why. 1965. It's black. Red interior, or perhaps burgundy interior. That's Raven black, by the way. 4-speed, we know that. But it's a 2-door post car, and supposedly one of only 3 of these built.
Well, you've got good taste there, Captain. Because this car, I believe, may be the most collectible of the ones we've seen. Remember, by 1965, all the excitement was with those big blocks. Those FE motors, the 427. And, of course, 3 years later, we were getting into the 428, Cobra Jets, things like that. And these small block cars were kind of taking a back burner. You know, we're still into the Ford Total Performance era, but not a lot of attention being paid. By the way, this car is a prize winner. Some of the most prestigious awards that you're going to award a Ford Fairlane 500. Antique Automobile Club of America Senior Award winner. Oh, and it's got so much paperwork. 389 locker. That's that limited slip rear end in this car. Got the oversized brakes in it.
You know where Mansfield, Massachusetts is?
I do indeed. Not far from me.
Yeah, that's where this car was originally sold.
Going up 495, yeah.
Super cool. Red lines. Yeah. Talk to the interior.
Very deceiving, very understated look.
Reserve is off here. Not as much money as the other one, but hey, I'm all about that look.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the reasons it's a 1965, and as I say, those earlier vintage K-Code cars are the ones that most collectors want to scoop up.
Yep. All true. Okay, that's a terrific little run of K-Code Fairlanes. Here's a Fairlane 500 Sunliner from back in 1957.
Yeah, this is a conventional convertible. It's not the Skyliner, you know, that hard top convertible. That I think we've seen one of those so far here in Glendale. This has the 312 cubic inch Y block. And as you can tell, this has been a total bumper-to-bumper restoration. Town and country radio, air conditioning, dash-mounted clock. Clocks were not something that were standard in a lot of cars back in the day. That was extra cost. Every now and then we'll see one that still works, which really impresses me. Yeah, this is trading in the mid-50s already, but it's probably not going to sell in this neighborhood. We're going to have to, we're going to have to move things up, I would say, significantly to get a sale.
Okay. So that'll be listed at the bid goes on desk as kind of the ballpark. And somebody might head over there to make them an offer. We'll see. In the meantime, a 63 Impala Super Sport here in Riverside Red, and one of the most legendary and desirable engines that we ever saw in these cars.
I was humming there for a second, wasn't I?
You were?
Yeah. My taste buds just came alive. Oh, my. That's the 409, but that is the big tuna. That's the 425 horsepower, top-of-the-line 409. Available for a couple of years. Of course, the 409 went the way of all flesh in 65 when the 396 came into play. Matching numbers 409, by the way. 2 4-barrels, new all-stock carburetors, 4-speed Muncie, exhaust system. It's from Gardner, but it's been mated to the original cast iron headers. Riverside Red, the original 7,000 RPM tack. That was only available on the 425 horsepower models, by the way. Nut bolt restoration. Love those down market wheels again on these cars. Very deceiving.
78!
I think we're okay calling this triple red with the interior, exterior, and the wheels.
80.
Yes.
Let them know it's for sale.
Bid at 80.
Oh, what, now we're going to start having a serious conversation.
Give 87.
I mean, you'll give me the 80, right?
Reserves off.
Short conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Boy, this car reminds me of all those great drag racers back in the day that raced these 409 Impalas. I mean, Dino Don Nicholson, Hayden Prophet, and all of those. You know, even Ronnie Socks. You know, Socks and Martin.
Sure.
Yep. He cut his drag racing teeth on the Z11s, the big drag racing Impalas back then.
Okay, we go from that Impala to this split window coupe, 1963, first one of these that we've seen, and look at this color.
Yeah, Daytona blue, that's the one. We're going to be shoveling money at this car too, by the way.
With the red interior.
Yep, Daytona blue, red interior, one of less than 10 in that color palette, all right? Not the biggest engine you could get. In fact, it's the base engine, the 327 250 horse. Al Grenning gave it the CCAS affirmation. That's the engine block, stamp pad, engine stamp as well. A lot of this is kind of arcane, a lot of inside baseball when you start talking about things like that. But this car right here, body on, restored, up in Billerica, Massachusetts by my buddy Joe Scaffidi's Bow Tie Shop.
Wow, look at that.
Yes, sir. It's got the knockoff wheels, not factory installed. They were over the counter afterwards, and they had 2 ear knockoffs when you got them that way. But a lot of guys, they go with the later vintage knockoffs, and they look spectacular.
Oh, we got to sell this one.
Oh, please do.
190 is the bid.
Yep. Yeah, I have the aroma of a sale. Let's put it that way.
Do you? Okay.
I think if we can get a 2 up front, we're gonna take it home.
That's just too good.
4-speed. I may have mentioned that. If I didn't, 4-speed car, 336 rear end, positive traction.
You know, actually, as rare as that color is, blue with the red interior, that reminds me of those 96 Grand Sports, you know, that they put the red interior in the blue car. But this is in a different league, man. This is so choice.
Then we have a Princess Blue small block Cobra with a red interior, which we'll be seeing.
Yes, that's tomorrow. That car, by the way, is, as of a few days ago, was the #1 clicked on car on the Mecum website, so that'll be fun. Now we need a gunmetal gray red 57 T-Bird.
Yeah, then we'll have the complete set.
So I'll give you a check for 190.
No, I can't do it.
For that close. I mean, you're going to pass for $8,000. That's.
But I'm a little bit under the water.
Mecum rule might be in play.
That's true.
Huh?
They are very close.
Yeah.
We're going to close at 195. Takes closer
Not
to
close enough. Too bad.
Possibly $220,000 to buy.
Hold on 1 second.
F124,
Hang on.
a 37 Chevrolet Custom Street Run, all steel body, no expense.
You got to get less as much as you can for this, but at the end of the day,
built,
he has to.
supercharged 350,
I think
automatic transmission.
Bobby McLaughlin has gone on to describe the next car, but Frank is still working on this Corvette. And they're going to call it the end of the line for that Corvette. So 195 is where we'll leave it. If we get some action during the break coming up, we'll tell you about it on the other side. Stay with us. Well, we've told you about the cars from the Peterson Museum out in LA that are coming to the auction block here in Glendale. There you see a few of them. They are getting closer by the minute, and we're going to see them here in just a couple of shakes. Boy, I tell you, they are worthy of being part of that Peterson Museum collection. And the beginning of a terrific relationship, really, between Mecum and the Peterson.
Can't beat that. Love those people out there. Thanks to old Robert Peterson, the man behind Hot Rod Magazine that made it all happen.
You know, on a quick personal note, I've been to the Peterson Museum one time with the professor, John Cramen. We had a blast. We'll just leave it there.
Yep.
20. You know what? As I think about it, no, I wouldn't want to go with anybody else on my first visit. You know.
Yeah.
Here's a Copo Camaro, Bill, ready for the racetrack. 2013, current bid at 55.
Yep. You know, I'm looking for a car that'll rip out my windpipe and beat me over the head with it, and I think I found it. These Copo Camaros are, you know, for a racetrack, not street legal, really. This has got the biggest of the three engines available in 2013, the 427, 425 horse. You could get a Power Glide automatic, believe it or not, but that's not the old Weeby Power Glide. That's the beefier one, but this one has a 4-speed. And how did we do on this?
You know, let me look real quick.
Went on at 55.
57.
Yeah,
okay.
57. Bid goes on. Yeah.
Right.
By the way, you can always tell when those Copos are coming. You don't even have to look at it. You hear that thing start up, you know exactly what it is.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go with a 70 Roadrunner convertible, bidding at $70,000, appropriately enough.
Look at this. Matching numbers, 383. 440 wasn't dropped in. A Dart big block wasn't dropped in. It's the real matching numbers, 383. With a 4-speed and pistol grip shifter. Sassy grass green. And it's got the power-operated black convertible top, which I'm so glad is retracted, because look at the inside here. That is a great-looking contrast between that green and black interior. Nice.
Yeah, we had its modified sibling go across the block yesterday, hard top, that had been upgraded to that 440 and then bored out even further than that.
I remember that, yeah.
So it's nice to see this one in stock condition, matching numbers, and as you said, Bill, with the top down, those Magnum 500s looking really good as well. Clean car, and it's bringing the money.
Wow, did it. $80,000 just hammered for that Roadrunner. Well, this is a fantastic group of cars, and we are so privileged to be able to present them to you now from the Peterson Museum in Los Angeles. And these are award winners. And we begin with the 1933 Ford Model 40 Roadster, America's most beautiful roadster in 2010, Bill.
Yeah, this one designed by Gary Regal, one of the great hot rod visionaries. I'm very familiar with the stuff that he's responsible for. 33 Ford, nicknamed Possessed. This won that AMBR award back in 2010. Beautiful paintwork, bodywork. Custom hot rod interior stitched by Ron Mangus. And on, best of everything. Great color choice, the maroon paint, tan interior. A lot of custom electrics in this hot rod as well. And a magazine car. Highly modified 392 provides the power to a fuel-injected engine created and donated by Ford Racing.
Yeah, the Autorama show on the Inland Empire in Southern California, where the Amber is given away, is a show I never miss. It's such a great show, and it's interesting to see this walk down history lane, really, because the level of builds that are getting the Amber Award these days is skyrocketed in the customization and the quality of the build. So it's these are kind of, I don't want to call them pedestrian, but simpler builds, I guess, than what's going across today. So it's really cool to see what was winning the Amber, 20, 30 years ago.
Oh, yeah, big difference. Well, look at what they're hauling out for the Riddler Award these days.
That's next level for sure.
That's, you want to talk about cars that are mondo beyond-o. That's where we are.
77,000. This one will sell. The reserve is off. I think somebody in the house here is going up against our phone bidder.
Bill, this is a Scott's Hot Rod creation, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Legendary shop, of course.
Well, you know, I think about the old customizers that every year would try to win this award, and they are in Hall of Fame. They were talking about Tony Nancy and the Alexander brothers out of Detroit, Carl Casper, you know, Dean Jeffries, of course, Maris, but he really didn't specialize too much in the roadster world. But
he was in the crazy world.
He was in the other planet world.
A custom with a K world.
Right.
When you look at last year's winner, too, Troy Trepanier, with that completely customized, I mean, you call it a Ford, but it's not really a Ford. It's a completely customized car that's just so off the charts. So proud of Troy for winning that one.
Do you remember? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you remember his humongous car? This is going back to the 90s, that Buick Sedan.
Oh, yeah.
That's when I first became familiar with his work.
Or was the Sniper a different build?
This was called Humongous.
Okay,
and
so that was the name of the build.
Street Machine Nationals, yeah.
All right, the first of the Peterson cars sold for $87,000. Now we go to a 32 Roadster.
Oh, all about that engine right
Look
there.
at that.
Yeah, those are those Art Dunn cylinder heads named after Zora Arkus Duntov that played around with cylinder heads and induction systems for Ford engines before he became the man at Chevrolet. This was built by Ernie Amerso, and I had the model of this car, the Orange Twist. 284 cubic inch V8, 3-speed manual, authentic all-steel 32 Ford Roadster chassis and body.
Interesting that you mentioned the evolution of these cars, Chris. We're going back from the previous car that won the Amber Award in 2010 to this one in 1988, 22 years before.
Bill and Scott, you know what I like most about this collection right here is just the names. I think they're so cool. Possessed, you mentioned Orange Twist. We just saw Impact and Passion. Standing close to them, they are really iconic. Is that the word, Scott? I know I'm new to this party. I know hey, listen, I can dish it out. I can take it as well.
Okay.
But they also have the rumble seat. So hey, if you start a family, you don't have to unload this car. You could just, I don't know. Is it legal to put a baby seat on those rumble seats?
It might be. Somebody could design one somewhere.
Man,
they're really beautiful up close and personal, though.
Of course,
Man,
they're
beautiful.
show cars. They're show cars. A few of my cars were nicknamed Repossessed, but don't get me going on that.
All right, bid goes on here, $67,000 on the 32 Ford. And this is a Chip Foose design, as Chris has pointed out before, 1933 Ford, nicknamed not impactful, Bill, but impact.
Yes, let's stay away from that word.
Yeah, this is so great to see this car in person again. It's always been in the vault in the Peterson for a long time. If you've never been to the Peterson Automotive Museum, make sure to make the vault part of the things you see there. It wasn't always open to the public, but has recently been opened, and it's really the creme de la creme of the Peterson collection is down in the vault. We actually built a car down in what is now the Peterson vault during the first season of overhauling.
Actually in the vault?
Actually in the vault, yeah.
Really?
Well, what is now the vault? It used to just be kind of storage.
Yep.
And they have their hot rod shop down there. It's a really cool thing to see. But yeah, this is a Chip design.
Right.
He didn't necessarily build this car, but he designed it. It's got his touches all over the place.
Yeah, Barry White, the other Barry White, built this car at the Street Rod Repair Company. PPG yellow chrome is that color. Wow, does that ever sing? 4L60E.
Got to be 85.
4L60E automatic, by the way. 5.7 liter, very conservative power train here. The LS1, 350 horsepower. All custom built underneath, the suspension, what have you. SRRC Dynarate independent rear suspension out back, by the way. One off-billet aluminum wheels.
All right, we've hit 90.
95.
So this car was designed by Chip Foose and built in 2001, won the Amber Award in that year, and that was kind of a tweener stage for Chip. He had left Boyd's, and this was pre-overhauling, so this was right in that zone where Chip was just getting his feet wet in his own shop and really becoming a name on his own.
Very influential design as well, because you will see builds like this from other builders afterwards who saw this, I'm thinking of Ken Posey's, Ken Fennicle, and people like that, very much influenced by not only Chip, but Boyd Coddington, and you love to see that kind of theme become immortalized by other builders.
Hey, what do they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery,
You
right?
got it, yes.
Yeah, and you'll see, I mean, that signature really swoopy front fender down into the rocker. I mean, that has Chip Foo's DNA written all over it, and continued into several of his Riddler Award winners that came after this car.
All right, that one heads to the phone. Daniel Hatchett, one of our consignment agents on the telephone there, taking care of the individual on the other end. $97,000 buys it. Next up, it's Passion.
Yeah, this is the 1990 AMBR winner, and it was built by Boyd Coddington. This was his first all-aluminum roadster, and of course, you remember the Aluma Coupe, which came in later, which was another barrier-breaking build, if you want to call it that. A one-off all-aluminum body built to resemble a 32 Ford that was designed by another great from the world of hot rodding, Tom Taylor. LT1 power, automatic transmission, and DuPont Plum, P-L-U-M. That's the name of that color with those wild flames all along the front, over the top of the hood, and along the side.
Yeah, some really nice custom pinstriping on the deck lid in the rear of the car as well. There was a placard in here before, and I don't see it now, but it was a picture of it with actually the top off, which signifies it as a roadster. So it's a little interesting to see that it's being displayed going across the block with the top on, considering it is an Amber Award winner.
Look at the detailing of the rear end. We get a great view of it right here. Look at the coilovers, the independent rear suspension, and the cross members and everything.
Okay,
oh my!
Someone just bid 68. We got to be 70 now.
That's the way to do it.
70,000.
Reserve. I think the reserve's off.
I know. Can you believe it? Just 70,000. 70,000.
Okay. Apparently the reserve is not off just yet.
And being able to see everything
We're trying to
is
get the
a big
reserve.
part of being
It's
judged
a 68,
for
asking
these
70.
high-level
Trying to get the
awards,
reserve
such as
off
the
here.
Amber and the Riddler. That's why you see the mirrors under the cars. That's why really
I know we
the
want
bottom
to get
of
the
car
reserve off.
should look as good as the
You
top
want
of
to do
the car. They
72
get
and
in
just
there,
knock
they
this
crawl
guy out?
all over it. If there's any flaws on it, that's going to
72?
deduct points.
Small jump. Small jump. 72. Give me 72. Let's get this reserve off. Small jump here. 72. 69. I think it's 72. Come on. 72. Give me 72. Ready?
70!
Okay, well, 70, as it turns out, is enough to get the reserve off.
Yeah, let's remember whoever buys this car is really buying a piece of automotive history, too, by virtue of it being built by Boyd Coddington. I mean, he really was the pioneer of automotive television.
Yeah, all the names associated with this car are very familiar to people in the hot rod community.
So 70 ends up being what it takes. And that is your hammer price on that 32 Ford, as we called it, Passion. And here's another 32 Ford from the Pete, a Model B Highboy Roadster.
Yeah, going a little bit more vintage on this one, a little bit more traditional of the Highboy with a small block Chevy and an automatic transmission. Built by SoCal Speed Shop. Oh, I just got goosebumps. Man, were they a player in the hot rod community. Way back in the day, they built hot rods. They built cars that raced out on the dry lakes. And some of the greatest names in hot rodding at one time or another went in there to buy their stuff. Weber carburetor, how about that kind of setup on a small block? On a Holly Performer intake, and you see classic Highboy styling all the way around. The body sits on top of the frame rails, steel wheels with baby moons in the middle, and a few accommodations to the modern era. Kenwood radio with accessory speakers.
And yes, that is the rounding out of the Peterson collection, but I do not believe that this last lot was an Amber winner. The first four were, this one was not, which is why you see a slightly less sale price.
Yeah, you are right, Chris. No notation about that whatsoever. You know, you mentioned going to the Peterson with JK, jogged my memory. I was there for the West Coast reveal of the C7 Corvette with JK, and I emceed that with him, and I can't believe it was that many years ago.
Cool.
You know?
By the way, all but one of those Peterson cars sold here at Mecum Glendale. On the block right now, big money potentially. 1971 Barracuda with the big engine under the hood.
Yeah, let's not talk about numbers matching here, shall we? Let's talk about the new generation 392, which we know is a 6.4 in some circles, and that's only the beginning.
Yeah, with G-code on the VIN, so you know it left the factory with slightly less than what it's got under there now.
Right.
But you know what? I'm sure they did all the requisite modifications to handle that model Hemi. And, man, it's bringing the numbers. So whoever is bidding on this did their homework about this car. And you just can't beat the styling of a 71 Barracuda with those fins on the fenders. Just absolute genius design.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Well said.
Yep, and the bid goes on at $200,000. Back with more from Mecum Glendale in just a moment here on ESPN Plus. Stay with us. Once again, we are live on ESPN Plus here from State Farm Stadium in red-hot Glendale, Arizona. As I just checked the weather right now, it's 104 degrees outside, everybody. Just so you know. We're very comfortable inside and very comfortable taking a look at this 1965 Backdraft Cobra replica.
Backdraft, another one of those replica companies doing a lot of work, selling a lot of cars. They are premium replicas, and most people buy them pretty much ready to go, except the drivetrain. Just drop in whatever engine you like. This one has a Roush 427R. That's worth 550 horsepower. That was installed by the guys at Speed Fanatics. This build completed in 2018, driven approximately 3,300 miles or so. Extra steps include the ceramic-coated headers, the Tremec 5-speed manual transmission, Wilwood disc brakes, popular addition on these, the serpentine pulley and belt assembly, and the heavy-duty cooling system with an electric fan, and that's important on these engines if you're going to drive them on the street very much. Odometer tach, speedometer, and gauges, and indigo blue with a white Shelby stripes. Yeah, huh?
Oh, man.
Bill, is somebody that loved Carroll Shelby so much, have you ever had one of these?
Yes.
Can't remember. Did you have some fun with that car?
Oh, now you're going to get me weeping. I had an ERA replica, which was very authentic. And then I had a real Shelby. Had a CSX 4000 continuation car.
That's right.
Yeah, so, that's near and dear to my heart there, Pally.
A high bid at $72,000 on that car. By the way, I love the name of the shop, Speed Fanatics. If you're looking for a side hustle, man, go get a part-time job there. You'd be right at home.
You know what you're going to get when you walk in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here is a 1970 Chevelle Super Sport on the block now.
Okay, let me unravel this for you here. It's a factory SS 454 car. It has a 454, but there's no notation that this is the 454 it was born with. But we'll go back to that seat of the pants quote from before if you want. 4-speed manual, yep, it's got it. Factory black interior, yeah, black inside and out. Reserve off at 70,000. And the odometer reads, if it is to be accurate, almost 29,000 miles. That's it. Cowl induction hood. It's got the super stock wheels.
Good sleuth work there, Brother Bill.
Thank you.
The engine info.
Yeah, well, sometimes they make it easy for you by just putting matching numbers, but when they don't, you just kind of have to, go through the rubric, as I learned from Mr. Cramen.
Yes, sir.
How to be able to get a feel for what you're looking at.
Yeah, that would definitely be something that they would want to designate on the consignment sheet if it was numbers matching, and especially in 1970 if it's an LS6.
Oh, yeah, of course. And that, of course.
So the price would obviously reflect that as well.
Exactly. The bidding will definitely take a leap.
All right, the hammer price there, $75,000. So we move to a 1937 custom Packard 115C.
Look at Huh?
Well, I just saw Rutledge peeking in the.
Oh, okay.
It's beautiful. Bill, give him the rundown, but this is a well-built hot rod right here.
Exactly. High-end professional design build and a project managed by Gary Gould in Houston, Texas. This has a 700 horsepower, 505 cubic inch V8 with a tunnel ram with dual throttle bodies. Oh my, the engineering that went into that. I mean, you're talking about a tunnel ram, you're talking about big 4 barrels. This has got throttle body injection. It's got a hydraulic roller cam, AFR heads. Enough about the engine. Let's talk about Dave Kindig. He provided the paint color codes, the graphic scheme, the pinstriping concept. He inspired the interior. Oh, Dave's fingerprints are all over this build. Vintage air, the front runner system, power windows, NASCAR style front sway bar. Underneath that well done fabrication that allows you to put this brake and wheel and tire combination on this old Packard.
It's beautiful inside. Chris and I were just gazing at the beautiful pinstriping they did. You can tell it's got that effect of Dave Kindig helping pick out the colors, but the interior, the way that they hid that vintage air system kind of underneath there in the console, that's a gorgeous car. Wow.
You know, I love that they left the Packard centers on the wheels too. Obviously, you know, customized wheels, but you know, proudly displaying the badge.
Yeah, you know, hat off to Vintage Air that can put the AC in these cars and not chop them all up. You know, it's installed so fastidiously.
Oh yeah, they do such a great job. I put Vintage Air on probably 10 different cars. It's amazing how well those systems really do work. Because for a lot of us, it means you're either going by yourself or someone will actually ride with you. That's the line. I couldn't ever get my daughters to ride in anything without AC.
Well, you know what I always say? Rutledge would.
Oh, I see where you went. $87,000 for that car, by the way. We need to tell you about something that'll help keep your car looking great, whether or not it has AC or not, and that is the family of products from our terrific partner and sponsor, 303, including 303 Protectant. It'll protect your plastic pieces, rubber, vinyl surfaces from all the harsh UV rays, especially out here in the 104-degree sun, and keep them looking brand new. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. By the way, that vehicle is coming up here in a few short minutes. 1968 Chevy C10 pickup, and we will see it under the lights here in a moment on the block. In the meantime, let's come back here to this 1962 Austin Healey 3000. Mark, no, we're not doing that. We're going to go to a Corvette.
Yep, just missed the Healey. It was a big Healey, too.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, all right. Now, that's not a Corvette. There you go. This is Concours all the way. Yep, this is a nut and bolt restoration. Has the 132 horsepower inline 6 and the rare triple carburetor feature, too, with a 4-speed manual like just about all of them had, and the bid goes on at $70K.
Now to the 68 Vet that we see in Safari Yellow. Black interior. One of the T-tops is out, Bill.
Yeah, it's probably going to go with the car, but they just
it's a cutaway display.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to prove to you that the T-tops work, I guess. Now, this one is pretty easy to dissect because that's a 454 replacement big block in the 68 Corvette, which was not available in 1968. So it might have been a big block car, might have been a 427, but now the 454 is in there with tri-power. And it's a 4-speed right behind it.
Yeah, it's got the 427 badging on the hood, so we assume that it's probably what came out of there. Interesting that they left that on there. And one thing I always love to point out about the 68, especially you see that front fender there, it was not a Stingray. The only year that the Corvette from 1963 onward was not known as a Stingray. For some unknown reason, they took 68 off. It returned as one word, Stingray, in 1969.
Well, the Stingray name was the least of their problems in 1968.
Yes, they had several design problems in 68, so maybe they didn't want to badge it as Stingray just out of respect for the Stingray name.
Kind of rushed it into production and kind of suffered the problems that came with it.
And guys, I want to give a little nod. I did notice that this was displayed all week long with one T T-top kind of off there. And I thought it was kind of neat because I think for some people, they almost forget when they're seeing one of these in person. The lines are so smooth when you see it all put together. You don't a lot of times realize, oh, that comes off. I thought that was kind of cool to kind of, it's almost like a build your own imagination here. Do you want the tops on, tops off? Beautiful car in itself.
The power of suggestion.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, if that car doesn't have the T-tops with it, they're out there, millions of them. So I have a problem finding one. But I'm sure it has one.
All right, $45,000 for that. Guys, you ready? We have a breaking news item for you. That 1963 split window coupe Daytona blue red interior, we all thought, man, that's got to sell. Hey, it just sold $196,000. Puts that one in the sold column and puts it at the top of our top sellers list so far today. Wow, great to see that.
Boy, that'll be the star of anybody's collection.
And perhaps well bought under $200,000.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Okay. Nicely done there. 1966 FJ40 Land Cruiser rolling right in front of us here.
Oh, I see Rutledge's little tail wagging here as this rolls by.
Oh, how could you not love it? I mean, the FJ40, this one is in great shape. Looks like it's had a lot of love, probably a restoration, it appears to me, Bill. I like that this one, the early one, had the 3-speed transmission, but also had the bench seat up front. It's got the troop kind of style carrier seats in the rear, so you're facing each other. But it's just hard to beat something so indestructible as this.
And you never had one of these, I guess, huh?
I have. I've had a couple.
Okay, I figured.
I'm always looking for the extended wheelbase one.
Yeah.
I really want to find, I think 84 was one of the last years that they had them here in the U.S. I think that's the one I want because it was kind of all of the best stuff in there.
Well, Bill, you were correct. You say you've never had just one. He's had one or two or three at a time, maybe.
Yeah.
I've had a handful. Yeah, I love these things. I can't get enough.
Yeah, it's got that standard issue 3.9 liter inline six. Not a torque monster, but enough power to get you out on the trail if you want to go. 3-speed manual, 2-speed transfer case, and of course 4-wheel drive. 24,000 miles plus on the odometer. And originally purchased in Pueblo, Colorado back in 1966.
Okay. And it hammers here at $39,500. Here's another F100 from Ford, 1954 vintage.
Yeah, another one of these bills with that satin paint, as you can see. 408 cubic inch stroker, Holly Sniper, fuel injection. And there's a good look. Wow, it's dark in there. Yeah, this doesn't have one of those cheesy underhood lights, I guess, that never give you enough light when you open the hood.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, it's too bad we couldn't see what was going on underneath there. What a great build on this. This has got that 408 with a aftermarket automatic with a 2,500 RPM stall converter and a Ford 8-inch rear with 373 gears. They did a Mustang 2 subframe up front, rack and pinion steering, 4-wheel discs. And they've done a little body work on here, did some shaving, chrome, moldings, things like that. Have been tossed. And of course, that satin black paint with a gray interior.
Interesting, they did a good job on the chop, it looks like. It's pretty, it's interesting. Sometimes you chop them, but if you don't change any other proportions, it can make it seem like it's a little off-putting.
Yep.
I think the stance of this, the size of the wheels, everything works pretty well. So I would say it's kind of a mild chop. It's not wild.
3 inches.
Yeah, but it was enough that I had to get closer to it to make sure, because I went, that feels like it's chopped from here. But
yeah.
I like the way that the finish of that paint plays with the door handles and the mirrors. They went a little shiny on those parts,
right.
So that kind of satiny paint finish looks pretty good on there.
Yeah, and you know, the 3-inch chop, real quick, I'll just mention that these trucks lend themselves to that because the contours of the roof pillars are kind of like straight up and down rather than all wicky-wacky curvy and all these other angles coming through. So that's why you see that done on a lot of these older trucks.
High bid on that one at $39,000, and now to the pickup truck we showed you a little bit ago while discussing 303 Protected. Here's that 68 C10.
Yep, short box truck, not an unfamiliar powertrain, 350 and a 700 R4 automatic transmission. And creature comforts, AC, power steering, interior, you can see all custom stitched. And a great job there as well. Custom sound system's got power windows in it. And it's in the low 40s right now, and I think we're not quite ready to have a serious talk about it. A few more thousand. Yeah, there we go. 50,000 and let's review and discuss. Bid goes on, boys. I'll have to pick it up from here.
Okay. They are definitely more than capable. And as a matter of fact, about roughly 10% of the vehicles that are sold at any given auction end up selling via bid goes on. And that could happen anywhere from, 20 minutes to a week or two after.
Right. I just saw David Purvis from Bid Goes On.
Yes.
Prowling around, and he'd be my choice for the Hall of Fame for the Bid Goes On. What a great guy.
Yep, terrific. Okay, a 2012 Bentley Continental GTC.
Twin turbo, 6-liter, W12. That's mating a couple of 6-cylinder engines together. 567 horsepower. And these were, if not the fastest, one of the fastest convertibles in the world when these were being marketed back in 2012. Midnight emerald green cognac leather interior. Just love saying that.
And if this one wasn't, the GTC Speed would have been.
That would have been, yes, sir. Yeah, I think that buys you over 600 horsepower. Nav, massaging seats, backup camera, and just a mere pittance compared to the MSRP.
You know what? I thought this was black at first.
Yeah.
It's not.
Midnight emerald green. That says it all.
That is just beautiful.
Oh, man, you feel like you can fall right into it.
It's got a Corvette V8 engine under the hood, automatic transmission, air, deluxe
wow.
seats and console.
I can't even stop looking at that car. But we have to, because I got to figure out what was the high bid on that one. 50. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Going to take more than that. We'll move to 1972 C10 pickup truck now.
In tuxedo black, one of those signature black colors from General Motors. 5.7 Corvette V8, 4L60E automatic transmission. This is originally the Cheyenne package on this. Bucket seats and console, factory tack and gauge package. So very mild upgrades all the way around. Those wheels, boy, they really bring out that black paint. All the chrome and moldings have been retained as well. It looks like a cowl induction hood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing there's probably been some upgrades, some modifications underneath. Suspension, brakes. It's got power front disc brakes now.
We had 30. 38. Cut it.
News for you. That truck's for sale. 39,000 a bid. I'm going to bid a 38 bid. 39,000.
Another truck is going to sell. Boy, the trucks have been people pleasers here in Glendale this week.
Indeed. This one, 38,000. Knock it on the door. 40. Not going to get there, but that's okay. It's going to knock on the door of its new garage here very shortly.
Yep.
And it will continue to provide lots of enjoyment for the next owner. Well, let's see what happens to this 1963 Chevy Biscayne.
Yeah, look at this. All original little 283 in there with a power glide.
What?
No. Oh, my.
I was like, am I looking at the wrong car?
Oh, man, look at this. This is a homina car. Whoa, baby.
You sit next to Bill long enough, you knew where he was going with this one.
He was even more subtle than normal.
Oh, my God. 6-liter LS3 heads, then a BTR camshaft. Motor was put in this year. Nick Williams, 103mm throttle body, Holly Terminator, electronics, a Tremec 5-speed. Oh, dear. And that is just the hard parts. Look at the finish. This beautiful base coat, clear coat, ember red. Oh, dear.
modern sleeper for
Oh,
sure.
You
Oh, my
got that
goodness.
right. Yes, sir. Got the welfare wheels, black wall tires, positive traction 373. That'll hook up.
Love the look too. Low profile, color matched wheels, dog dishes, red over red, and man, pull up next to this thing, you might just get blown away if you're not quick enough on the throttle.
Oh, you would be sucked into the biggest mistake of your life if you wanted to take this one on thinking it was a garden variety Biscayne.
Yep, man, oh man. Big time cars, still room to make it happen though. We're at 75. We'll be back after the break. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, the newest member of our team, Shannon Spake, with us today in Glendale, Arizona. We continue with our live coverage inside of 2 hours left on this Friday with you. And there you see the 7 Bricklin SV1s that are coming to the block a bit later on. Unprecedented, if you will, Bill, and we'll see those in a little while. In the meantime, on the block right now is this lovely blue 1972 Cutlass convertible from Oldsmobile. The reserve is off, and we're at $35,000.
Not a 442 reproduction. We're keeping it Cutlass. Yep, 350 there. That's the Oldsmobile 350, not the Chevy 350, with an automatic transmission and just all of the eyeball you'd ever want out of a Cutlass convertible. You see that bumetallic paint. You see these super stock wheels, the raised white letter tires, and some power. Convertible top too.
It's a great car for 40 grand.
Oh my.
Good, congratulations, thank you very much.
Someone did not overpay for that Olds.
I like the subtle stripes too. They're kind of like a light gray versus the white that you normally see. That looks really great.
What you might expect to see on a 442.
Love it at 40 grand. Almost anything. Love that car.
Yeah.
2009 Bentley Continental Flying Spur Speed.
Yeah, and this has got that engine that you referred to in the GTC Speed convertible. This is a 600 horsepower, 6-liter W12. That's the twin turbo engine. Lots of torque, a lot of smoothness too. You don't get the feeling that you're in a 200-mile-an-hour limousine when you're driving this around with that all-wheel drive, the automatic transmission, and those Bentley features. I tell you, that means so much to people that drive these cars. Navigation, the moonroof, heated and cool seats, dual zone climate.
Anybody get $35,000 for it? 32.
Chris and I have been playing in the commercial breaks. Which car would we actually go enjoy, spend a little time with, and maybe, sell a year later?
For the money.
Yeah, right. For what's the right price? And we were talking about this one coming up. I said, I feel like this is a 25 to 35. Then he's like, wait, it's the V12. Oh, okay. It's just so fun to play these games.
Yeah.
I know people do this at home, but man, it's fun to do it here because everywhere you look, there's cool stuff.
So let me make sure I understand this. You're discussing what you would buy to flip and make some money. So
no, enjoy for a year and then break
flip
even.
and make some.
Maybe break even.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like for example, Bill, could you enjoy this 2018 F-150 Shelby Super Snake truck? I feel like you could.
I could, but then after a year, I don't think I'd be ready to sell it.
That's where it gets tricky.
Yeah.
How do you let go of them?
There's the rub, as they say.
Exactly. I'll jump in on that. As we see this truck at $40,000, I have a tendency to hang on to everything. I don't like getting rid of that stuff. You know what I mean? Whether it's an automobile or a musical instrument or whatever. Yeah.
If you were to come to my house, you would believe that I'm an automotive pack rat, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I think that's what my neighbors would probably
I think
say.
I already knew that.
Yeah. Well, I've been married twice, so I'm the one that gets rid of rather than me getting rid of something.
I see. Glad you went there, brother.
Yeah.
$52,000.
Oh, this has got that brutal 5-liter, 755 horsepower V8. That was the power output in that late model Shelby GT 500 that set new performance records when that came out. Back 4 or 5 years ago. Panoramic sunroof technology package. And this is going to go for short money.
You could give 60 and that would buy it. For sure.
Got 56.
Right out from under it.
They're going to sell it. 56.
Do you want to give 60? Hey, Jared, 60.
Those
or
were
57.
close to 6 figures, weren't they? New?
I got
or?
6.5.
Yeah, and there was additional dealer markup on some of these too, because you really couldn't find them everywhere. They're kind of hard to get.
7. He's got
57.
They're going to be 58.
You spend so much time trying to figure out where to chop it up that you end up costing y'all more money. 57.
Yeah.
58. 58. 57. 57. 8. 9. 58, anybody get 59? I have 58,000.
So there's a couple bidders in the house, and the internet in play as well here.
So $58,000. So 58,000. Jerry
Wow.
Collier.
How about a crew cab pickup with 755 horsepower? And you got the 4 or 5 year friends you want to scare the undershorts off of them. This would be the truck to do it.
And a sunroof, just for
for
fun.
Yeah, just for getting a little bit more sunlight in there.
Pretty cool. Okay, here we go with the little 33 Ford Street Rod Cabriolet.
Yeah, actually another one of those hot rods that you could easily picture joining that collection that we saw earlier. This is done so well, a professional ground-up build, LT1 Corvette V8, 350 horse, got the tuned port injection still on it, 700 R4 automatic, with overdrive, and a Ford 9-inch rear end out back, highly detailed undercarriage too, take my word for it. Has some Heights suspension pieces, 4-bar rear suspension, Wilwood brakes, vintage air, stuff that we've become so accustomed to seeing on a lot of these hot rods.
$50,000 and the bid goes on.
Well, you heard Jimmy say it there, 50,000, and the bid goes on. And coming up right behind that little hot rod is this 1949 Packard limousine, selling at no reserve.
Well, this is an important car in Packard history, purchased new by Ruth and Vernon Forbes. And a short history of the Packard was written by Ruth Forbes, and that's included. They compiled a list of dignitaries and celebrities that have been transported in this particular limousine. Oh, man, what an A-list we have here. William Randolph Hearst, Gerald Ford, Bob Hope, Vincent Price, Paul Harvey, Burl Ives, Charles Kuralt, do you believe this? Walt Disney have all been in this car. Yes.
Paul Harvey. Good day.
Yes.
Oh, man. How cool. I mean, this is a star-studded limo.
That's some passenger provenance right there.
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
I have a real soft spot in my heart for a 49 Packard. I found one online, sent it to my dear friend Kyle Petty. He bought it. It was in my town. And then when he got married, he asked me to drive them in it. The best part is, as he was opening the door for his wife, Morgan, he looked at her and said, "Can I ride up front with Rhett?" He said, "Just kidding, just kidding." He hopped in the back seat. But what a cool car. Talk about a piece of history. That's amazing.
Is that a true story?
It is, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm not insinuating that you make stuff up all the time, but that's pretty cool.
I laughed so hard. I thought, oh my gosh, she's going to hate me forever.
Yeah, not that the drivetrain really means much when you're talking about a car that has that kind of history, but it does have that legendary straight-8 Packard and a 3-speed manual transmission.
I have 44,000. Anybody get 45,000? Anybody get 45? So $44,000.
Okay, $44,000 buys that car.
Yep, Paul Harvey.
Pretty cool.
Hello, Americans. Stand by for news.
You didn't think I would pull out a Paul Harvey reference, did you?
You nailed it, man.
Well, you did, but it had kind of an English accent.
Paul Harvey.
I liked it. I liked it.
When I worked at a radio station, he was on there, and I would hit the button after he was done. Loved listening to him.
Oh, that guy
cool.
had ratings across the country. People stopped doing everything when he came on.
Sure did. Here is 1951 Studebaker Starlight, now on the auction block.
The old bullet nose Studebaker Starlight, inline 6, frame up restoration. And you know, the interesting thing about people who put in the time and effort to do a frame up on one of these cars is a labor of love, because this is not a big Investment-grade automobile. There's more nostalgia right here than investment importance, but we love the fact that people will do this and bring these cars back. This is the rare twin carburetor Offenhauser dual manifold version with a column-shifted 3-speed manual with overdrive. See the wide white wall tires. Beautiful job on that restoration. And a huge Studebaker community is out there if you want to source parts.
There is.
You know, people have barns and warehouses filled with just about everything you'd ever need.
This one sells for $25,000. My friend Dave Arland back in Indianapolis is in that Studebaker family, and he loves his. And it is really, really nicely done. We've got 3 in a row, in fact, 3 Studebakers back to back to back. This is a 1952 champion, kind of a custom hot rod here, Bill.
Well, yeah, if you took your Studebaker like the one we just saw and you gave it to Dave Kindig for the weekend, this is probably what you'd get back. Yeah, a very nice build here. It's got a stroker in it, the Chevy 383, a lot of polishing and chrome and powder coating, Edelbrock, dual quads, custom headers with dual exhaust. It's got an automatic transmission behind the stroker with a low-car shifter. Vintage air, custom rack and pinion steering teaming up with 4-wheel disc brakes. Nothing overlooked, and a great color, tangerine orange pearl.
Interesting, you mentioned Kindig. He's got his door handles on this custom build. So
how did I know that?
A little flavor. Is it on the consignment sheet there?
I did not see that, no.
I have 20.
That's a cool car.
It sure is. Again, not a subject for customization by many people. And it's funny because this car kind of looks like a custom when it's stock. You know, that whole bullet nose design.
And it's interesting to see it from this side, too, because the exhaust, while not, blinged out in any sense of the word, it kind of works in that kind of patinaed, very industrial look of this car.
Yeah, that looks like
this one and the one before, it definitely had that view of, like, if you weren't sure if it was coming or going because the back windshield is so big as the front windshield is.
So $23,000.
Yeah, once again, Raymond Loewy, the genius behind the style of the Studebaker back during this time period.
And if anybody is ever in South Bend, Indiana, I encourage you to go to the Studebaker Museum. It is a great stop.
I've been there, and I got a sweatshirt when I was there.
And I believe it's the former plant where they used to manufacture the cars. Is that correct, Bill?
Yes, and they actually have a carriage that Abraham Lincoln rode in. So you see all kinds of things there.
Honest Abe?
I'm raising my right hand.
Get out of town.
Yep.
Loved his logs. Big fan of those as a child, the Lincoln logs.
Oh, you need therapy. Oh, my.
Wow. Well, that's who they named Lincoln Motor Car for, so nice reference there.
All right. Somehow, someway, we're going to get through this 61 Studebaker Hawk, Bill. I don't know.
I'm not sure myself, but what a great restoration on this 61 Hawk, people. Got the 289, 225 horsepower, 4-barrel engine. You know, JK would always point this out, and I will too. That is not a Ford 289. That is a Studebaker 289 cubic inch V8 there.
And it sold for $25,000, wrapping up a pretty cool trio of Studebakers. Right now, let's send it over to Shannon Stake.
Thank you so much. All right, so every generation of Corvette is represented here at Mecum Glendale, and I really do have a connection to the Stingray. I've walked past this particular car probably about 50 times, and every time I do, I'm like, this is the one that I want to take home. It is a 1972 Stingray. So here's my connection. My father actually had a 74 Stingray. He's retired Marine. He was in the military. He used to drive his eggplant 74 Stingray with T-tops around the base in Meridian, Mississippi. My mother was in the Navy. So he used to drive around, and one day he pulls up on a young woman and says, hey, you want to go for a ride? And that was my mom. Unfortunately, he had to sell the car when they had me, because as you can see, there's only 2 seats, no room for a baby seat in that one. But I will always have a connection to the Stingray because of that, and I just absolutely love this Targa blue color. Dozens of colors, blue colors of Corvette, but this one right here has really stood out to me all afternoon long. A lot of fun here at Mecum Glendale. Some beautiful pieces of art on the block. We've got more coming up right after the break.
Lots of seating room available at field level here at State Farm Stadium. Terrific crowd. And I tell you what, Mecum, we have had to set up a lot of tents upstairs out on the parking lot just because of all the sun and heat that we're experiencing this weekend. But man, I tell you, the action is cool here, and this cool 56 Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud just hit a high bid of $41,000.
Oh, the ultimate luxury, the dream car for so many people back in the 1950s.
Well, here is 1958 Packard Hawk. We kind of featured this one yesterday as we were looking ahead to what was coming up on the block this afternoon.
Oh, you know, I won't go into the history of the Packard Hawk and how Packard and Studebaker had a rather star-crossed marriage toward the end, but these cars right here have certainly come into their own in collectability when they are in this condition. This is an award winner, won the Amelia Island Concours d'Elegance Participant Award, ground-up restoration that took 6 years, and don't want to overlook the engine. It's got that 289 V8 we talked about just a few moments ago, but this has the McCulloch supercharger, so we're dishing the 300-plus horsepower, the Borg Warner Flight-O-Matic, the Flight-O-Matic transmission, power steering and power brakes. Oh, all of the original parts. Now these cars, these might be a little bit of a challenge to restore to get everything. I'm sure there are a lot of people that have hoarded Packard and Studebaker parts, but you're talking about cross-pollination between two companies that basically went away at the end of the 1950s, and of course they kept building Studebakers in Canada, I think up until about 1966. The factory in South Bend, I think that went the way of the Dodo Bird around 58 or so. So, yeah, the history, it's all convoluted when you try to unravel everything that's happened. But this car, that sells for $52,000. That's good money.
That might be a little bit of a, you talk about restoration if needed. Those side trim coves, I guess you could call it that. Those might be a little bit difficult to restore. I think those are Mylar or something like that. The gold exterior trim there.
Yeah. Well, they didn't come out of a rattle can, I guarantee you that.
No, there's texture there for sure.
Yes, sir.
All right, we will move on as we saw that Packard sell for $52,000. Here's a Buick 60 Series custom sedan from 1935, Bill.
Yeah, with very little on it that came out of the Buick factory back in 1935 when they and everybody else in Detroit trying to weather the Great Depression. This one all hot rodded. It's got a Buick motor though, 455 cube Buick with some upgrades to it. Turbo hydromatic automatic, vintage air. The front suspension off of a 76 Corvette. How about that for some engineering?
And an 84 Impala rear end.
Yep, 1997 power brake booster from a Buick. And a lot of customization here. 3-bar banjo steering wheel. It's got the rear-mounted custom luggage box and two-tone PPG paint, burgundy rose. See the side-mounted spare there, and the wire wheels, wide white wall tires. So this really does pay tribute to a time when Buick was building anything that could be considered fancy. There just wasn't enough affluent customers out there to support what they were doing, and General Motors had to, kind of pull up their socks a little bit. So this is really a very thoughtful customization on a 35 Buick.
And that's probably going to translate into really good drivability for a car like this.
That's what I say. The Buick V8, the hydromatic, things like that. Yeah.
$57,000, and that one will go to new ownership. This is an important car to begin with. Of course, it's a 1969 Z28, one of the all-timers. But this one has a little bit extra because it's one of very few to come from the factory with those very desirable JL8 brakes.
Yeah, the JL8, didn't have to get a Z28 for the JL8. You get yourself a V8 69 Camaro, and you just check off the box. This one with the matching numbers, DZ code 302. 4-speed manual. They were all 4 speeds in 69. The ZL2 special ducted hood. That's a fancy name for the cowl induction hood. F41 front and rear suspension, heavy-duty radiator as well to keep it cool. About the only thing that would make this the ultimate 69Z would be the cross-ram 4-barrel carburetor setup, which this doesn't have.
What do we call the paint color on this one?
That would be burgundy.
It's funny, the burgundy almost has a brown-like depth to it in certain lights. It looks so good on that car.
Yeah, it's brown indeed.
What was the one you said this morning? There was a purple.
Perpendy.
Perpendy. I thought that you nailed that.
115. 120.
We're going to be in 6 figures here in order to sell this 69Z.
Well, 115 is the current bid. Kind of hard to tell how close they are now.
115. 117.5. 117.5 is the bid. 120. 120. $117,500 bid. 120.
I kind of like that with the white interior too. What do you think?
Yeah, no. We're so used to seeing the black interior and the houndstooth interior.
Close the bid. 117,000.
Oh, that is. It's not real close, but it is second base. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay. So 117.5 is where we'll leave it. And we'll check in if it happens to get to the intended mark and we do sell the car. Here is, in the meantime, a 65 Factory 5 Shelby Cobra replica with modern Coyote power. There you see it.
I call these Cobra replicas now the Burger King cars because you can have it your way. Everybody does their own thing on these cars because, you know, they're obviously not all factory built. They're not turnkey cars. You get the kit and then you just turn yourself loose. This one with a Coyote. And that is not an engine that we used to see in these factory 5s, but now that that engine has become so popular, you're going to see more and more of them. And there are several different versions of them. Tremec 5-speed, Wilwood brakes, 17-inch wheels that somewhat replicate those pin drive wheels off of the original Cobra, and approximately 3,000 miles since it was completed. Guardsman blue, that's an accurate Shelby color with the Wimbledon white stripes.
A 56 Corvette Convertible with
And a high bid of $52,000. Another C1 Corvette on the block right now. This one from 1956, and another one without the painted coves.
Right, but a very attractive Cascade green paint with a white interior. Yeah, that is a stunning color combination. The dual quad 265.
I like that.
Yeah, remember now, in 1955, the V8 engine that debuted in the Corvette, and in '56 they carried over that 265, and then, you know, soon we saw the 283 and the '57 Corvette. So Zora Arkus Duntov was definitely pushing Chevrolet to increase the performance, aka the displacement of those Chevy small blocks. This with a standard 3-speed manual transmission. And the full wheel covers with the spinner centers and the wide white walls. Classic Corvette, no reserve, and we're in the low 50s.
Sold $52,000. Sold $52,000.
All right, $52,000. It sells at no reserve. And with that, we will. We're not taking a break. Okay, my bad.
Well, you can, and the rest of us will keep going.
I think I'll hang out because I want to see this '67 GTO here on the block.
Fair enough.
Okay.
First year for the 400 cubic inch big block in the GTO with a 4-speed. We're beginning to see some automatics pop up a little more frequently as we moved into this particular era of the GTO. Of course, the dual gate automatic transmission coming along now in the GTO. Burgundy outside, black on the inside. It's got the hood tack. That became available in '67. Power steering, power brakes, color key wheels with the center caps. and PHS documentation as well. And this has not been diddled with. We're talking bumper-to-bumper originality.
See that little GTO logo? Well, it's hard to find. It's right behind the front wheels, all the way down on the rocker panel.
Rocker panel molding.
They did that in 1967 only. That's a super easy way to spot a 67 from long distance.
Yeah.
Among other things.
Changes in the grill, taillight treatment. Yep.
68 pounds of dollars. Anybody else? Last call. 68 down 8. 68 pounds and down 7 pounds. 8, 9, 69. High down to be 69.
Little GTO, you're really looking fine. Ronnie and the Daytonas, and I will go to my grave believing and prophesying that the GTO was the first official American muscle car.
I'm with you, brother. You know that. We're on the same page for sure. $69,000 hammer for that 67 GTO. Now to the break. We'll be back with more, including the Bricklands coming up. Stay with us. Just a little walk along of some of the cars that we will see tomorrow as we have continuing coverage from here at Mecum Glendale. We're back at 2 p.m. Eastern, 2 to 8 again tomorrow to wrap up this fantastic event. Plenty of territory to cover, though, in the next hour and 20 minutes or so with you, including this 1971 Monte Carlo Super Sport, Bill. This is a kind of a rare bird for us, huh?
Yeah, but when we're talking a 454 Monte Carlo, oh, you have got my love.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the LS5. That's not the LS6, which was not available in 1971 in anything. But this was the top performance engine for the 454 in 71. 365 horse turbo, 400 automatic transmission. Oh, what a build this car has, and I'm glad that 45 is not going to buy it because it's much more deserving of a little bit more action on the bidder board. We'll see what happens as bid goes on.
Yeah, it got to $45,000. That is such a cool ride.
Oh, man, are you kidding me? The right wheel choice right there with the rally wheels and the bigger rubber and just a little bit of a California rake. A great color combination, the red with that saddle interior.
We've all lamented over the years that we don't see enough of those Monte Carlos from this time period, the real muscle Monte Carlos.
Yeah, the big block cars.
Yeah. Okay, on we go to a 1969 Corvette next.
Yeah, another big block car here, 4-speed. There you see it right there. And that's got the L88 air cleaner, but that is not an L88. But it is a 427. 4-speed, power steering and brakes. You might have seen the aluminum radiator. And this is that generation within the generation of the C3 where the rear window was removable. Yep, very straight, very clean. Has the correct hood on it. Raised white letter tires.
28, 29.
And we are in market, they did it again, market correct territory, and the reserve comes off.
I'd be so afraid if I took that rear window out, man. It would suck my ball cap off my head and out the back.
Well, take the cap off and just drive the heck out of it.
Put it on the floor.
You put it somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. 30,000 now.
Yeah, that removable rear window went away a few years later.
$32,000. Anybody else?
We thought it was a good idea at the time, said Chevrolet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 31,000 is going to be, yes, one more comment?
Real quick, I think that had an L88 hood on it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss that.
Oh, you may be right.
Yeah, okay, because I said that we had the correct hood, but not Not if it has that hood on it. Anyway, I'm okay now.
Okay.
What's up now?
31,000. Well, we got to go to Chris because it's time for today's edition of our Stay Built Performance Tip. Chris Jacobs standing by with that.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, Bill, this is what's up right now. Stay Built. They will provide and assist on your curation of these beautiful classic cars. If you're in the industry like we all are, you know that it is difficult to maintain these cars, and sometimes you need a little help, and that's where Stay Built comes in. Their in-season protection protects your fuel system and your engine, cleans out all the gunk. Just put a little bit in there every time you fill up, and you'll be guaranteed better performance out of your classic. And this one, classic indeed, 1972 Plymouth Duster, done up in FY1. That is lemon twist, H-code 340 under the hood. Automatic transmission. Now, this car is slightly unique. Okay, so all Dusters were built at the Hamtramck plant in Hamtramck, Michigan. Now, this one is number 2 in a sequence that were built there and designated for export to Canada. So a little bit of rarity in this one. Very, very well restored here. I love these Dusters, and especially the kind of early 70s ones as well, which I guess they all are, considering that's when they came out. But yeah, love this car, love the color, love the combo, love the history, and whoever buys it is going to love it. It's going across the block tomorrow. Stick around. More from Arizona in just a bit.
Oh, look at this car. It's coming up tomorrow. 68 Mustang Custom, all over the place. Supercharged 5.4-liter V8. It's got a totally unique and patented, we're told, panoramic roof. It's an award-winning car, right-hand drive, 6-speed manual, Brittany blue, black interior. Wowzers. That is potential big money tomorrow. We will kick off the coverage 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll be here.
Hey, you know what?
Huh?
I have nothing else to do, so I'll be here with you.
Excellent. Yes. Glad to hear it. All right, we welcome you back to our live coverage today as we are in the second of 3 days of coverage. 72 custom Ford van, and look at that. They've got Mecum on the TV in there. Oh, wait, no. Jeez. I thought those were like dual screen TVs, but actually looking out the window when we saw Frank on the other side.
Oh, this is a party on wheels, guys. You got to get a look inside here yourselves if you get a chance. Shag carpeting. You got the wicker seats, the Coleman coolers, the stuffed frog, just to really make it a party atmosphere. Rudd, we need to go halvesies on this bad boy.
I think we should. It's not just shag. It's almost like a camo shag and how it changes gradients inside there. I also, when I saw this on the website, looking at the lots ahead of time, I was like, oh, it kind of reminds me of the van from F1.
Yeah.
Right, that Brad Pitt drove, and then I looked at it, I was like, oh no, this van parties. This thing, what a deal! Oh my gosh.
Hey, it's aptly named. It's a super van.
It is. The lace stripe on the side, guys, that's a classy touch.
That's fantastic.
I'm not even going to say anything else. You guys pretty much covered everything that really matters about the
All
van.
that fun for 14 grand.
What a time to be
Bargain
alive.
City.
And boy, if that van could talk, they'd have some stories.
All right, a 2020 GMC 1500 Denali. We'll follow up that van that is nearly impossible to follow up, actually.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a V6 diesel truck. 3-liter Duramax, 10-speed automatic. It's got the ultimate package. Lots of standard equipment that's been added onto it, along with the options. Sunroof, premium nav, power running boards, and 92,000 miles. But again, you see so many of these trucks that have been driven and used and enjoyed and are ready for the next owner and look as if they just rolled from the showroom.
My goodness, nearly unlimited life left in this truck.
Indeed.
Sold $30,000. Sold $30,000. Mitchell.
Lot F-173 and 19.
There you go. 30,000.
Correct 454
And you get a terrific upper crust GMC pickup truck.
Upper crust, you got it.
Another Chevelle Super Sport here, Bill, tuxedo black. This is not a numbers matching engine. However, it is a date correct LS6 big block.
Date correct LS6. That's important.
Yes.
Because this wasn't just added a couple of months ago. This is when the car was still fairly new. And a date correct Muncie M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed transmission. The original 12-bolt posit with 331 gears. Cowl induction hood. Of course, that was an option. It's got the correct winter's intake, too. So a lot of thought went into creating this car to replicate an LS6. And that is going to send it into upper six-figure territory. Look at this. We're at $185.
Yes. I'm wondering if this might have been like a warranty replacement LS6 from back in the day.
Possibly. It would have been worth mentioning that by the consignor, because that would tell you that that is very close to what the car would have been shipped with if it was a warranty replacement.
Right.
Yeah, and we give it a lot more credence, too, if it were a warranty replacement versus just a swap out with a replacement engine.
Right. Yep. Go to a salvage yard in 1970 and find a 454 and build it to LS6 specs. But, no, the warranty replacement does bring value.
185.
It does say true LS6 in there in the window.
Well, you know, that's kind of a little shell game there. People could interpret that as being a numbers matching real LS6.
Yeah, an LS6 car as far as the VIN or the tag goes, but then it's most likely a follow-up LS6.
And you know what? Could have had an LS6 from the factory, and that's why the date coder's engine went into it.
Yep. Where was he? You want to try to 185 and 7%? No.
So they've kind of reset the bidding back to 175.
Really, Bill, what we're talking about in the 454 in 1970, the difference between the LS5 and the LS6 was the lifters. They were the hydraulic lifters versus the solid lifters, correct? And
correct.
Added that compression aspect?
Yep, and you also had the rectangular ports on the cylinder heads and a milder cam and all that stuff. So, yeah. And, of course, in 1971, the LS5, that was the top 454 you could get after the LS6 was discontinued.
Well, 175 after all is said and done for now.
Yep.
We'll see it if something happens a bit later.
Yep.
So while we wait, yes, something else to add?
LS6 in the 71 Corvette. Don't forget that.
Correct. Well, that's what I was referring to earlier. While the Corvette guys were waiting for the LS6 until they had to wait till 1971.
1950 Chevy Fleet Line. Yes, Rutledge, I see you smiling, and you want to be all over this. Yes, you can. It's a $35,000 bid. You're up, brother.
Beautiful car. Great job here with this custom. Bill, give me a glance and tell me what those headlights are from.
Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, thank you. Your name's not Bill.
Sorry, I didn't hear Bill.
Them up. It's okay, Chris. I appreciate you buzzed in early. Those are Mercedes headlights. I really like when people use a more modern light like that. It may not necessarily light up the road perfectly, but probably way better than the original. But what a beautiful custom this one is.
Yeah, the metalwork is just outstanding. The concept, the design of it is without reproach, and the color choice, the deep purple, is perfecto.
High bid here at $38,000. Maybe we need to get little buzzers like they have on Jeopardy so you can buzz in with your answer.
All right. Hand on your buzzer.
Oh, again, another trip down the display line here at Mecum Glendale. All these cars are coming up tomorrow, and they are all worthy of placards. Telling you all about them as we welcome you back live here on ESPN+. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, Shannon Spake, and this LS5 in a 71 Corvette. Weren't we just talking about these?
How does this happen? How did we know? There it is, the LS5 Corvette. You get an LS6 at 71, of course. But this is a 365 horsepower 454. And I think it just sold, didn't it, Scott?
It did for 68, I think, $68,000. Well, this is something that we have never seen before. Not this particular car, but the fact that we have not one, not two, but 7 Bricklin SV1s in a row at the same event. We talked about this yesterday as well. They only built 2,900 total over the course of a year or so of production, maybe a little bit more than that. And we've got 7 of them here today, Bill.
Yeah, and Rutledge is our in-house expert on these, having owned one of these cars. And all I can say is brick is probably a good way to describe maybe some of the attributes of these cars. Am I right?
A really interesting idea, right? The idea was, let's build a safe sports car. So safety vehicle 1. You notice it's got these big impact bumpers on it. It's sort of this plastic resin fiberglass all-in composite for the body. So they were trying to make them a little more lightweight. Inside the cabin, there's essentially a steel frame that kind of connects everything. They had this great idea. The gull-wing doors are undeniably cool. When they first made them, they had hydraulics. I believe all of these are hydraulic rams. They make it a bit difficult to operate, and they had to warn people, making sure you don't leave your fingers, your toes anywhere near the doors.
Ironic for a car that speaks to safety.
Yes, right? They're like, okay, so it's pretty safe unless you use the doors. Though some people thought the reason that they had the hydraulic rams were if the car flipped over, the rams were strong enough to kind of push it open so that the driver and passenger could get out of the car. So again, it's all about that. This one, the next one we have coming up here, this is called Safety Red, although it looks orange to us. That was the same color that mine was. It was an interesting mix of components. They had 351s in them. The very earliest, I think, had a AMC motor in there, right? So they were supposed to go on and really just barnstorm the world. Malcolm Bricklin has done a ton for the automotive industry. He brought Subaru here. He brought Yugo here. The micro car, the Subaru 360s, he did all of that. They were headquartered in Scottsdale, just down the road from us, ironically. But the cars just sort of, they were cool, but they did not catch fire like they hoped. They had built a little more than 2,800, and they think people guess that maybe 1,700 of those are still around.
Interesting use of the term catch fire when, again, we're talking about a safe car, right? I know you weren't going there, but I will the first of these 7 sold for $27,000. This one at $42,000. And Bill, I see a little bit of Z car in these. I see a little Corvette, and yeah.
43.
Well, Rutledge did a great job of kind of giving us a textbook view of the origin of these cars. But all I can say is that he went in with great expectations, but the reality of the automobile marketplace really became a big factor in why these cars did not succeed. And, you know, we go through the entire history of the automobile and how many men had the dream of building a car themselves and becoming automotive giants, you know, John DeLorean, going back to Delahaye and those people. And Bricklin was just another guy that had big dreams, but just in the execution of these cars, although he had a lot of very creative ideas, it just didn't hang together.
This one is from 1976, and at least it's titled as such, and it only has 972 miles on it. These are low mileage cars,
to see such a varied collection of one person that had all of these. They don't have a green one, which was kind of the favorite color as the years have gone on. This one, that kind of goldish tan color. All of these are in great shape. One had their headlight cover. It seemed like it was missing, but it's fun to see people flock to these. A lot of people talked about DeLorean apparently spoke to Malcolm Bricklin and got sort of his blessing about the gull-wing doors, and that's how we were lucky to have those on the DeLorean. But I think if you look at the view of history, gull-wing doors have been pretty hit or miss on the old Mercedes. We think, what a legendary thing.
Yeah.
Hard to get in and out of, even on the newer one that they brought it back.
Right.
They look so cool, but, you know, this one, Bill, you made the joke this morning, if you open the door in the rain, you're hosed, literally.
You're going to get a shower, yeah.
But they are so funky, so cool. I believe they share the same taillights with the Pantera.
Correct. the Lamborghini.
Yep,
Used him as
right.
well. Yep.
So correct me if I'm wrong, though, Rutledge. Will those doors operate if the battery's dead?
I don't think they will.
I don't think they do. They're electrically actuated.
Yes, so you get a little bit stuck in there. Mine had the air doors, which I really liked. I still have the Bricklin keychain, which was one of those leather keychains. Had the kind of circular dot that would hang there with the car on it, and I just thought, well, that's the coolest part about it.
$26,500 for that Bricklin. All the 76s, by the way, had the 351 Windsor.
Yeah,
power
so last
plant.
year, by the way, of production was 76.
This one from 1974. All these selling at no reserve, by the way.
I'll tell you something about Bricklin as far as its historic significance goes. I mean, we're talking about him. And every kind of car guy who knows something about the history of automobiles will know the name Bricklin. And they didn't make a lot of them. 3,000 total. They estimate only about 1,700 survived that original 3,000. So the number's dwindling, and it's almost like we're preserving these for the sake of preserving a very unique piece and a unique story in automotive history.
And they were cool visually. You look at it, it's got the kind of almost like a Western style finned wheel, which I really liked. It's got the raised white letter tires. I think they just lacked enough power to be seen as a street monster, right?
Exactly. A car that looks like that should deliver with the performance that these did not have. And by the way, look at the price on this, and I'll tell you why. Very rare T10 4-speed manual in a Bricklin.
I knew that they were out there. I've never seen one in person until this one,
right,
which you'd have to believe would make the car a little more fun. I have seen people make them faster, get a little more out, because you're right. They have a little bit of a 280ZX kind of vibe, a little bit of Corvette Summer, the movie of like, how could we change these cars up and make them different? They are so cool. To buy one at no reserve here in Glendale is really special.
Yeah, there's some Italian flair in the nose of the car, too. You know, a little Alfa Romeo, a little Ferrari. And I'll tell you something else about the historical significance. In Canada, as a part of a series commemorating historic land vehicles, Canada actually issued a stamp with the Bricklin on it in 1996, and they minted a $20 sterling silver Bricklin coin. So Canada, pretty proud of the Bricklin.
All right, 34. We'll take care of that 74 Bricklin. That's 5 of the 7. Okay, here comes number 6. This is from 1975.
And this one is the safety orange now. The previous orange is really safety red. Because again, let's use an OSHA color. It's a safe car, right? Let's get close to that.
By the way, this is not paint on these cars. This is an acrylic body. So that if you have a little scratch or a little imperfection, just buff it out. Just sand it and buff it.
Okay. Yeah. Sort of like this would be similar to how they would build boats back in the day, right?
Right,
with the,
yeah,
with
the
the
gel
kind of
coat.
thick gel coat, all the colors throughout.
Right.
Yeah, and that acrylic process actually was part of the problem that Bricklin was having. The adhesion didn't always stick, and they had some problems with that. And they had this kind of archaic test where they would hit the parts that had been applied with this acrylic substance with a 7-pound hammer, and if it didn't crack, it passed.
You know, the tricky part for mine is when it was gifted to me from my friend Eric Slepian, it had been his uncle's car. It was parked next to the house, and the way that the sun hit it kind of sun bleached the left side, and the right was just bright and vivid like these. So hard to get that buff back and just really make it shine.
You know what I'm laughing at? This is the first time we've ever had a collection, and we've spent 10 minutes telling everybody what's wrong with these cars.
But really, that's the charm of the Bricklin, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's charming for its great intentions and eventually falling short of it.
It is a true underdog car. Every person that I talk to by there either owned a Bricklin, has one now, love them. They have a very passionate fan base, that's for sure.
Nice save.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true. They're the underdog. I love it.
23 pound forward, 24,000, 24,000 on the bed. Hit 4 high down 24. And now 4 high down 24,000 out of 5. Hit 6 high 20 pound back to 26,000 on the bed.
I know this. If you could put LS in there, get it to sit right down on the ground, make a modern set of wheels that look like that in an 18 or a 19, and it would start and have fun every day and sound great.
Yeah.
It'd be a smash. People would love it.
You're thinking like me, buddy. I'm thinking a Coyote. 500 horse Coyote in there with a 6-speed.
There we go.
Yeah. 26,000 is your hammer price. 223,500 For the 7 Bricklands, 223.5. That's about an average of 32,000 each. How about that?
That's pretty great. That's pretty darn good. Congratulations to the new owners of historically significant Bricklands.
And so with that, we will step away. You've never seen that before and might not ever again, but that was a lot of fun. Back with more in Glendale here in a moment. We are back at State Farm Stadium, and a perfect time to take a look at our State Farm moment of the day today. Brought to you by State Farm, offering surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. And let's flash back to that unbelievable 1957 Eldorado Barrettes from Cadillac, convertible Starlight Silver Red. One of only 1,800 produced in 1957. It sold for $185,000. Worth every penny of that. And I mentioned at the time, it brought that gentleman out of his chair. Yes, indeed. And that's our State Farm moment of the day today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. That was fun. $80,000. Can you believe it, on this 69 C10? And it's not going to be enough.
Seal the deal, but
holy smokes.
Big time build. I won't go into everything, but it certainly is deserving of close to 6 figures.
All right. What do we have next? How about a Pontiac Ventura bubble top, Bill?
Ooh, doggies. Yeah, this is a Super Duty 421 powered bubble top, and that date-coded 421 is 2 years newer than the car. It's out of a 1963 Super Duty program. It's bored 30 over with Super Duty connecting rods. Of course, a frame-off restoration, as everybody can see. It is the 4-speed version. Some of these very early Super Duty cars had 3-speed manual transmissions. This one has the 4-speed. You see the dual quad 421, over 400 horsepower, probably a little bit more than what your Garden Variety Super Duty 421 would have with that 30 over bore. Mallory electronic ignition, Super Duty exhaust with cutouts and 342 posi.
Just wanted to point out that Royal Bobcat, the Royal dealership sticker on the firewall in there. That's a very cool touch, too.
Yeah, not sure it's a real Royal Bobcat car, but yeah, anytime you have that badge on there, it throws people back to the heyday of Pontiac drag racing.
Exactly. I would like to point out this the bubble top aspect here on this seat pillar right here. You can see the way that it tapers down right there. That's how you know that it's a bubble top here. That's the telltale.
High bid on that 61 Ventura, $80,000. And this 1970 Chevelle, equipped with a big block engine. It is not an SS, even though we see SS badging on it, Bill.
Yeah, we've seen this before. This is someone that's taken a 454, which you could get in 1970, but we have to believe that this was an add-on. It's got the turbo automatic transmission and a positive traction rear end. And, you know, not a whole lot of modifications here. They were kind of going for an original 70 SS 454, taking a standard Chevelle as a starting point. Cowl induction hood, has the super sport wheels, beautiful Cortez silver paint.
Love it. $48,000. That might have been a 4.5 Twinkie Clone Ranger car, perhaps.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen a little bit more originality replicated under the hood. But no, you're right.
Never wanting to speak for the Clone
No,
Ranger,
let's not do that. But I think the last one that we saw probably was a little closer to the mark.
Yeah. 48,000 hammers this Chevelle. Here's one from 1972.
Wow.
This one is a little bit more recent in its restoration.
Yeah, and it's a hot rod, too.
Exactly.
You know, we're not going original with this one. It is a 454, all built up. Holly Sniper, fuel injection, Edelbrock Performer, aluminum cylinder heads, MSD ignition, Tremec 5-speed from American Powertrain. Upgraded clutch to handle all that power. It's a McLeod hydraulic clutch setup. Colors Viper Red. coated digital gauges, retro sound, stereo, premium pieces to make this build, and selling at no reserve. Yeah, that's a killer street machine.
Well, we've already passed the previous one from 1970.
Yeah, we have.
And you got to believe this one's going to be a little bit more drivable with that updated transmission, the newer engine.
5-speed, yeah.
51,000 buys it.
411 gears too. That'll launch hard.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, indeedy. Okay, let's check out the next car on the block, right in the middle of our stage here at State Farm Stadium. 1954 Morgan +4 Roadster.
These were quirky little British cars, and boy, you want to talk about a fervent following. I'll tell you, Morgan people, they are just joined at the hip with these Morgans, especially the +4 Roadsters you see right here. 1991 cubic centimeter overhead valve inline 4-cylinder engine. You know, hovers somewhere around 100 horse, twin SU carburetors, a 4-speed manual. And the thing that a lot of people remember about these Morgans throughout their history is that they had wooden frames.
Yep.
Wood-rimmed Mololita steering wheel. You know, a little blingy touch to the interior. And the bid goes on.
37, the high number. And the next car right behind that Morgan is a 1962 Corvette.
Top flight car from National Corvette Restorers Society. And to get top flight, I may have mentioned this on a previous auction, that's not a one and done. To get top flight, you've got to go to several top flight NCRS gatherings and gather enough points from the judges in order to advance to true top flight status. 327, the base, 250 horse, V8 engine with a 4-speed. You see the colors, Roman red, black interior. Has the Wonder Bar push-button radio that kind of like the seek and scan radio that we have these days. And it comes with the NCRS Top Flight certificate as well. Yeah, you reach top flight. Doesn't get much better than that in terms of originality, condition, level of restoration, correctness, presentation, all the things they look for in those NCRS judges are relentless.
They don't call it top flight for nothing.
Not at all. Local top flight, regional top flight, national top flight, but all very difficult to reach.
You are right. It is a process. Okay, here is a Ferrari 2007 599 GTB. Wow.
Yeah, wow was right. This is during the time period where these front-engine Ferraris, every time a new one came out, it was faster than the one that preceded it. And this is a great example of this car. 6-liter, 611 horsepower V12, and that Formula One super fast 6-speed sequential transmission, which makes gear changes in around 1/10 of a second faster than the human being can. Rosso Rubino exterior. It's got the fender shields, leather bucket seat interior with Daytona-style seats, magnetorheological suspension, very high tech. A lot of F1 technology trickled down to these 599s. F1 traction control, carbon ceramic 4-wheel disc brakes. That was an option. Selling at no reserve, which means it's selling.
$110,000. Man, I tell you.
Yeah. This car's 19 years old.
I was going to say, that looks almost brand new.
Yeah. It does, and probably performs like brand new. Drives like brand new.
And the color combination, you know, it looks more Maserati than it would a Ferrari, right? But I love it.
Oh, me too. A little bit of a departure from a Ferrari red, but
correct. Yeah.
Still, it's not some wild, crazy over-the-top color. It still maintains that presence of a Ferrari.
And those Scuderia shields in yellow just set it off. 117.5. That'll make the top, I don't know, 5 or 6 cars today.
Yep.
Beauty.
All right, here's one you can afford, everybody.
Exactly. Right here is a 76 308 GTB.
Yeah, the 308. That was the first mass-produced Ferrari. They built more of these than anything they had built up until this point. Pininfarina styling, built by Scaglietti. One of 712 of the GTB Vetericina fiberglass body models. Remember now, in case you're not familiar with these, they started with fiberglass bodies and then they moved to steel construction. 75, the first production year for the 308 GTB as well. So this is a year later. It's got that quad cam V8, 227 horsepower, top speed, 157 miles an hour. This is before he went to fuel injection. Has Weber carburation like so many Ferraris. The Weber carburetors, the DeLordos, and the 5-speed gated manual transmission.
No reserve here. 85,000 is the bid. The 308 GTS was really the car that Thomas Magnum helped, introduce these to everybody on the planet.
Right, the Spider had the removable top, right?
Exactly, and you had to because Tom Selleck was very tall, but just a legendary machine. $97,000, 100 grand.
Wow, we're sliding into unaffordable territory. So
right. Yeah, quickly too.
Yeah. Not an ultra low mileage Ferrari. It's got over 44,000 miles on the odometer.
105, 105, 105,000 on a bid. 105, sir. I'm going to go 5. I'm going to go 7, 5. I'm going to go 7, 5 in water. In 5, I'm going to go 7, 5. In a minute, I'm going to go 5 in 7, 5. 105, 107, 5. Yes or no? 107, 5. 107, 5. I'm going to go 7, 5. I'd have. Sold 105. Sold 105,000.
How about that?
How about that? Congratulations to the consigner. Don't know what his expectations were, but we didn't expect 6 figures on that car.
That is really cool. Well, as we move on to the 1970 Chevelle with the 396, quick footnote on that Ferrari. How much of that is because of all the hoopla and the record-breaking Cassini that he had,
A little spillover maybe.
Maybe. All right, here we go with this one. I mentioned the 396 and a 4-speed, Bill.
Yeah, remember 1970, all the talk was about the LS6 and the Chevelle, but no, they still made a 396, and you could still get the 375 horse 396. This one, I just looked at the engine and could see that they've made some changes to it, not the original intake, what have you. So they probably did a home-built L78, my guess. A lot of horsepower.
Okay.
Had a high-rise aluminum intake manifold, I saw. 4-speed manual with a 12-bolt rear end, and power steering and power disc brakes, the cowl induction hood, front and rear sway bars, and the 18-inch, the upgraded 18-inch alloy wheels. You know that the 70 Chevelles had 14-inch wheels from the factory. Now, they hadn't moved the 15-inch wheels at that point.
Well, they should have and could have back then because they look so good here today.
Yeah.
It does make you wonder if we'd had that kind of tire technology, what some of those times of those real high-performance cars would have really been with some real grip to them.
Oh, Rutledge, you are so right. I mean, some of those wide oval tires we had in the old days and some of those F70 Firestones. I mean, safe tires, but certainly not tires that can handle the power we were dishing out back then, or the handling.
Right, absolutely.
Bias ply versus radial, it's a world of difference.
No contest. 58 grand buys that 70 Chevelle. All right. 1 year only body style on this one, a 58 Corvette. Here's another top flight winner for you, brother Bill.
Yeah, the dual 4-barrel 283 with 245 horsepower. There's a 270 horsepower version as well. 4-speed and 411 gears with positive traction. Boy, that sounds like a rock and roll song. Snowcrest white, Inca silver, Coes in the blue and gray interior, which you're looking at right now. Wonderbar radio again. Original style, full wheel covers and white wall tires. And of course the 1958, again, at the sake of being redundant. Easy to identify because of the washboard hood and the trunk irons on the trunk.
It's interesting, we saw that one this morning that was a little more of like a turquoise blue interior, remember, with that blue on the side scoop.
Right.
When you see this one, it's still close, but I don't know if it's as true as that one we saw, color match-wise, right?
No, well, in terms of matching color, this one is okay. I mean, I think they match.
Reserve's off.
The reserve is off here at 110, but the other one was, I'm pretty sure it was non-standard.
Right.
But still, they did a great job matching that turquoise interior with the turquoise coves.
Absolutely. Nice pop.
Top Flight 58 Vet, Bill, 110, huh?
Oh, we have a winner, huh?
Love it. And a great one to wrap up a segment. We'll come back and kick off our final half hour with you today from Glendale in just a moment.
Oh, it's a gorgeous day here in Arizona for Mecum Auctions, and you're getting a look at the Radford Racing School booth. They're a great partner of ours, and they're also a great partner of Dodge's. In fact, they're the official high-performance driving school of Dodge SRT. Of course, Dodge has a great partnership with Mecum. If you want to learn how to drive, you want to have fun, you want to learn how to drive defensively, you want to just sharpen your skills, check out Radford Racing School in Chandler, Arizona. What a cool place. I've been there many times and plan to go many, many more times. But right now I'm concentrating on this icon, 1969 Dodge Daytona. Legendary, yes. Rare, yes, yes. Only 503 left the factory in 1969, of course, to homologate for NASCAR. This one sports the L code 440, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. So you know this car has got some good get up and go. Beautifully restored in that bright red. And what I love most about it is it's got the black stripe around the deck lid and the black wing. Such a great color combination. And we spoke a little bit yesterday about the flush of the back glass here, which is signature Daytona. Started in the Charger 500, carried on through the Dodge Daytona. And again, was all meant for getting that airflow over the car for the super speedways. Guys, this one's going across the block tomorrow, and I'm sure it's going to be a highlight.
Oh, it will be. No question about that, CJ. Thank you very much, brother. Wing cars always are. And we will bring you back to the block here, just at the other end zone. And 2007 Bentley Continental GT here, Bill.
What a beauty queen. Wow. Umbrian red, saffron fire glow interior. And it has the 552 horsepower W12 6-liter twin turbo engine. You know, if I had bought my first wife that car, I'd still be married. All-wheel drive car. Yeah. Got the nav and the leather, the heated seats, dual zone climate. You know the story. These cars are fully equipped right from Bentley.
What a great color. I don't know if I've seen this one in person before with this color.
You know, I say this every year, Rutledge. We need to get one of these when we get to Monterey, just for all of us to tool around.
It'd be so and actually, I think we'd fit well the way that this car is designed. There's enough room for us.
You bet.
But man, what a deal that they have become so much more affordable for a collector to have one, get to go enjoy it.
Yep.
Great power.
Yeah, we'd let Shannon drive and make all the boys jealous.
Absolutely. That's the right move.
High bid here on the Continental GT, $33,000.
Boy, that's bordering on market correct. That may not stay on the bid goes on board very long.
I'll get started on tracking us down one of these from Monterey.
Oh, boy.
I might know a guy.
You know what? That's the last thing on my bucket list I haven't done yet.
Well, here we go. We'll follow up that Continental GT with a 2017 Bentayga from Bentley.
Hey, you know what? We'll rent this and we'll add all those lowlifes in the truck come with us. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that what I just said?
Oh, you did.
I love everybody in the truck.
I know y'all sometimes question my hip-hop references, but I'm pretty sure it was Nicki Minaj that used a Bentley Bentayga in her song.
Nicki.
Just food for thought.
Yay.
Cool ride.
Yes.
Again, just like the Bentley before it come down a lot in price, you know? They're cool cars.
Oh, yeah, you know, what a sensation when Bentley announced they were going to do an SUV. So, what?
Exactly.
And here we go, the 600 horsepower W12 in this Bentayga, the twin turbo engine, all of the goodies. Yeah, you just name it. This car has got it. Very pricey when they were new. This one, 2017, so this is about 9 years old. It's got 60,000 miles on the odometer. But this has been pampered, and this has been loved and maintained, as you can see, ready for the next owner.
You got 53 and a half, now 4.
I think Rutledge went over to look up a video of hers so he could show us, so we would know he was being legit.
Yeah, I'd like to see that video.
53.5 for the Bentayga. The reserves off, and that Bentley sells right there.
I am jelly.
Well, let's move forward to 2009 California. See maybe a little bit more of that Kissimmee spillover here to this Ferrari that, as we pointed out a number of times, one of those that basically was your entry-level ticket into Ferrari ownership.
Well, California is a hallowed level of trim for any Ferrari lover because it takes us back to the 250, which in Kissimmee a couple years ago, wasn't that the real blockbuster sale, the $17 million Ferrari?
Yeah, 16 and a half, I think. Yeah, well, yes, but that was from 1963.
Yeah. But I'm just saying the California nomenclature just generates all kinds of visions of some of the most expensive Ferraris in the classic market. This one, 453 horse, 4.3 liter V8. The 7-speed automatic with paddle shifters.
I know it's weird to say an entry-level Ferrari, but I tell you what, for bang for the buck, this is such a fun car, really usable, drives great, feels great. It is a Ferrari.
It is.
Yep.
And it's still available at 67 or thereabouts.
And you could tell somebody, hey, I just paid $500,000 for this Ferrari. What do you think? And they'd buy it.
All right, 1969 El Camino. They've gone to work under the hood, updated some stuff, wheels and tires. What else, Brother Bill?
350 horsepower, 5.7 liter GM crate engine. A professional frame-on Pro Touring style build. Automatic transmission, turbo 400 with a B&M performance parts upgrade and a 3,000 RPM stall converter ready for a hard launch. A lot of other parts and pieces as well. Big time build, adjustable stabilizers underneath, front and rear heavy duty sway bars, front adjustable upper and lower tubular control arms, and the 12-bolt rear end is hiding 411 pause traction gears.
Okay, $38,000, $37,500 is the current bid. They're still working on it here.
Yeah, custom fabricated exhaust system. Those are 20-inch billet specialties with a polished lip and the kind of like that gray, sort of a titanium center on those wheels. Perfect match.
Well, we'll leave it there at $37,500 as the bid goes on that El Camino. Back with more from State Farm Stadium here in Glendale. Once again, for our final 20 minutes here today, second of 3 days in Glendale. We're back, State Farm Stadium. It's been a good day today, and we'll run down some of the highlights here in a little while. In the meantime, this terrific crowd is taking a gander at a 69 Roadrunner convertible.
Yeah,
with sorry, go ahead. Modern Hemi.
Not a restored classic. Yeah, this is a third-generation fuel-injected Hemi, the 5.7. Came out of a 2005 Dodge. So at least they kept it in the family. Doug's headers, Flowmaster mufflers, aluminum radiator, the 5-speed automatic transmission with a low car shifter, short grip rear end, 323 gears. Boy, that is a bulletproof powertrain there. US mags, Magnum 500 style aluminum wheels. Those are 18-inch diameter, much bigger than what the OEM wheels would have been looking like. LED sequential taillights too. This is really, you know what? That's a car that has had a lot of very careful forethought put into it. It all hangs together. Very nice.
Left the factory with a 383, so a nice upgrade, as Bill mentioned, out of that more modern generation Hemi car. And bringing some pretty good money for what it is. Blue over blue, but it doesn't look like it's going to hit the reserve.
Not going to hit the bullseye this time.
Did they move on? Yes, $54,000. All right, here we go, Bill. Second time around that we have seen today one of these green 1970 GTO Judges.
This one, however, with a vinyl top, which we did not see on the earlier one. There's that Ram Air 3, 366 horsepower, and this one with an automatic transmission. Get a look at that shifter right now, bucket seats, the console, and that looks like a his and hers. First automatic transmission shifter in there. Yeah, everything else according to the book. $50,000, and you're going to have to work a little harder to sell this. These Judges in original condition like this are still high on the collector's list.
Love this color, love the graphics of the 72. I really prefer these to the 69 graphics. And is that Fathom Green, Bill?
It could be. It's very similar to Fathom Green. The consignor's not telling us, but yeah, that has all the earmarks of that Fathom Green with the Judge graphics. 69, the first year for the Judge, was an overnight sensation. Last year was 71, and boy, in the intervening years between 1969 and 71, this really was the performance pacemaker for the GTO, a car that was supposed to be a down market kind of a budget GTO, but boy, did that go in the other direction.
Yeah, people who love Judges really love Judges. I have a buddy, Tim Miller, in California, in Orange County. He has the very first Judge and the very last Judge ever produced. Very nice bookends to his collection.
Hang on to those.
Well, they're at 50.
You're going to get the opportunity. $60,000 is the buy now price. 54 is his current bid. You got to raise your bid to 60. Guys, you want to raise your bid to $60,000 and just own it? You saw you had two players there the whole time. Where do you? Mitch, hold on. I'm going to close the bid with Mitch. Mitch, you get first offer. Otherwise, I do have an offer of more. Okay, well, he's 55. Now you're going to be 56. This is why we have an auction. That's why you take the reserve off, because I still got two guys going. Would you like to pull the reserve and let them know it's for sale? That's who we should be working on, guys. Just let them know it's for sale. 55's the current bid. Let them know it's for sale. 55. Let's do that. I mean, I got two willing buyers here. Let's just let them know it's for sale. 55's current bid.
I've got two guys bidding on your car. I've got
45,000.
We might be able to get more if we lift the reserve. I don't know.
I'll open it up to the internet. Internet, you want to get 56, throw a wrench in it. 50 pounds a bid, 56.
I mean, I've had 5 people on this thing up to now.
500, David, you get 600. You got a good recipe there. It's a good stew recipe you'd really like down there in Phoenix. Hey, reserve off.
I got 55. Reserves off?
Bingo! Reserves off. Now says 55,
All right,
56.
some extra work 56. Going into that one.
Yes, sir. We got 55, 6, 7.
Reserve comes off.
And now I got a three-way dance. I got 56 on the internet, 57. 57. Come on, prove my point. 57, sir. Go ahead, 57. I get 56.
Yeah, that might bring in some new money. We see that happen. Reserve comes off. The car's still sitting on the mat. And now people know it's for sale and might want to get into the action.
$56,000, Megan.
Next 6 cars in a row are offered from the
All right, 56 it is. And that goes to the sold column and a new owner.
Yep, might have been a little easier to get more bids if it was a 4-speed car. But you know what? As time goes on and people get a little older, that automatic looks a little more attractive.
Sure. 1970 Camaro. I know CJ has mentioned a couple times about his preference for this generation.
I always sing the praises of the Gen 2 Camaro. something speaks to me about this body style. And it maybe because I like to go a little bit against type because the Gen 1 Camaros are so popular, especially the 69s, that the Gen 2s almost get a little bit forgotten. But this body style just speaks to me.
Oh, this one will halt butt too. It's got a 6.2 LS3 in there with a stage 2 BTR cam, ported heads. And that's made into a 4L60 automatic transmission and the US mags. That really helps the appearance. Wow. Won't sell this time though.
Yep, $39,000 will be the high bid. Okay, Bill.
Yo.
We talk often about the collector editions that Corvette comes up with from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
Here's 427 from 2013.
Yeah, this is the LS7, 7-liter, 500 horsepower. V8 engine that just makes these cars scream. One of only 162 that have been finished in this crystal red. This one with a manual transmission, that really elevates the fun factor.
So it's not a Z06.
No.
But it's got the Z06 power plant.
Yes, it's the collector edition. You are correct, sir.
How about that?
Yep. Yeah, the Z06 introduced these Corvettes in 2013 to a 505 horsepower factory rating. And they could really, man, get it done.
37, the high bid for that collector edition from 2013. We'll be back to wrap up today's program and run down our top sellers after the break. Oh, this is a really good group of top sellers today here, everyone. We'll lead it off with a 69 Z28 with that super desirable JL8 4-wheel disc brake package. Only 206 came from the factory with that. $147.5 the hammer price. An incredible 1957 Eldorado Barrett Starlight Silver red convertible. One of only 1,800 built that year. This one sold for $185. So good to see our #1 car today as a 63 split window coupe. Well deserved too. Super rare combo of Daytona blue, Riverside red. They think maybe only less than 10 built with that combination. $196,000. A solid #1 today here on this Friday in Glendale. Bill, what do you make of that top 5?
Well, except for #4, that Shelby GT350, General Motors had a sweep going there. And I'll tell you, I am proud to be an American looking at that. All domestic built automobiles.
All right. Just to get this in before we have to say goodnight, this is worth looking at a couple of times, and a lot to look at here in this 57 Chevy 210. What a build.
And what a great story behind this, Scott. Pat Laughlin, the owner of Conquer Custom, he built this. It's a one-of-a-kind 57 and gave it to his dad. Known as Sinister, supercharged Gen 4 LSA V8 engine. Great power choice there with the Tremec T56 6-speed manual. And you see the interior as well. Yeah, Patrick really went above and beyond on this build. And look at the black paint, black wheels, black tires. You know what? I'm going to have nightmares tonight because of this car.
Bill, Sinister is a good way to refer to that clean shave on there, Chris. There is no chrome. There's no door handles. There's almost no nothing. It's wild.
I was going to say, it's a big risk to bring a black car, no trim, under these lights, and those body panels are perfect. That's very, very good metal work there.
Yeah, you would see any flaw in that paint if there was one to be found.
You guys catch the side exhaust?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty slick.
That 6-speed shifter in there tucked away. The dash is pretty smooth. I think he's got a digital dash setup that's in the center console kind of area. But, you know, especially when you know that the stories he built it for his dad, you know it's going to be tough. What do you see there, Chris?
Well, they've done the kind of cool design to fill in what would have been the exhaust outlet there. So it's a nice, another custom touch there.
Under the taillight.
Yep, exactly.
Thing's awesome.
That is pretty sweet, man.
Yeah. We don't have enough time to go into everything, but again, it's one of those cars where the more you look at it, the more little features and changes and modifications you're going to find.
90 grand, no reserve, 92. Couple of bidders at least on the internet, maybe more than that.
You know, he took out the dashboard hump that we're all familiar with a 57 Chevy and put in a big touch screen on the interior of this car with a set of gauges and an entertainment function as well. How long did that take to get all wired and plumbed?
Well, I mean, that's all well and good, but there's a lot of entertainment just looking at this thing sitting on the mat.
Yeah.
Well, I love the fact that it's a postcard too, so that just adds a little bit more of that industrial quality to it, because this is the name fits it, sinister. This thing is Darth Vader's 57.
That's really cool. Okay, $100,000, and we've got to move to the next car while we have an opportunity. It happens to be a 1969 Camaro RS SS Pace Car Edition.
That's a numbers matching 350 you're looking at, and this is a 4-speed car. We see so many of these with the automatic. This one, nope, 4-speed manual, and that is the original drivetrain from engine to rear end. It's in the Z11 Pace Car Registry. By the way, Z11, that is on the trim tag that tells you it is a real 69 Camaro Pace Car. This one, an RSSS, has a certificate of authenticity as well. Houndstooth interior, of course, Dover white, Hugger orange stripes. Get a 396 in these as well. We've seen them. 396 all the way up to the L78, 375 horse. And the cars that paced the 500 that year had the big block in them.
Tell me what you got to be.
So guys, which manufacturer has the record for most times as pace car? Is it the Camaro or is it the, well, not manufacturer, I guess model. Is it the Corvette or is it the Camaro?
No, the Corvette was late to the game. I'd say the Camaro. They were the first 67 making an appearance, and you know, over the years,
all the way up to what Corvette took over in the late 70s.
78 was the
78
first
was
Corvette.
the first year, and now Chevy has the exclusive. You know, every year. Didn't they have the hat trick 3 years in a row before they became the exclusive? 09, 2010, 2010.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've 6 years in a row. More than that, actually, back to 2017.
Those are Corvettes, Scott? Yeah, so maybe Corvette made a late run and overtook the Camaro.
Are you talking Corvettes or Camaros?
Well, 2004 through 8. Corvettes.
Guys, the reserves
12
off.
and 13 were Corvettes. 15.
We're busy.
This feels like a great price for this car. I'm really excited for
well,
it.
It is.
I can tell you where these normally trade, and we're under the money.
For sure.
Corvettes 19 times.
So that would be
pace
the
car for the
leader in the clubhouse.
Indy 500, yes.
And it was a 4-speed. I love that car.
Yeah, right, exactly.
$64,000, no question about that.
Well bought there.
By the way, the only little quibbling point there is the BF Goodrich tires. They should have been either Goodyear or Firestone.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Easily changed.
Yeah, little flat black paint, and that's all taken care of.
Here's another. How many different manufacturers of Shelby replicas have
the
we had
Daytona
today?
Coupe, you mean? Yeah.
Well, but I mean,
I see
of the
overall.
Cobra, overall, right? We've had
Factory 5,
Backdraft,
now Superformance,
and another one. There was another one in there too. But Superformance, yes. Haven't seen one from them yet today.
Yeah, Superformance. That got the approval of Carroll Shelby, which was very rare to get, with all of the drama that occurred between him and the replica companies. And these cars are not inexpensive. These are very well done, these Superformance cars. They do the Roadsters, they do the Daytona Coupes. This is one of them with 480 horse, 427 Windsor with Dart aluminum architecture. So the drivetrain was money.
$80,000. Need to be $90,000.
It's great to see Peter Brock again at Amelia Island.
Oh,
looking
yeah.
well.
Okay.
He was signing some autographs, had a chat with him. Love that legend.
Cool. The high bid here on that Daytona replica, $80,000, I think was the number, and a Ford Shelby GT from 2007 is right behind it.
Yeah, 2007. This is when Ford and Shelby sort of started breaking bread again, but this is not a cooperative effort between Ford and Shelby. This is basically a Mustang GT that gets the Shelby makeover out at the Shelby facility out in Las Vegas. 4.6 V8, not a particularly powerful setup there, probably a little over 300 horse, 5-speed manual. This one has a cold air intake to boost the performance a little bit with a Performance X-Pipe exhaust. 355 rear axle, and the Ford handling package, front and rear dampers, those are shock absorbers to us Americans. Lowering springs, front and rear sway bars, and that export brace, the strut tower brace was underneath that hood.
Sold $18,000, Megan.
Lot F213, a 1954 Kaiser Darren.
18 grand buys it. Wow, really? 18,000?
Yep. I know, huh? That looks, day one fresh.
Well, you mentioned Dutch Darren earlier in the program, Bill. Here is a 1954 Kaiser Darren. It's been customized a bit.
Yeah, Dutch Darren did some design work for Packard early in his career. And, of course, he went to work for Henry Kaiser in the 1950s. And Henry Kaiser is looking around, seeing that the Corvette is coming along, and he knows that Ford is going to be doing a Thunderbird. And so he said, hey, I got to jump into this, and asked Dutch Darren to come up with a design. That's what he came up with. A car that was not in production very long, and was underpowered, 91 horsepower out of that 161 cubic inch inline six. And of course, the pocket doors are what everybody talks about.
The pocket doors. These, each time you see one in person, it's somehow cooler than the time before. What a neat car.
Yeah, we wouldn't see the pocket doors again until the BMW Z1.
Right, that we saw one in Kissimmee.
And those were vertical as opposed to the horizontal quality of the Kaiser Darren's pocket doors.
27,000 the high bid on that Kaiser Darren. 1969 Torino Cobra Fastback.
Yeah, Cobra Jet, 428, 335 horse. Automatic transmission, a winner of outstanding engine and outstanding paint, and a muscle car production stock class at the 2003 Portland Rod and Custom Show. It's an award winner.
Well, we're going to have to leave it here at $48,000. We'll let you know if it sells, but we're 2/3 of the way to the finish line here in Glendale. Make sure you join us tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. West here on ESPN Plus as we put the finishing touches on this 2,000 car lineup for the entire gang, including Shannon Spake debuting with us today. A+++ Shannon. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you then on ESPN Plus.